as the sun peaks over the horizon here on Lake Michigan. We watch the anglers getting started very quickly. Canadian Corey Johnston, let's all take a trip live right now to fabulous Lake St. Clair for day 3.
Lead at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Welcome, everybody. There's the Motor City, Detroit, Michigan, just north and east Macomb County, and fabulous Lake St. Clair, part of the Great Lakes chain, and that's where we are contesting this 5th stop of the year. The Bassmaster Elite Series, 9 regular season events, and this is very important. This is the final one of the Northern Swing. Northern Swing traditionally is all about giant smallmouth. This plays a special place in every angler's heart, to be sure. And this one has not disappointed at all. It's always great when we go to St. Clair. Let's look at our Hummingbird Lay of the Lake right there. And right between Lake Huron and Lake Erie, there it is. Looks small compared to those, but it is vast, about 435 acres. But see the lighter color, the turquoise there, that's the American side. Our anglers are limited to that side. And baby height, we expected that to hugely affect the tournament. It has not slowed down the fish catch.
It's been very surprising, very enjoyable to see how many fish are being caught on the U.S. side only because of obvious reasons. The anglers can't go over into the Canadian side. They can't even drive their boats through there, let alone fish. But the anglers have focused on the U.S. side only, and the catches have been absolutely incredible. First day, 18 bags over 20 pounds. The cut did not drop yesterday at all, and just incredible the amount of fish that these anglers caught. A lot of water here. You see the St. Clair River. John Cox, our leader after day 1, has certainly been catching most of his fish in there, all the way up to Lake Huron. A lot of water available there, and it's surprising no one of our anglers have been there on Lake Huron that we've seen so far.
Well, if the first 2 days are any indication, it will be fully action-packed today here. This very important 3rd day of competition, 4 days total. We have 40 anglers on the lake today. Let's go out to Clark Wendlandt. Started the day in 2nd place. Got a quick start yesterday. And from all indications, he's up to the same thing today. This is some action from earlier, and as we say, as the sun got over the horizon, he was catching them.
Talked to Clark last night. Very excited about starting today. He said, the key to my tournament is I have a starting spot that no one else is fishing. We've seen groups of boats fishing water, and they really just beat up those fish, all fishing for the same school of fish, but Clark has got a magical place that he's started on every single morning, and it is producing again this morning.
Well, you should know that Clark Wendlandt is one of the legends of bass fishing. If you're new to the sport, this is one of the people that all bass anglers look up to. And boy, when he gets around a bunch of fish, he will, about as good as anyone in the world, exploit that fully and put as many of the big ones in the boat and make the best limit he could possibly get.
Yeah, as a tournament angler, it's a 4-day event, and a lot of people say catch everyone, catch all of them you can on day 1 and just deal with the other days as they come. But Clark has been trying to make this spot last all 4 days, and it is working out perfectly for him on day 3. We'll have to see about tomorrow, but a good start on day 3 means everything because only the top 10 fish tomorrow.
Great conditions are being blamed for this great fish catch here, and we expect more of that today. Let's take a look at our leaderboard right now and show Clark Wendlandt on top with already 61 pounds, just really less than an hour into the 3rd day of fishing here. Former Angler of the Year, former Classic champ Jay Yelas has moved into 2nd place. We saw Corey Johnston catching him very well this morning as well. Look through the rest of the top 10 there, and that will change during the day. And now out live with Clark Wendlandt.
You know, really today's actually been a little bit slower for me. I've got 4 pretty nice ones, you know, somewhere between 3.5 and 4, all 4 of them, and 1 little guy. And I mean, I probably would have been done yesterday here, and probably the day before. I mean, it's a little spot, you know. It's not like some of these places that have just got mega school of fish on it. It's more of a, I don't know how good it is. But it's about 100 yards wide, 100 yards long, maybe even less. And you know, I've had a couple miss my bait this morning. You know, it started out, there's a little bit of ripple right now. It started out, it was almost dead slick. And so, you know, dead slick is, usually they're not going to bite all that great. Sometimes it's easy to fish when it's that way, but it doesn't necessarily mean the smallmouth are going to be really biting. A lot of times you get some wind, and, you know, especially when it blows hard, then I feel like a crankbait's usually a little bit better option. But I don't think we're going to get that today. I mean, if I catch one more nice one here, I'll probably leave and save what's left of it for tomorrow, and then just go fish the rest of the day. You know, I'm catching fish a lot more scattered. I'm not in a big, you know, one little area that I just keep catching. I got to cover some water to get bites.
Well, Clark telling us basically the parameters of this place he's catching. All these guys are fishing in a very featureless, flat, natural lake, sort of a bowl, very flat bowl.
Yeah, and it's certainly special to have a 100-yard stretch on this lake that is, you know, something different about it. Obviously, there's something different. We'll get into that a little bit more as the day progresses, but to have a 100-yard stretch that has some feature, because these fish are there every morning feeding, so that's special for Clark. And to have it all to itself, I mean, that picture right there, that shot, it's very telling, because some of our other anglers that have done well and just a pound or two behind Clark are fishing with boats all around them, locals and other tournament anglers.
Well, Clark, as early as day one, was talking about how he's going to manage this tournament through 4 days, and that is definitely veteran talk right there. He has been around. And look at our Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. And here we find Clark Wendlandt's name on top as we start this third day of competition. Had a great day yesterday. Has had a tremendous northern swing. He always does well in smallmouth country, but for a boy from the hill country of Texas, that's really remarkable.
It really is. A lot of experience up here, though. Clark's been around a long time, and he's got a lot of experience down south and up in the northern part of the country. He loves to fish for smallmouth. He loves being up here this time of year, and it's not surprising to see Clark Wendlandt at top of the AOY standings right now.
Well, AOY is all about consistency throughout a season. As we look at his finishes, just a tremendous record there, except for Lake Champlain. The only one where he didn't make a cut. Everything else is either top 10 or top 20. Second at Lake St. Clair so far. Hasn't finished it off yet, but boy, he has got it going on this year of 2020.
You can imagine, I mean, I'm sitting here fishing a little bitty waypoint. I would line up a buoy with a tree. First day of the tournament, I get out there. Davey reminded me of this, and he said it happened to him too. I get out there, I can't see my marks. I don't have any idea where I am. I mean, because it's kind of hazy and cloudy, and you couldn't see the mark on a tree. So, I mean, I was like fishing blind for the first several hours, just trying to actually line up on where I thought I'd found some fish. So, GPSs have changed this significantly.
Clark's talking about back in the day, and when I say back in the day, it wasn't 200 years ago, but just 20 few years ago. You know, Clark and I were roommates before GPS, and a needle in a haystack is you can't even describe it like that. Offshore, you basically just roaming around fishing and find a group of fish, and you had to have some way to try to get back there, so you would triangulate. And pretty blue skies like this, you could get a tower with a skyscraper down by Detroit, and then the first morning of the tournament, you go out there and there's a little haze, not even fog, but a little haze. You can't even see your tower, your skyscraper for 2 or 3 hours, and you're just, you know, maybe not even within a half mile of your area that you want to be in.
Well, it really is. Is that I got to somehow figure out how to catch 20 pounds a day. First day I had 20. Yesterday I had just had fortune on my side, and I got those little bit bigger bites, so I had 24. But if I get to 20, I feel like that's a good day. It's hard to differentiate yourself here. I mean, you catch a 312 or do you catch a 4.4? And you know, you start adding those 8 ounces up over 5 fish, and that's 2.5 pounds. That's a lot of weight in this tournament. And so, I mean, if I get to 20 today, I'll be thrilled.
Clark Wendlandt sizing up his prospects for today and where he would like to be. Every morning, our colleague Mark Zona has been out there with Clark Wendlandt and really has brought us up to date on what he's doing. And I'm sure, Z, you've got some observations about what's going on there. What's different about today, if anything at all?
Tommy, I've jumped in the well for the 3rd day in a row with Clark Wendlandt. I basically started this tournament with him and have rowed every morning. Interestingly enough, it has been a different morning. When we got out here this morning, it was dead, slick, calm. The minute that little ripple started, he started to finally catch him. I mean, there was 30 minutes of 0 bites, then he started to catch him. The other thing is, he talked about that 100-yard stretch, and Davey, you remember this. You and I have fished team tournaments on this lake. One of the keys this time of year is finding a crop circle, finding that 100-yard stretch of sand where it's just barren, there is no grass around it. And interestingly enough, that little strip that he's fishing, a lot of sand, a couple isolated boulders, and those fish group up. I don't know if they stay very hard in that area the entire day, for the simple fact Clark has got out of here. He has managed this area. He's fished it for about an hour to 90 minutes every morning and then bailed. But the other thing is, and I made this comment, would locals be a factor in this tournament? And whenever you come to Lake St. Clair, look, it's a public lake, but it does turn into a zoo out here, and it was a little bit of a zoo this morning. If you pan around, there's a lot of great spectators hanging out, having a big time out here. But a few of them have tried to come in and get some apple pie. The folks that are closest, they've been great all day. But a few of them have got, you know, that ancient trick, Davey, where they get upwind and kind of just slide right into Clark. We've seen that a few times so far today. But in all honesty, guys, I'm kind of like Clark. I've been with him every morning. I don't know how many is here because he has not pressed it. The other side is he has not wanted any other of the competitors to see him on this morning spot.
So Z, obviously, the bigger school of fish, the quality smallmouth, are out there around Corey Johnston, David Mullins, some guys. So that is there's not as many fish where Clark's at, but can he compete with those guys with a smaller group of fish, having them all to himself?
If, you know, the only worry that I think really Clark has about this morning spot is if he leaves here, Davey, it's going to get hammered by some boats that I've watched this morning. There's a few boats that would press him a little bit and he'd push him off. But with that being said, I think Clark found something yesterday afternoon, my last hit of the day. Clark caught 2 giants and smiled at me and he said, I got another bullet now. I got another thing going. The scary thing is, I was with Chris Johnston a whole bunch yesterday after the weigh-in, and he crushed them in the afternoon. He got on one of those mega schools you're talking about, catching 30 to 50 bass just yesterday afternoon. So that I think Clark is going to be the guy of quality, not going through 20 or 30 fish. Guys like the Johnstons, possibly Shane LaHue, they're going through a lot of numbers. And when you're on one of those mega schools somewhere during the day, you're going to collide with the right ones. Hey, we're going to run just south of here, and guys will love this. Taku Ito, who you were with all day yesterday, we just saw him about a half hour ago, and we said, hey, we're gonna jump in with you for the next few hours. Guys, I've never had this happen in 20 years of covering the Bassmasters. He asked me where we wanted him to go.
Z, thank you so much. That's a good question right there. Z out there talking about people crushing it. He's been crushing it all week, and he is off to see Taku Ito, and we're anxiously awaiting that report for sure. How about Jay Yelas having his best tournament of the year right here? The legend, the former Angler of the Year, former Bassmaster Classic champ, from 2 anglers from Oregon in our top 10. I'm pretty sure that's never happened before.
That is incredible.
That one feels a little better.
2 from Oregon,
not
2
a
from
big one,
Canada,
darn
and 1 from Japan.
Yeah.
In the top 10.
Are you saying Oregon is kind of like a foreign country?
But they'll call that one Little Runt. That one's, 2 1/4. Aren't they beautiful fish? Beautiful golden. Let's see, I think that's my little guy there. He's pretty small.
Good morning for Jay Yelas. 22 pounds, almost 23 pounds yesterday. He's on to something here.
He really is, and Not fishing exactly like Clark, but the one common denominator with he and Clark Wendlandt, they basically have their area to themselves. Jay's actually fishing shallower than Clark, and Clark fishing shallower than the Johnstons and Mullins and a lot of our other top 10 anglers. But good to see Jay having a great tournament, doing what he loves to do. He's power fishing for these smallmouth, and anybody in our top 10 has certainly got a chance to win this thing by tomorrow afternoon. It's going to get, you see that big lead that Clark has established this morning. We'll see things tighten up. We did yesterday, and I'm sure we'll see it again today.
Definitely people who are fishing exclusively moving baits are in the minority here among this group here, but you never know. Sometimes we find winners in that group.
We do, and they seem to be the ones that really have that flurry in the morning. Jay, Clark, a couple of our other anglers. Z was with Frank Talley yesterday. You know, he's fishing shallower with those moving baits. They seem to really be able to catch them in the first hour and a half of the day.
Great start to our day. Boy, we've not been disappointed a single one of these 3 days so far, these 3 mornings so far. Very important day today. We cut down to 40 after the weigh-in yesterday, and we will cut it down to 10 today, only 10. Will participate in Championship Sunday. That is a big, big day on this Bassmaster Elite Series. Clark Wendlandt, the early lead. Jay Yelas following up, but significantly behind. As you mentioned, Davey, it's early. The guys with the moving baits are going to jump out there. It's going to tighten up on that leaderboard. It tightened up consistently all day yesterday, and we fully expect the same thing today. We'll take a break and be right back.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
When I'm on the road for work or for fun, I always like to have a reliable generator around. This open frame inverter from Champion is ideal because it's lighter than a standard open frame generator and more affordable than a traditional inverter. The remote start helps me start up the generator or shut it off without having to leave my camper. It provides essential power for things like charging my boat batteries, also makes life a lot more comfortable for myself and my family.
Born in Japan, Sunline has over a 40-year history of making the best fishing lines. With 10% of the company's employees focusing on research and development, Sunline is driven to offer the widest selection of bass fishing lines in the U.S. market. Sunline's fluorocarbon, nylon, and braided lines are made to the strictest Japanese tolerances, incorporating exclusive patented technology like plasma rise. Sunline provides the strength to guarantee your confidence.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is brought to you by Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota.
Just getting started with 7 hours of Bassmaster Live. What set the stage was yesterday's weigh-in. There's Taku Ito. A great day. 20 pounds and 11 ounces. Add that to 21.11 from day one, and fantastic stuff. Cody Holland next, the nation champ, the reigning nation champ. David.
Yeah, having a great tournament here. Had a great practice, and he's been catching them early and often also.
Chris Johnston, a great northern swing for the Canadian, 21-3 yesterday. Corey Johnston, his brother, those two right together on the leaderboard. We'll be with both of them today in the boat all day long. David Mullins of Tennessee, boy, he has just held his place all the way to the top.
Shane LaHue, not a surprise to see him. He had a great tournament here last year.
We just saw this man, Jay Yelas, legend out there doing what he does best, and we fully expect him to do the same thing today, to be a player all the way through this. And there he is, your leader after day 2, also our day 1 leader, John Cox, 20 pounds and 10 ounces to back up that almost 25 he had on day number 1. And Clark Wendlandt, we just saw him in action. Early start both days for Clark.
He did, and yesterday catching that 24 pounds just like John Cox did on day 1. 21-22 is a great day here in Lake St. Clair. 24 sets you apart.
Talking about Chris Johnston, his great northern swing here. This was earlier today with Chris.
Number 1.
He just filled his limit with 3 fish in the last 15 minutes. A couple 3-pounders and 4-pounders up to second place.
Chris Johnston, one of the anglers that have been fishing out in the lake around about 8 or 10 boats the first day, and yesterday I think that number went to about 30 or 40 boats.
Boy, yeah.
Good to hear from Zona that Chris Johnston found him a different area yesterday and caught, Zona said, 30 or 40 fish. So we expect great things from Chris Johnston today.
It's a good start.
It's absolutely incredible what he and Corey have done on this northern swing.
Oh, man, they have really brought it back. Did not have a good start to the year, either one of them down at the St. Johns River in Florida. Way out in the points race, but boy, they have brought it back. And, of course, a big turning point for Chris Johnston was his performance on Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River. It came down to him and Paul Mueller on the final day. He handled the adverse conditions like it just water off a duck's back.
Yeah, we've had great weather here in Lake St. Clair. Sometimes Lake St. Clair can look like this. This is Lake Ontario. The first 3 days of that event, it was good conditions. This final day, not so good, but he toughed it out, got out there, caught a good limit, came back, and raised that trophy over his head. He came so close the year before, but good to see him get it done there.
First Canadian to win Bassmaster event.
Absolutely. A history-making tournament there on the St. Lawrence River. Great Lakes action. That's the only way you can put it this year, 2020. Great tournament for Frank Talley, the Texan by way of California. And he's our B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. Some bonus coverage. Frank, it's good to see you out there. Congratulations on a great tournament. And how's today matching up to the first 2 days?
Well, Tommy, I appreciate y'all having me on. So far, it's been a little slow. I got one little keeper in the box. I haven't caught one that small all week, but it's still early. I'm waiting for the wind. It's supposed to start about 11 o'clock, and it'll start blowing about 8 or 9 miles an hour, they say. And I really need wind for what I'm doing. I'm cranking shallow cabbage on flats, and, with no wind, it's just real tough to get bit. But now I've got a little bit of a breeze, so maybe things will pick up.
So, Frank, I was on site at Lake Champlain, and I saw you fishing shallow, power fishing for the smallmouth there, just like you're doing here. Do you like to do that? A lot of our anglers are out offshore drop shotting, but I noticed at both events you were fishing shallow, using your bait casters.
Yes, sir. The reason why, Davey, that I like to try to do something like that is because it doesn't get the pressure that those deeper fish get when we come up here to the north. It's like I did the same thing at the St. Lawrence. I ran down into Lake Ontario and I fished shallow smallmouth there. And, there's not as many of them shallow this time of year, but they're what we call rogue smallmouth. So there's not many of them, but the ones that are up there are those big 4 and 5 pound fish that you need. And sometimes it just doesn't sustain, for all 4 days, but it at least gets you into the cut and get you, some valuable points for the Classic. So, that's just, I feel comfortable fishing shallow. I mean, I can fish deep being from California. I mean, I can fish finesse just like anybody else, but I prefer to just power fish,
Frank, we've been looking at the map, and as near as we can tell, you've not been bothered by a whole lot of company over the first 2 days. You can tell me whether that's right or not, and what are the prospects for today, Saturday? Most of these places, with summer coming to an end, it's a different story.
Yes, sir. I haven't had anybody the first 2 days, and then this morning, my secondary spot, I tried to come on and, Zona taped a small segment with me yesterday, and I guess they seen the flag in the background. There's 4 locals on it this morning. So, it's a big lake, and I've got a couple more spots I'm going to try to run. And so I've not lost no confidence or anything like that. And so I'm just going to keep my head down. I mean, I've only been averaging 7 or 8 bites a day. So it isn't like I'm getting a bunch of bites, Tommy. It's just, random. you know, just keep your head down, 100 casts, 200 casts, get a bite, but it's usually a good one. So, you know, I've got all day, and hopefully I can put 5 good ones in the boat, because that one that I've got in the boat needs to go.
Frank, hopefully that wind that you're waiting for comes your way sooner rather than later. We will keep in touch with you today. Frank, good luck on day number 3 here. It's Bassmaster Elite Series event. Midway through our season, our regular events, and just across the way in this northwest corner, if you will, of the lake.
Oh, there he is.
Here's where we find Jay Yelas.
Stay down there.
It's like a big splash there. It looked like a nice one.
Just stay down there and dig. He's not that big. I thought he was bigger than this. But he'll help. All right. 3-pounder on the old chatterbait. With that one went for the straight tail Zaco trailer. I've been catching most of them on the paddle tail, but that one will help. Not a giant, but it'll help. Got a
Jay Yelas, certainly a legend of bass fishing. You see him on the water, all his great exploits, but behind the scenes, in the community, he's a great ambassador for bass fishing.
Well, I've always been a big proponent of youth fishing, and because I know what it meant in my life. Fishing I started fishing as a youngster, and I really got into bass fishing in high school. I met a retired gentleman who lived near Lake Kachuma, and he fished for bass like 5 days a week all year long. His name was Bill Cedar. He became my mentor, and he taught me so much. Getting started in bass fishing and reading Bassmaster magazine and watching the Bassmaster television show, you know, I dreamt of having the chance to win the Bassmasters Classic, which is the pinnacle of the sport of professional bass fishing. And so that actually, I was blessed and fortunate to be able to do that in 2002, and it was just a memory I will never forget.
Jay Yelas is 7 ounces short of the overall lead.
Well, that's an awesome story. Having fished with Jay Yelas and competed against him a lot of years, I will say that's who Jay Yelas is. He's a good person and has never forgotten his roots. We competed, started bass fishing the tournament trail about the same time. He started just a few years before me, and to win a classic, to see your face on the cover of Bassmaster magazine, just like he and I when we were kids, you know, we dreamed of competing out here, let alone winning a classic, that sort of thing. It means so much. And then Jay feels the same way I do now. You want to give back. You want to see young people, and you want to maybe be a mentor, be a positive influence on a young kid, just like we both had as we were kids.
Talking about what you had as a kid, and Jay, and a lot of people who are new to fishing maybe might not know the importance of Bassmaster magazine. He mentioned that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that was, there again, I'm showing my age here a little bit, but that was my only source for tournament fishing information. You know, you had a little column in a local newspaper, a paragraph long, but Bassmaster magazine, you read it from front to back like 20 or 30 times. I mean, because we were just crazy about wanting to learn, wanting to get more information. We certainly didn't have Bassmaster Live. We certainly weren't on ESPN2 for 8 hours a day. So that was our source. And to be on the cover after, you know, that was what you look forward to every month, to get a copy of Bassmaster magazine. I mean, it's just no way to describe how rewarding that is.
Well, one more thing about Jay Yelas. He's the executive director of Cast for Kids Foundation that gets disabled and disadvantaged kids fishing. His tournaments all over the country. Check out Cast for Kids. He's really,
like at Champlain, was 3.5 pounds, and I'm sure it's been that way here too. So if you're weighing something under 3.5, you're not good.
Jay has been fishing at this level since the 80s, so he can safely say, and he said it this week, my career at this level has touched on 6 decades.
Wow. That's
80s, 90s, the aughts, the teens, and the 20s. How about that?
That's crazy. It really is.
Back over to Clark Wendlandt. Been around a while himself. He's well broken in.
Like I mentioned, Jay started a little before me, but Clark and I started the exact same time, 93, 94.
Big one.
And it's great to see these veterans in the top 10 along with some guys that's, a Taku Ito, a rookie on the Elite Series trail, the Johnston brothers, 2 years. I mean, it's great to see the competition with youngsters of the sport and the veterans of the sport. Oh, that's a beautiful. That's a game changer fish there right now. These are the kind of fish that just totally change your limit from the 20 pound to up to 22, 23 pound kind of fish.
Wasn't pretty, but I got him in. Big old skinny black one.
Dark fish. Much darker. We were talking about the different colors of smallmouth that we've seen this week, and that was a darker one for sure.
Got it out of there. It's a good one. Maybe a 4-pounder. Just, he's pretty skinny.
That'll definitely hit. Good call there.
Oh, yeah.
Good call.
Whew, that's pretty fun. Take that. So that's a pretty good bag there. Probably minimum of 19, I'd guess.
I'd say a minimum of 19.
I think he weighed, he may have weighed 4, but he was just awfully skinny. It hadn't been fast and furious, but it's been pretty good. Thing about this place is it's not very big. There's not just mega numbers of fish, but if you catch one, it's pretty big. Let's show you my setup right here. You know, drop shot fishing it's really not that difficult. It's, you know, you got to use the right hook. You got to use the right size weight. But I mean, I didn't even know how to drop shot just a few years ago, so I'm just retying it right now. And the way I do it is I just tie a Palomar and I leave a fairly long tag end. That tag end's kind of the key. And so when I cinch it all tight, I tighten it, get it wet, and then I take my tag in and I run my tag end back through the loop, and that makes your hook. I'll show you. That makes your hook kind of stand up more or less. And then the weight, and it depends. I mean, this is a 1/2 ounce Strike King tungsten. Sometimes I use a 3/8, sometimes I might use a 3/4. It just feels what the conditions call for. That's pretty much it. And then when I put the bait on there, I'll nose hook the bait. And so and there's varying opinions on, you know, should you nose hook or do you text it? I mean, we're fishing open water right here, so nose hook's pretty easy to me. So nose hook the bait, and that's what it looks like.
APCO Taste the Bait with Clark Wendlandt. That's just some of the components to putting together a fabulous limit early on day number 3. Great work by the veteran Clark Wendlandt. It has him atop the leaderboard as we take a look at unofficial weights for the top 10 as it stands right now, live Lake St. Clair, Jay Yelas hanging in there, and Chris Johnston making a move up today. The top 20 looks something like this. Frank's tally, whom we just had a conversation with, Cody Holland, who we'll be in the boat with today. Shane LaHue as well. So we've got a lot to look forward to this morning. Great to have you with us right here on Bassmaster Live.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Still in our first of 7 straight hours of Bassmaster Live coverage from Lake St. Clair for you tomorrow. Here's the way the schedule shapes up. We start at 8 a.m. Eastern with the streaming for you right here. Championship Sunday, noon Eastern time. Join on ESPN2 and take you all the way to 3 Eastern time. And that is weigh-in time. That's when it will all be decided. We will have our 5th champion of the regular season on the Bassmaster Elite Series at that time. But we got a lot of fishing, a lot of miles to cover on massive Lake St. Clair and connecting waterways throughout the course of this day. Boy, what a great tournament it's been for the Floridian. John Cox, our best look at him. First year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we spent a lot of time in the St. Clair River with him yesterday, and we expect to do some of the same today.
Slower start today.
Yeah, Tommy, he's been one of those guys that's had a little slower start, though, but steady all day long. Such, both days he's just been slow and steady, not really on fire like some of those other anglers, Clark Wendlandt and Jay Yelas, but steady all day long as he works his way north up the St. Clair River.
There's one.
Some earlier footage from the tournament. John Cox, the widely acclaimed shallow water largemouth specialist. He did catch himself a largemouth yesterday, but he didn't want to have any part of it. He said, I want to be a smallmouth guy this week. I want to show that I can do it. And he did show that he could do it.
He did.
2 days running.
He absolutely did. 24 pounds the first day, and talking to him, I think it was almost seemed easy to him. He started out on the lake, caught a few fish, and then got in the river, felt comfortable. You know, these anglers they want to catch their 5 biggest fish, and Oftentimes those first 5 might be 2.5 pounders, fish that they hope they don't even have to take to the scales because they're not going to do well with them, but it gives them a sense of relaxation and confidence. Hey, I've got my limit now. I can just kind of settle in and fish the way I want to fish just for these bigger fish, and it works out for them. Certainly did for John Cox on day 1 and day 2.
It's like you say, this is where he feels comfortable and where we expect to find him.
Come on.
There's our largemouth.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
How many times do you hear elite anglers say, come on, are you kidding me, when they catch a 3.5 pound largemouth?
How can that fish be a villain in our fishing show today? He was a little bit of one yesterday. We'll see if we get some largemouth today as we go out live to John Cox.
So today's been pretty rough. I'm not sure. That's what I keep seeing them. They're like just suspended. I caught him under the boat. Oh, something got his tail. Come here. Come here. Look at that. Muskie must have got him.
Well, with the food supply in this lake, you can imagine there's every sort of critter in here, and they do a lot of chomping, oftentimes on each other all day long.
And Lake St. Clair is certainly known as a trophy muskie destination. I've actually been reeling in smallmouth before and seen muskie attack them.
Well, John Cox, the guy, they're all great with their electronics, but he's a really, you think of him as a feel and experience guy too.
Today's been pretty rough. We haven't really landed on them yet. We just caught this one under the boat. That's where a lot of them are sitting. So I don't know, maybe I still think they're in these areas, but we'll just see. I'm gonna keep trying right here because I feel like this is where that big school was at the end of the day.
He made a move yesterday to a place where he'd caught him in practice, and there was not enough current there. Do you think maybe the current's down somewhat and they're not set up exactly like they should be?
It seems to be. We heard these anglers first thing this morning, no wind. The wind really affects his current. You're going to have some current, or quite a bit of current, no matter what, but that wind will definitely add to it.
When you're smallmouth fishing for these guys right here, is you about set your alarm. You might as well hook the fish and set your alarm for about 4 minutes, and then you can try to land him, because you just can't do it before that. There's just no way. I mean, it's ridiculous. I've never seen a fish that fights harder than this. It's just, and even when you finally get him, he's still fighting. And I learned the first day I can't be too quick. I just got to wait until he's ready. You'd think I'd have learned that by now, but it's a lesson hard learned. It's a good fish, but I don't think he's going to help.
Beautiful fish there. If that fish doesn't help him, mark him down at 20 pounds.
Well, we're going to take ourselves a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Bassmaster Live.
The Yeti Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
For over 70 years and 19 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And now, through October 19th, you can fall into savings with rebates of up to $1,500 on the FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX250. Fall into savings now through October 19th. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com and fall into savings on the Skeeter boat of your dreams.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia, for life.
You're watching the Yeti Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Already a great morning on Bassmaster Live. We have seen some incredible limits go in the boat already. Let's take a look at another points race. Very important, Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. We get, it seems like, a better class of rookies each and every year, and it's still Taku Ito, a man who we've spent all day in the boat with yesterday. It was a fun day with Taku. He was really enjoying his first year of smallmouth fishing.
Well, he was having fun. We were having fun watching, but what was so amazing is to see how skilled he was and how he looked so comfortable, like he'd been doing that his whole life and had just caught his first smallmouth this year.
Another name on there, you see 5th place, Cody Holland. Actually, we're in the boat with Cody today based on his great performance over the first 2 days on Lake St. Clair. He is the Bass Nation champion. That is the grassroots level of tournament activity for aspiring pro anglers, and here we are. Some fish catches earlier today with Cody Holland with Oregon.
It's not all that big, but
Cody, another one of those anglers that been able to catch him 5-fish limit just within the first 30 minutes, maybe the first hour of each and every day. Good to have that starting spot where you can get some in the live well.
Better one there on a crankbait, it looks like.
Yep. Starting out a little shallower than a lot of our other anglers also. It looks like a DT 10 maybe.
Cody knocking out almost 20 pounds on day one and almost 23 pounds yesterday.
Second biggest bag on day 2.
It was, yeah.
So that's about
So these are all catches from earlier today. He's been a busy young man out there, obviously, and knows his way around the smallmouth fishery. Now with Cody live.
Well, I started the year off good with a 23rd place finish, and then had a good day at Eufaula, followed by a bad day.
which dropped me from 9th to 47th. And then the New York swing I was looking forward to, being from Oregon and having, you know, the smallmouth fishery that we have there. And I was especially looking forward to the St. Lawrence, and we dropped the ball on the first day on that one. And I mean, I thought I was around the right fish, and I just couldn't get them in the boat, and couldn't even get bit hardly the first day. The second day we did a little better, but you know, I was around the right fish at Champlain too. We stayed there for another week and a half afterwards, and I fished some of the stuff, and I mean, we caught 4-pounders and 3.5s and stuff like that off of that stuff, and we just dropped the, I mean, we lost fish. These fish here don't jump like that, so I mean, when you hook them, usually they don't always come in the boat, but like, it's a better chance of getting them in the boat here because they don't jump 4 feet in the air out of the water like those fish do. So today started off slower than my last 2 days. Typically I'd have a limit by now. I mean, I would have had a limit an hour ago, but I mean, I don't know if these conditions, wind-wise, or they didn't position them where I wanted them positioned to, and they just aren't here. I've seen a few of them underneath the boat, but I can't get them to bite. And they look like good ones too, so I know I'm around the right ones, but you know, we may have to run around a little bit more today than we have been. And typically I would fish this spot until about 10:30, but we may move here in about 10 minutes and go to my other spot and see if we can't catch a couple decent ones there, and maybe at least put a limit in the boat and take a little pressure off of ourselves, and then go fishing from there. They're being real finicky. I lost one. I set into it on a swim bait this morning, and it came off. Had a decent one on a crankbait that hit it and pulled off. And I mean, I've had the opportunities to have 4 fish in the boat. I don't know, they're just not getting it well. I mean, with the slick, calm conditions this morning, it's not
Cody Holland
ideal,
out there.
I got
kind of laying out his day for it, turning his northern swing around a little bit. So hats off to Cody, and again, our nation champion. And for 2019, he probably started working on that in 2018. It takes a lot of tournament performance in order to be a nation champion.
There are thousands of anglers that try to get to that point and be our nation's champion. So hats off to Cody Holland.
Well, we got the full crew in here. Welcome to the Bassmaster studio. Great to have you with us here for Bassmaster Live. Full 7 hours taking you up to weigh-in time. The Hall of Famer Davey Height with us all day long. Mike Such-Sukon in his spot. Such, you're following multiple stories. What's on your screen today?
Well, I wanted to add something about Cody Holland. He had a rough year after the Classic. His father died, and he was in limbo of going home back to Oregon, and then he finally did go back with the COVID. You know, he was travel restrictions, whatnot. He finally did go back, and I'm relaxed with his family and had a really good time. And I'm glad he's catching it here this week.
Yeah, we're glad as well. We're also glad to roll out our secret weapon, as always. It's a tandem. It's the Screen of Knowledge and the master of the Screen of Knowledge, Ronnie Moore, a master of all things fantasy, among other things.
Oh, to bookend that Cody Holland thing, you were talking about the nation, and 2 of our last 4 champions on the Bassmaster Elite Series are nation representatives, Paul Mueller and Brandon Polnick this year. But when we bring it into Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, the guy to talk about basically all season, that's the reason he's in the Angler of the Year lead, Clark Wendlandt. He's one to watch, and when you look at how you get to Angler of the Year halfway through the season, you know, we always say at the end of the year you can have one slip up, but it can't be that bad of an event. We've possibly seen the slip up that he's allowed to have with how tight the standings are. He had a 16th at the St. John's, great event there out of 88 anglers, an 8th and an 8th back-to-back, great top 10s there. A 46th at Champlain, barely missing that day 3 cut. That's the one, when you make that day 3 cut and you're in 40th, you can really make that jump on Saturday, which is where we're at today in this event. So missing that cut there hurt him, but here unofficially 2nd going into today, already up at the top of the leaderboard with a great day. It shows that, hey, He's going to be poised the rest of the season. But at St. Clair, that is a different story. You've got to catch him every single day because it's not one of those lakes that it's going to go downhill and get much tougher. We see the comparison from day 1 to day 2. Sheer alone, 20-pound bags. That's what we want to shoot for, Davey. 20-pound limits, 18 on day 1, 26 on day 2. The pressure did not get to the fish. It got better yesterday. The average weight went up over for the whole field, and we had a bigger bass yesterday than we saw on day 1, a 6-pound, 5-ounce big bass of the tournament. And we also saw another 24-pound bag. So it's getting better out at St. Clair. Hey, if Wendlandt is one of your guys on your fantasy team, you picked well, and he's got to keep it up today to stay at the top of the leaderboard.
Thank you, Ronnie. Good stuff. A rare tournament where that cut line, you don't do a subtraction on the second day.
It's incredible.
All right, we're going out. Going to take a look. Yes,
Dave Mercer.
Dave Mercer's with the man you see right there. Dave, tell us what's going on with Bill.
Bill having an incredible tournament, and we've seen this before, guys, where somebody from Alabama comes along here, and they manage just a few spots, and that's really what he's done this week. He's got 2 spots, and here's the report so far today. He's got 2 4s already in the box, and he just lost a 5 just a few minutes ago. He's cycling between 2 areas, and one of the things he pointed out in the dock this morning, we kind of joked about it earlier this week. If you remember, we were talking about all the young guys and how crazy they are. You know, to stand up there in the front deck, they never use a butt seat. You know, it's cool to not use it, I guess. Weidler said that's one of the reasons he's catching them. I mean, he's scanning. There's a lot of reasons he's catching this week, but he said the ability to just sit on that seat literally slows him down and makes him a better smallmouth angler. He told me he honestly believes he can win this tournament from these 2 spots. And if you look at the first 2 days weigh-in, you can't argue with it. He says, I believe I can get 20 a day, and I just got to hope some of those leaders fall off a little.
So, Dave, typically on day 1 and day 2, we don't get too detailed about exactly what an angler's keying in on. And Bill's kind of kept it under his hat. He said, I can't believe more anglers didn't find this little sweet spot that I've got here. Have you been able to talk to him? Has he given up any of the goods about exactly what he's keying on there?
He has, actually, but he also did talk to me this morning at the dock and said, hey, do me a favor and just keep it under wraps. We will get a little deeper into it, but you're right. What he's doing, it's shocking that more anglers haven't done it, but it's also one of those things that, you know, Angler Bay in general, really, if you ask me, it gets overlooked a lot of times, you know, but just because I feel there's that feeling that, you know, it's a large, shallow bay, and it, you know, some people nickname it the nursery, right? You know, because there's a lot of smaller fishery coming through here, burning a spinnerbait or whatever. But he is not burning a spinnerbait. He is drop shotting and doing some of the stuff we've seen this week. But current is a major player for him in the middle of this bay, and we'll get a little deeper into that this afternoon. But he's pretty confident this morning, guys.
We look forward to getting into that with you. Dave Mercer out there giving us some good stuff from up there in the northwest corner of the Anchor Bay. Not quite to Anchor Bay, but a great place. We've already visited Jay Yelas there, and hey, he's worth another visit, especially since right now he's hooked up live.
You stay on there, dude. You jumping like that. Oh, yeah, we go.
Good one there for Jay Yelas. Having a great morning, a great start.
Hold on, dude. Just hold tight back to him, obviously. Ouch.
What a morning it has been. The old saying when I was a kid is, man, you're catching them faster than you can string them. We don't string them anymore, but they are catching them fast and furious out there, Davey.
We do love to watch this, though. It's been incredible the first 2 days, and today maybe even a faster start than the first 2. Unbelievable. 18 stringers at 20 pounds or more on day 1 and 26 yesterday. Only 40 anglers fishing today, so we might not beat that, but I bet we'll be close.
Yeah, it's all about the numbers. 40 out there trying to get down to 10 who'll fish on Championship Sunday, and we'll be right back.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Well, today it's another UFC fight night from Las Vegas. And this one finally going down. Pedro Munoz takes on former lightweight champ Frankie Edgar. And the bantamweight main event, main card, starts at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific on ESPN. Prelims at 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 Pacific on ESPN+. To get ESPN+, of course, go to ESPNplus.com or download the ESPN app. There's our unofficial leaderboard right there, but we feel pretty much fully behind those weights. Maybe a little, they're usually a little more than what we show, but Clark Wendlandt got a good margin ahead of Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston making a big move up that leaderboard today. He's a dangerous guy out here with everyone else here. Those weights are going to get closer and closer. They've actually spread out as much as we've seen them spread out in the top 10 in a good while.
Yeah, absolutely. But we will definitely see them get closer and closer. Chris Johnston making a note that yesterday afternoon, and I think also on day one, really did some major culls and late in the day. Clark Wendlandt has been on fire for the first hour all 3 days.
Speaking of fire, Davey, who do you got in that fight tonight? Munoz, Edgar. I mean, you got to make a pick before the end of the day. Well, I mean,
no-brainer is Edgar.
Yeah, Edgar all day
Okay.
for Davey. Okay, I like it. Going with the veteran.
No hesitation
Veteran
there.
champion.
No. All in.
I see. All right. I just caught my first 4-pounder of the day, and that's kind of the goal to start the day out here on St. Clair's, to get 5 4-pounders. I mean, I've only caught 2 5-pounders all week, including practice. So that's a 5 is a rare bite. It's a bonus. If the Lord wants to give me a 5, I'll gladly take it, or a 6. But my goal is 5 4-pounders. So I've got 1 with a limit. I've got about 15 pounds, and it's 9 o'clock. I've got the whole day to catch 4 more bass in the 4-pound class. And I've just about caught all my big ones, chatterbait, spinnerbait, ripping it over these grass flats, so I'll just stick with this the rest of the day. There's lots of fish around out here, and there's nobody fishing it. So I don't have to put a lot of pressure on my areas. I'll fish through them about once a day. Some of them twice a day I'll hit, but I'm able to let them rest and not have other guys fish them, and that's really a bonus in a tournament. It's really a good scenario to have. There's a few local guys out here fishing. I see one over there that's fishing close to one of my spots, but well, that's not my spot. It's just the place I got bit. But I was just telling a story yesterday afternoon. This is about the last place I fished, and I had 22-14 in the live well, and I had a 4-pounder eat my chatterbait right at the boat. And I don't think I've ever done this before. If I have, I can't remember it. But in a split-second decision, I did not set the hook. I shook that 4-pounder off. I mean, it might have been 4 1/4. It might have helped me a little bit. My smallest fish yesterday was 4 pounds even. but it might have been a 389 and I might have wasted it. And I just caught one right here on that same waypoint that was 4 1/4. So I'm hopefully that I made the right move yesterday by shaking that 4-pounder off. But let me tell you, that's hard to do in a derby. He came up and ate it like 10 feet from the boat, and he was swimming around with my chatterbait, and I didn't pull the trigger. But maybe that's him swimming in the live well.
Jay Yelas always seems like he's in a good mood. He seems a little extra exuberant today. He likes the setup for today.
Well, it's always good to be, up close to the top of the leaderboard, but he's doing what he likes to do. He's power fishing, and that's what he has done for 30 years on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail.
Starting the day in 9th place. Spent a lot of time with him yesterday. Taku Ito. Rookie of the Year leader and an exceptional talent for sure. We got a little problem with his picture locking up there. We'll try to work on that a little bit. Give him a second there while we cast our gaze back to Clark.
Really enjoyed spending time with Taku yesterday. Gosh, he caught fish from the first 2 minutes of the day all the way up until we finished our broadcast. So, and just like you mentioned about Jay Yelas having fun, you could certainly tell that Taku's having a lot of fun while being out there with a lot of pressure on the line. $100,000 and a beautiful blue trophy he's going to be given to one of these anglers tomorrow afternoon.
Taku could make quite a name for himself if he could pick that one up here this week in Michigan. First year with the elites.
Yeah, at one point yesterday he was leading the tournament, leading the Angler of the Year, and needless to say, the Rookie of the Year. Clark Wendlandt, though, made a move yesterday from 18th to second and gained the points to take the AOY lead back.
Just amazing that 5 fish that weigh 20 pounds, 21 pounds. That's a great day on Lake St. Clair, but like Clark did yesterday and then John Cox on day one, if you get up there 23, 24, maybe even a 25-pound stringer, you're going to distance yourself from most of the field every single time.
Yeah. I would say we have half the amount of wind that we had yesterday, at best.
And it'll affect the catches, no doubt. But the forecast is supposed to pick up, I think, mid-morning, maybe between 10 and 11 a little bit. Make a big difference.
So, like, what have you done today to get your fish?
Sorry, I cannot.
Okay. What have you tell us about your day?
Please, sorry, please. Sorry, please. Sorry, talk, please.
Okay.
What?
Update of the fish you caught?
Fish is good or no good?
Yeah, good.
Fish are good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have to speak a little bit slower for Taku.
Yeah,
please
it's his first
talk
year here.
slowly. Please talk slowly, please. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Actually, this is some bonus coverage of Taku Ito that we're getting right now. Mark Zona dropped his camera person Ashley off in the boat for a little while so we could check in with the Rookie of the Year leader.
Taku will talk plenty for us. When he hooks up with one, he'll start getting into it.
We'll
He's still looking for him for sure.
We'll get an earful for sure. He's an entertaining guy. We look forward to his next hookup. Let's get back to Cody Holland. Got him in the top 10 this week for the first time.
That one got it. That's a good one. Well, holy 6-pound test. We're gonna tire him out. We finally got one to eat. I almost think that 6-pound test is the deal.
Talking about the 6 pound test there. I guess the standard, the normal is 8 pound tests on these drop shot rigs, but some anglers go down to 6 pound tests, especially when the calm conditions. And for Lake St. Clair, this is calm conditions, even though you do see a little ripple.
It's a decent one. I can't tell how, I mean, it's maybe 2.5, 3 pounds. It looked good on the graph, and it pulled off.
Oh, no.
No idea why that happened. Fantastic.
Well, that was not a line problem, but we especially the guys who were light line fishing on St. Lawrence, dealing with zebra mussels, having to retie again and again. Is it quite as prolific here, the mussel population? Not as bad?
Not as bad as the St. Lawrence, especially. So here's one thing. He didn't break his line, but with 6 pound tests, you can't set the hook. You can't put as much pressure, so maybe the barb of the hook did not penetrate.
Yeah, because they have a
so
hard,
that's just something
mouth,
you
don't they?
have to deal with.
All right, now in the boat with Bill Weidler.
There's nothing to hold these fish out here. They just kind of roam around. I mean, yeah, you might have a bald spot or something like that in the grass, and they like that, but you know, you can't go graph around and find that stuff. It's hard to find. So we'll see if we can't put some more in the boat here and shortly take a little pressure off of ourselves and fish a little more relaxed the rest of the day.
Like I was talking earlier, to get those 5 fish in the live well means so much to just calm your nerves down, settle you in, and fish more relaxed. And to not quite have that limit and then lose a fish close to the boat, it just builds up a lot of anxiety.
Well, we have been lucky. In the first 2 days, we've seen very few, if any, fish come off.
It's really been amazing.
No one's lost one at the boat. They've pretty much all been boated. Hopefully, that's not the start of any sort of trend right there, and it's not going to be. These guys are doing a fantastic job out here. Clark Wendlandt doing the best job of anyone at this point right now. The Johnston brothers hot on his trail, Texas trying to keep away from Canada at this point right now. That and a lot of other storylines working. We'll be back to flesh them out for you just a little bit.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Wherever the trail gets rough and the mud gets deep, you'll find a Toyota Tacoma. It's the best-selling compact pickup in America for 12 years. And it's not because we baby them. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key, and Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it.
That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Boy, perfect place to wrap up our northern swing. The next stop for the Bassmaster Elite Series is going to be September 30th into the first week of October. It's going to be the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, where the World Championship, the Classic, was contested earlier this year. This is sort of a replacement for Lake Cayuga, which was going to be the start of our northern swing. Couldn't quite get it together with all the health regulations and everything, but that's the reschedule, and boy, Lake Guntersville is going to be a good one, Davey.
It absolutely will. Looking forward to that. It's been a long time since we've had a Bassmaster tournament at Lake Guntersville in the fall of the year.
Looking for our top 10 for tomorrow. Right now, it'd be Seth Feider, who has worked his way in. He'd like to stay there. So would John Cox, who started the day very high up on the leaderboard. Matt Herron, Bob Downey, Buck Mosley, all making big moves in there. There's going to be some shuffling in and out of that top 10 through the course of the day, and you just want to be, when they quit the music, you want to be in that chair, in one of those top 10 chairs.
That's exactly right, Tommy. But I just got a text from our friend Zona on the water there, and this is a perfect shot. You can tell this Saturday on Lake St. Clair, a lot of local anglers out there fishing today. It's what these anglers have to deal with throughout the country is public water. It's a beautiful Saturday. Short fishing season for these guys, so you just have to have a game plan knowing that this is going to happen.
That's right. They fish public waters everywhere, and every playing field is different. The boat traffic's kind of the green monster.
Yes.
to have a baseball equivalency for you.
That's a full-grown one.
Cody Holland hooked up.
That is a big one. Oh, man. That's what we were looking for here. £6. We'll tire him out and hopefully we can get this one in the boat. Yeah, that's a big one. That's a really big one.
Big fish of day one with 6 pounds yesterday.
This is definitely one that we need.
Ed Loughran, yeah, helped him get inside our top 40 cut. If he didn't have it, he's not fishing today.
Get her tired out and get her up to the boat and hopefully get her in. I just said we were going to move and then we got 2 bites, so we might stay a little bit longer.
Think I would.
We might just do a little more fishing here. He's excited, though. Pulling for him to get this one in the boat for sure.
You don't want to think about it as an angler, but he's thinking about, he lost the one before this. Adds a little pressure.
Davey, explain, somebody's asking smallmouth
yet,
light line, why?
Better action on your lures and then less visibility for those fish to actually see.
These fish are better, have better eyesight.
Yes.
For nothing.
Clear water here.
But
I mean, you
clear
can look,
like
it's
bass.
swimming pool looking water.
It's fighting like one too, so.
You guys mentioned his breathing. A lot of people who are like, he's not like running a mile, he's not doing that, but he just lost a giant. You got the adrenaline, the unknown of how big it is, if he's gonna land it. this could be a fish that gets me closer to $100,000. Like there's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And you're kind of just holding on for dear life as they tire out.
That's a big one.
Tommy, you're a golfer, I'm not, but it's like missing the putt on the green before. You got that on your mind,
That's
it just
right.
adds a little pressure, there's some anxiety there.
The quicker you make it, you make one after that, the sooner that starts to fade, that lack of confidence, that just a momentary lack of confidence can stretch out. You know, if you don't make a putt soon.
Are you ready? Sure hope you are, because we need you.
Such a thing as the fishing yips?
This does look like a really good.
Let's not jinx him here.
Come on.
Oh, you hear those boats getting,
Man, these things are like
warmed
our
up
fishing
on
league.
Lake
They
St.
dig
Clair
and dig
already
and
this
dig.
morning. Beautiful smallmouth.
Don't you do that. Don't you do that. Get over here. Get over here. I got you. Yes. Oh. I knew as soon as we set into that one that was a good one. Oh, I had her hooked good. Well, that's one we want to take back.
Third keeper, but
up
for
on
him
the
mentally, that's huge.
Huge, big one. Really helps his day. Cody Holland. Let's leave Cody Holland right now. Get out to the spot where we see not too far away from each other, Taku Ito and Chris Johnston. Let's get in the boat with Chris and look over at Taku Ito, who is hooked up.
Not so big. Yes, smallmouth.
I assume that Taku is in roughly the same place he was yesterday.
I think he is, but
he just ran and he was a part of that flotilla when he came down.
Oh,
Saw
okay,
the logo.
okay.
Yeah, not so bad. But I need 4 pounder. It's a 2 pounder.
Got 5 for 10 pounds, half of what he had yesterday.
So I got 2 small size. Yeah. This and this one. Bye bye. Yes, bye bye. Okay. So I'm gonna 2 small size and 3 pounder, 3 pounder, 2.5 maybe. Yeah, so tough day. So fish is scared. Very difficult for me. So, but
I don't think he can help
maybe
you.
10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, so many boats. So maybe boat traffic.
It looks like
so
he would help me because it's like He's
big
big,
wave. So no good grab fishing. So
about 3.5 pounds.
maybe so tough. I think I have to catch in the morning.
Wendlandt hooked up with one that not really quite sure if it's going to help yet or not.
He's
It looks like a pretty good one.
It
though.
does. I mentioned it.
Actually did good on that land.
Those size fish don't help
Sometimes
you.
get them easy, and sometimes you
His
don't.
smallest,
good day.
His smallest is a 3.5 pounder.
All right.
I bet that's 3.5.
You're just checking out pro bass fishing. Of course, you can have 5 fish in your
It's a
live
good
well.
one. But
Catch one that's larger than your smallest one, you can get rid of that smaller one. Substitute the bigger one. This one has to be over 3.5 in order to go in. It's not going to do it.
3.9.
Yeah, tell me a lot of the.
Actually, I guess 310 was the smallest then.
Yes, I
We
think it
were
was.
Thinking 3.8.
Well, he entered it as a 3.8.
Ah.
Yeah.
And that's also, remember early this morning, he was catching them pretty quick, putting them in the well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Estimating them. Now he's culling with a scale.
Taku's hooked up. So if you're not familiar with the boats
I got
we
a
saw
good,
off Taku,
maybe good spot. Many fish.
most of these boats have 2 separate live wells, and they'll separate their fish in those 2 live wells, usually with the bigger ones on one side and the smaller ones that they need to cull off the other. Probably
many fish,
40,
many
45
big
gallons
fish.
of water in those 2 live wells.
Taku was seeing him in the water, not on his craft at this point.
Oh.
He was very deliberate with his landing of them.
I think he senses, with this lack of wind, he's got a slower start today than yesterday, and he's really focusing in on each and every bite. He knows that he's a little behind pace today.
Smallmouth so strong. I'm tired, I'm hot. In Japan, so tough fishing, everywhere of tough fishing, but US, so many fish, I got many fish, so I'm tired. Wow, 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 big one, big one. Wow. But fun. US fishing is so fun. I love it. I love US. Come on, good one. Come on, good one. Come on, come on. Oh, ah, get it.
That one going to definitely help him there. He had a couple 2 1/4, 2.5 pounders.
Oh yeah, that's going to get rid of one of those. That's a good-looking fish right there. Taku Ito getting back on the track he was on yesterday, seeing a bunch of them, having the fish coming to him, and able to land a good one right there. So, got a truly international field out there today for sure. Lots of Americans were in the boat with. A couple of Canadians and a Japanese angler.
17.
Corey Johnston on the left, Chris on the right. Chris is hooked up.
Oh, wow, they're both hooked up. Not going to outdo me, little brother.
Little guy here. It's a problem. You got to weed through so many of these things to get good ones, but there's another one on the screen. The old Z2 out here. I can get it untangled.
Here, Corey say another one on the screen. They're marking probably 95% of the fish that they catch. They see them on their graphs and make a pitch to them with those drop shots.
Johnston doing exceptionally well on this day 3 competition. Moved himself up into second place behind Clark Wendlandt. Less than 2 pounds back, so Corey is having a great swing, great northern swing. As we mentioned before, he and Chris both needed a good northern swing. He had a slow start to the year, but these two guys most impressive, and they have one in Canada, they've won in the United States. They're an accomplished pair at a young age. Definitely 2 to look out for. Our neighbors to the north there. Clark Wendlandt still on top as we continue through 7 hours of Bassmaster Live.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
For over 70 years and 19 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And now, through October 19th, you can fall into savings with rebates of up to $1,500 on the FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX250. Fall into savings now through October 19th. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com and fall into savings on the Skeeter boat of your dreams.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
So great to have you all out on the lake with us. And here in Michigan, there's Detroit City right there. Up to the north in Macomb County, north and east, where we're contesting this Bassmaster Elite Series, the YETI Elite. Sunday, we got more coverage as well, starting streaming live, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Pick it up with you on ESPN2 at noon Eastern Time. And as we're doing today, both days will take you right up to 3 o'clock, and that's when the weigh-in festivities get started. So it's continuous all day long today for sure. We're not going to take any big breaks at all. Clark Wendlandt on top in first place, 10th place. Wow. A little slow day for John Cox, who has been dominant in this tournament so far.
He certainly has. I expect him to get things going here sometime very, very soon. He's been catching a lot of fish and didn't need like that starting spot like some of these guys have caught most of their weight in the first hour. A few of them have. John Cox has just been catching the previous 2 days steady, just upgrading each and every hour. So we expect to see him get going here pretty soon.
There's the master of the house right there. One of John Cox's new buddies, obviously. Ever vigilant.
So Tommy, we talked about the high water there in the river yesterday. It's actually been falling each and every day. John said first day of practice, which has been 6 days ago now, the water was actually level with those yards at the top of those walls, and the waves were going all the way up into some of the houses. Sandbags around the, the fronts of those houses.
We talk about this the past 2 days. Oh, John's hooked up. Let's see what happens.
Wow, it's a largemouth.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the disdain.
Oh, gosh. Oh, at least we got a bite, but drop them in there for now. If I can find another float. Oh, no, you're fine. Oh, jeez. I might have to watch that guy.
John is 2 to a limit at this point. Now 1 to a limit.
Yeah. Jeez, it's a little rough so far.
Clark hooked up. Bet this is not a largemouth.
No.
This one feels big. Nah, I don't think he is.
We know now it's got to be bigger than 3.9, right, in order to go in his boat.
Nope.
Yeah, that's not going to make it, he thinks.
I got to grab him just not to break my line, but.
It's tough to call when you almost got 19 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect spot for the hook right there. All right, let's get this out of my way. All right. It's a nice one, but 3-pounder. Not gonna help.
That would make your day for 99.9% of all anglers in this country and everybody watching the show. But it's the good news for Clark is it doesn't make a dent in his big limit.
And it's just mind-boggling. All of these anglers are great. They had to qualify to get here, and we are only down to 40 today. But some of the ones that did not make the cut did not get on the patterns and the baits that they needed to be using here at Lake St. Clair, I'm sure, are watching today and saying, wow, that looks so easy. But I, had a few anglers that had a tough time trying to catch 5 fish, let alone 5 3-pounders.
And Davey, as we go from semifinal Saturday today to try to go to the championship Sunday tomorrow, for Clark Wendlandt, he said it on Live Mix earlier this morning, like talking about how he wasn't sure if this spot it's not as big as people think it is, it's wide open water, but the actual spot he's fishing, at a certain point, does he go look elsewhere? It's not like he's gonna run out of fish, but is he gonna run out of 4-pounders? Because he could catch all those all day long, but those obviously don't help right now.
I think he's already moved away from that 100-yard area that he was talking about.
Like Zona said yesterday, trying to build a bigger circle around it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And he caught a few good ones yesterday afternoon that helped him. Not in the last hour like Chris Johnston, but after he left his starting area. And I've known Clark for a long time. I would be willing to bet anything he's got some shallow fish that he is just saving for a cloudy day.
All right.
So to speak.
Cloudy breezy day.
He has fished here a lot. He knows a lot of the shallow water areas that these fish like to live in. I'd be shocked if he doesn't have a wild card left in his back pocket.
Brock Mosley's in our top 10 at 5th place. He's trying to make his 3rd top 10 in a row. His birthday a couple days ago.
Him, Ito, and Corey Johnston all looking to make their 3rd in a row. They would have capped the whole northern swing with 3 top 10s.
That's impressive.
That's not easy to do.
No.
Not easy to do against this competition.
Derek Hudnall just slipped into 10th place. Nice bag, 17 pounds.
Good for him.
He was the last one to make the cut. He was 40th.
Yes.
40th, snuck in.
And that last fish from John Cox put him back in the top 10. He's still only on 4. He's that 5th fish. And some culls.
Boy, he's gotten calmer in the last 30 minutes than it was even early this morning.
Looking at that, saying, what a drastic difference. They always have to adapt to new conditions. The sky's the same as the past couple of days, more or less. Temperatures are the same, but the wind is definitely different today.
I think it's switching directions. It's like right now, southwest, and it's going to be directly south and south-southeast. So I think it'll start picking up, but we may be getting later in the day where they're almost getting ready to get off the water by the time it gets near 8 miles an hour.
Those conditions to me look like they're gassing up the recreational
people
like St. Clair. They're like, gas her up, Dad.
Pulling up to the
saying
marina
caddy
right
shack, and all I could think of, hey, you scratched my anchor. Rodney Dangerfield's best line.
Let's take a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch, current conditions. No, I'm sorry, that's tomorrow's forecast. A high, a little bit warmer, 89 degrees. More wind is predicted as we watch Chris Johnston hooked up now.
Small
5 to 10 miles an hour. That's the outlook for tomorrow, Championship Sunday. Another small one then for Chris Johnston.
Several anglers fishing. That's Seth Fighter there in the background. Not there.
No,
the boat that had Rapala on the side.
Scrappy-Doo.
He's vigilant. He's defending the home front there from John Cox, who's out there catching a largemouth. Not his favorite at this particular event, but usually his meat and potatoes.
And Clark Wendlandt catching large smallmouth.
Large smallmouth. Small largemouth, large smallmouth.
Lots of them this morning for Clark Wendlandt and a few others. Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston.
Right there.
I think we'll see John Cox have a good day. It's just starting a little slower for him this morning. Jay Yelas not getting a slow start. He had a real good start this morning. Fishing shallower with a chatterbait. Corey Johnston.
Good day for Corey, 18.5 pounds so far. Still early on in our 7 hours of coverage here. This YETI Bassmaster Elite at St. Clair, and Clark Wendlandt on top, and Corey, that man right behind him. Chris Johnston in there, Jay Yelas. We've spent time in the boat with Jay Yelas. He's in a good mood. He feels optimistic. Brock Mosley moving into the top 5, as Such pointed out. David Mullins started the day trying to hang in there. Bob Downing making a move inside the 10 as well.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new Tour Grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
Introducing the Bass U TV app. Get the most out of your Bass U TV subscription and learn on the go with the Bass U TV app. Unlimited access to 700 plus training videos. Multiple new releases each week, including seminars, on-water videos, live shows, interviews, and other original content. The Bass U TV app. Never stop learning.
Want to know the difference between power bait and other soft plastics? Ask the fish. Berkeley scientists have thousands of flavors tested on thousands of fish. Natural, man-made. Every bait that's ever hit the water. No matter the shape, size, or color, power bait is the only one that is scientifically proven. Fish bite and will not let go.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
All these top-level pro anglers, there are certain lakes, certain destinations, certain tournaments they really point to and just can't wait to get there because it's just such an experience. The fish catching is always reliably very, very top shelf. This is such a place. Lake St. Clair, and our thanks to what a great host city. And the host county, Macomb County, does a wonderful job. Metro Park, which is the headquarters, a very, very busy place in a huge urban area. And they do such a fantastic job of organizing and facilitating everything that's needed to put on a top-level tournament. Our hats off to a great bunch of hosts here at this event.
Been having tournaments, Bassmaster tournaments out of the same area for a lot of years, and it just gets better each and every year. The fishing gets better, the hospitality gets better.
Take you back out on the water, actually where we left off just moments ago. The Johnston brothers. There's Corey Johnston.
Little one.
Live.
Little guy. Not gonna help.
Two 3-pounders in the boat, Corey, so in order to make a cull, he's going to have to get
We're around some fish here.
Bigger than that.
That's his brother Chris on the right, hooked up.
These are the two going through some numbers today, for sure.
They really are. And heard Corey just say, around some fish here, he's seeing a lot of them around his boat with his graph.
Eyes on both the Johnston brothers, both well-respected anglers, and now a few thoughts from Corey. Corey Johnston on making it as an angler in America.
We grew up in bass boats. We were lucky that way, and you know, it's the competitive drive that I love about this sport, where every day is different, everything changes, and it's one of those things that anyone can do it. It doesn't matter if you're young, old, male, female, don't matter. You can go out there, you can do it from an aluminum boat, you can do it from a glass boat. I was always saying to my parents, you know, I want to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, especially watching the Bassmaster Classic every year. Then it was unheard of for a Canadian to make a living fishing.
21-11 for Corey Johnston from Cavan, Ontario, Canada.
I see both Johnston brothers making a living fishing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think we're going to be seeing them make a living fishing for quite a while.
Good many years there. They love their hockey, too, of course, being Ontario guys.
One thing you mentioned it, Davey, you talked about when we were talking about Macomb County, Metro Park, you guys went out of there, and the first time we came here in 1994 at Lake St. Clair, 26 years ago on Monday. It would be 26 years to the day on Monday when that tournament started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys that are fishing the Elite Series, plus you, I'm counting you, Davey. 8 guys still fishing today that fished that first event.
That's incredible.
That. Back out to Taku Ito. Falling out of the top 10. Started in 9th place today.
And by the way, Jay Yelas is fishing exactly where I fished in 1994.
Still stealing your shot.
I don't know how to big, but maybe okay, maybe okay. So these fish are a little tricky. A reaction, bite.
Taku didn't get the start this morning that he's had, but these conditions really, he told us yesterday he likes for it to be tough. He likes pressured fish.
Oh, yeah.
He feels like he can,
so strong.
as he just said there, trick that fish to bite.
And he thrived yesterday afternoon, too. We remember that. He had a good afternoon.
Sure did. Yeah, that's a good point. Again, he's new to smallmouth fishing. Certainly not new to finessing offshore.
Right.
Deep. Knows all the tricks.
And he has not 1, not 2, but 3 big graphs up on the front of that boat using his electronics.
I always fight time very long because so smallmouth is so fast. But no long time swimming. So he cannot long time swimming. He tired, so easy catch. I always loosen a drag and swimming bass, and he tired, I catch. Always. He's swimming, I chase trolling mode. And he tired, I catch. Uh-oh. Oh.
So for many years, you would see anglers with spinning tackle back reel instead of trust and use their drag. Now almost all of them, the drag systems on these reels are much better than they were a number of years ago. He's really got his drag backed off, taking it so easy with these fish. Just trusting his drag.
Maybe big one. Okay, good one. Yes, good one. Oh, it's a 4-pounder maybe. Come on, Bass. Come on. Yes! Oh, yes! Wow, it's a nice one. Wow, it's a good one. Yes! Like that. Yes!
Fish number 4 or 5? As we watch some action for day 2 with Taku Ito.
That was his limit, or cold.
That's it, okay.
He's just fun to watch.
He really is.
He's
He's intense, he's a lot of fun. We certainly experienced that yesterday in the boat with him all day long. You see the chop was a good bit bigger yesterday.
I think that was a big key to his start yesterday morning, especially with the crankbait. Here you see him switch over to the drop shot like he was just using, landing that fish today. But yesterday it was really on fire, and that little difference in wind there can make a big difference on being able to get these fish to bite, especially with all the tournament pressure and just local fishing pressure we've had in this area, because so much of the lake has just been taken away because over half of it is actually in Canadian waters.
He said multiple times yesterday, I've got fish coming to me. I've got them coming toward me. Big fish are here.
I really think it's setting up. He had the slower start. You can see here yesterday, he was just catching them nonstop. Oh, we got to watch this.
What? What's up? What's up?
Lamprey eel.
Lamprey eel did not make it into the line well, but
okay, I got it.
A good discussion about the eel.
What do you think? Good?
He said yesterday he likes tough conditions. He likes to fish for these fish that are pressured. He's going to get that today.
Well, this northern swing has been very good. It's been a great year, but especially up north here for Taku Ito.
Hot off 2 top 10s from Japan, Taku Ito. Ito inside the top 10 for the 3rd event in a row.
Oh, making his mark. First year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. He is the rookie leader. And all eyes on Taku Ito for that award right now. He's got a good substantial lead in that race as well. So it's going to take a mighty effort to take him down, even though we do have 4 events remaining. Our regular season schedule. Clark Wendlandt remaining on top. Corey Johnston and Chris Johnson right behind, almost neck and neck, 2nd and 3rd place. We got a lot more action on the way. We'll take our quick break and we come right back.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
While I travel the country on the Bassmaster Elite Series, I simply can't let the weather be the reason I don't win $100,000. That's why I use AFCO clothing to keep me warm, dry, and protected from whatever Mother Nature wants to throw at me. My season depends on it. My career depends on it. AFCO, any fish, any water.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
And coming up later, we'll have 2 Western Conference playoff Game 3s. We start with Rockets Thunder with Houston up 2-0 at 6 Eastern, 5 Central on ESPN. Then over on ABC, Anthony Davis led the Lakers in Game 2 to even the series with Portland. At 1 apiece, they square off against Dame and the Blazers. Coverage tips with the jump at 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific. Like everything else, both games are available on the ESPN app. And as we look at our unofficial leaderboard right there, Ronnie, you know the Dame dislocated index finger on his non-shooting hand. Is that gonna hurt things?
I was about to say, he'll pull up from half court, and I don't know if that really affects him, but it's playoff time. He's going to shake that off.
All right. Good info, as always, from Ron Moore.
Davey shook off plenty of dislocated fingers on his non-fishing hand.
I say dunk with one hand instead of 2.
There you go. To get out on the water to Bill Weidler, who is hooked up. This is live.
Freaking giant, dude. Oh, Lord, please let me get this one in. This is a freaking mule. Oh God, my heart. Come on, Lord, it's okay. It's on the road. Could have come from these lips of mine. Shame was killing me. It was taking me. Come on, baby. Come on, Lord, let me get her. Come on. Dude, this is a freaking tank. I'm a king of free man that day. So I'm kicking that same music I had. It's just worship music, man. I need something to calm the nerves, man. Just let the Lord direct me out here. Show me where they are. Come on, baby. Get him.
Definitely not been the easiest season for Weidler this year. Definitely a good finish. His best finish at this tournament of the year. He needs this fish to possibly make the top 10 going tomorrow.
Also hooked up right now, fighting a fish, Chris Johnston. Seems a little more interested in this one.
Yeah, maybe not. Weidler has burned less fuel than anyone fishing so far this week also, I think, just right outside Metro Park.
Is she a tank? Come on, baby. Let her give up, Lord. It's time. Come on, Jesus. Let me get her. It's time. It's time. She's tired. Ooh.
It's a big one.
Yes! Bam!
Oh, come here.
Thank you, Lord. Woo! Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Solid 3.
Boy, I am shaking. How about that tank, boys? Woo! Yes. She got to be 5.
It's close to a 5, maybe.
It's a good one, man.
Real good one here.
Oh, I'm shaking, boy.
3 1/4.
Fish for Johnston as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a solid one.
470.
470 for Bill Weidler.
All right.
Put him in the top 10. Started 13th today.
Tight line and tank snatching troubadour. Bill Weidler out there getting it going.
An old troubadour or a young troubadour?
Hey, sometimes a little woosah will do you good fighting smallmouth.
That's a big one.
Boy, Corey and Chris Johnston are
through
catching the fish every 2 minutes.
It's a magnum.
It's a good one here for Corey Johnston.
Got ya.
Yes.
That's a good one.
That'll go in the box.
It's a nice one. Take him. We got 2 of the right ones. Just need 3 more bites. Four's going. It's a good
Bill
call.
Weidler hooked up again. Man, somebody turned on the switch at St. Clair.
We'll have to get into those bite windows, Davey. We'll have to explain that. The morning, the midday, and then that late.
Another good one.
Last one put him in the top 10, and he's looking to move up with this one.
Fast Track flashes some green whenever there's a fish catching an angler. It is lit up right now.
Mm.
Come on, Lord, let me get her. Just wear out, girl. It's okay.
This be his limit fish, Such? Is that
Yes.
right? Yeah.
This would be number 5. He can get it in.
Come on, Jesus, let me get her. It's okay. Come on, baby. Oh my gosh. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come here. Okay. I'm just gonna go for a boat ride. I promise you. Man, they just have no. Yes.
Another nice one.
They have no give. Here we go. Another one. She's probably about 3.
Going in the box, a good addition for Bill Weidler there. Bill needing a good tournament here, as Ronnie pointed out. He love to make it to the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic, and he's got to up his game in the second half of the season. We'll be going to his home state, though. That might help.
He's got a win on Chickamauga as well at the semi-pro level. That'll be a one to watch. It was obviously not in the fall, but not many events have been in the fall the last couple of years.
Back to John Cox. Slow one so far for John.
One of his better areas we saw him on yesterday.
There.
It's like a real good one there.
Oh, I think they're there, guys. I think they're there. Oh. Did everybody give up on us? I think everybody gave up on us. Pretty much. Everybody's gone. That's all right. We didn't want them to see this spot anyways. Oh my gosh. So that's 5, right? What's he, about 3 something too? I'm just gonna throw him in with float. Yeah, well, maybe just win. Maybe he's almost 4. Maybe he's a 315. He's a 4 even. That's 1 down. 1 down.
Best fish of the day so far.
Yeah, that's his best, and he seems pretty lit up about the prospects of catching some more good ones there.
Much slower start than he's had the previous 2 days, but John Cox is not going away in this tournament. You're gonna have to contend with him today and tomorrow.
Up to 5th place.
Got a good milk run there in the river.
I was gonna go pull up and like, and just start biting.
Solidly back in the top 10, just like that. John Cox. Like you said, this is a place he worked over very meticulously yesterday.
Yep.
Look at this.
And hooked up again. He made reference to the spectator boats.
Here, guys.
Giving up
Peeling off of his.
Be a big walleye. Nope, smallmouth.
Wow, another good one. These fish are fighters, but they do not jump like the ones at St. Clair or Lake Ontario, St. Lawrence River.
Yeah,
they just do not jump as much.
Corey Johnston pointed that out for us early this morning. They don't jump.
There we go. Maybe we'll get it going now. We finally got a real keeper.
John Cox trying to go wire to wire here on St. Clair. That would be an accomplishment. Certainly took a bit of a setback this morning. Very slow morning for him, but things definitely picking up. John Cox, and right behind him, watch out for these two guys, the Johnston brothers,
It's
David.
been picking up for them all morning long. They've probably caught 20 fish apiece so far, the Corey and Chris Johnston. John Cox with a slower start, but he has got to an area that was very good to him yesterday, and I think his first two casts in there, 2 quality fish for him.
Well, every place is different, but we see it everywhere we go. At some point, during just about every day, there's a switch that gets turned on the lake, and people really start catching good ones. I think we're right in the middle of one of those periods right now, so we'll take a quick break. Be right back.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
This is the third day of competition, this very important tournament, Lake St. Clair, halfway point of the season, a regular season. Take a look at our leaderboard right now. We're only going to take 10 into tomorrow, Championship Sunday. Clark Wendlandt took that early lead today away from John Cox, and he has sat on top of that board for a good long time. There's the 10. The cut line, Shane LeHue, North Carolina. For now, he's in it. David Mullins of Tennessee, Brock Mosley of Mississippi, all in it right now. Clint Davis of Alabama and Seth Feider of Minnesota. The two are going to try to bust into that group, try to break up that party a little bit through the course of the day. Eric Hudnall, Matt Herron, they'll be making a play as well. And Jake Whitaker, former college national champion. Having a good tournament here. The final one of our northern swing on this tremendous smallmouth fishery. Take you out to the man on top, and has been for a good long while today. Just about all of today. Clark Wendlandt. Oh, the top water. What?
Oh. Well, the wind has calmed down, and when you get conditions like this on Lake St. Clair, which not often happens, you can catch some giants on top water just like this. Clark knows it. A lot of history here on Lake St. Clair. And that's what he needs. He needs a bigger fish. You're not going to get a lot of bites doing this, but you can catch the biggest fish in the area on the top water when it gets slick like this.
remember. Yelas, wow.
Real nice.
Got a live one on there.
There we go.
Real nice one.
Thank you, Lord.
Call out a 2
That's a
1/4
good one
pounder.
there.
Talking about, they went live and you caught them.
Perfect
Talk to
timing.
me what you're doing. Talk to me.
Yeah, so that was a slick calm out here, and I hadn't had a bite for a while, but I just changed areas, came to a place I hadn't fished yet this week. And caught this nice one right here on it. I just got done fishing a spook thinking they might come up on top with it being flat, but they wouldn't touch the spook. I went back to the chatterbait. If you get around one that wants to eat it, chatterbaits, they'll bite that thing. It's crazy. Oh, I think my batteries might be going.
Well, Skeeter boats taste the bait for you.
So, yeah, I'm thinking probably so. My scale's not doing. All right, here we go. .62, so that's my big one of the day. Thank you, Jesus. One. Now we'll get in here. Pretty good one.
So a big difference in the tackle that these anglers are using. You see Taku using 6-pound test line, being very gentle with those fish, very small hooks, light line, light tackle. And the big difference between this bait caster that Jay Yelas is using, along with the heavy line, just the leverage and the power you get from that setup versus a spinning tackle. So he's probably got 20-pound test line. This fish bites no more than 10 feet away from the boat, and within 5 seconds, he's got it in the boat. Big difference there. If you can use the bait casting equipment and get those bites, that's what these anglers prefer. But a lot of these fish, especially under slick conditions, the ones that are pressured, when you see a group of fishermen like Taku and the Johnston brothers, you have to downsize, use smaller baits, lighter line, and it just takes a lot longer to get those fish in the boat.
Chris Johnston. And that top 5 all morning long. Hooked up, man.
They're winning the numbers games.
Yeah, they are.
Chris and Corey Johnston are catching one fish after the other. And it's a process of elimination. They're gonna have 5 good ones. If you can catch these numbers on Lake St. Clair, you're gonna run into those 4, 4.5, even some 5-pounders.
Talk about that setup Jay Yelas was using. He can catch 3 fish in the time it takes to land one of these. You know, that's meaningful.
It really is. And the thing is, you get a 3-pounder on. I think this is a good one here, but
yeah, it's a good one.
You've got to take it slow with them because you'll break your line if you try to rush it in. You know it's not a fish that's going to help you, but you've still got to take that time and be gentle with them or you're going to break your line.
Corey Johnston on the left.
Come here, buddy.
Oh, come on. Both of them in a little bit of a difficult area. We do want to see this fish, though, so we're going to tough it out here.
Yeah, baby. That's a good one right there.
That's what a beautiful day. Catching beautiful 4-pound plus smallmouth.
Smallest is a 3-pound, 3
Should be
ounce.
our third 4-pounder.
Bass track.
That fish is solid 4. 1.25.
When we looked at that top 10, top 15, 4.25 there. We looked at the top 15. You've got two Canadians, Japanese angler, nation champions, veterans, rookies. It's so cool looking at the top 15 this week.
Chris Johnston's already made history this year, a landmark win for him on Lake Ontario in some tough conditions, becoming the first ever Canadian angler to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event.
It won't be the last time we see a Canadian hold a blue trophy over his head. Chris Johnston had a great week, did not lead until the ending of this event. The year before there on the St. Lawrence River, he led the first 3 days and then lost the lead on that final day. So it was great to see Chris Johnston hold that trophy over his head after a close call there on the St. Lawrence River just a year before.
In 8 tournament days on the Bassmaster Elite Series at the St. Lawrence River, 8 tournament days over the last 2 years, he has been first or second at the end of each day, all 8 days.
That's incredible. That doesn't happen in our sport very often.
No.
Even if it is your home water, it's tough.
He didn't even get to fish his actual home waters in Canada that he's way more familiar with, too.
Yep, Canada's off limits for our northern swing here. The Quarantine Act does not allow any tournament fishing from the American side to happen over there.
Go ahead, Russ. That's got to put him very, very close to Clark Wendlandt. Too close to really call. Just give an estimate from here.
I'm gonna throw these in
this flat water here's, I'm 4.5 feet of water, shallow. And you just gotta cover massive amounts of water till you find the right fish that's in the right mood. And they'll come up and eat this thing no matter what the weather. Ooh, there was one there. Dang it, I saw him coming up and he's just a little bit close to the boat. I think he saw the boat and he didn't grab it right at the last second. I'll try my drop shot on him. It's hard not to. A little shad-shaped worm. You get him.
Good follow-up bait there for Jay Yelas when you do miss one on a moving bait to throw soft plastics in there after it.
All these guys throwing their best stuff at these big smallmouth in Lake St. Clair and Clark Wendlandt. As you mentioned, Davey, he's probably just about tied up when that last fish that Chris Johnston caught registers on our unofficial leaderboard. So we have got tight action, tight competition at the very top of our leaderboard. And of course, you got to be in the top 10 at the end of today. Got a long way to go, though. We'll take a break. Come right back with more Bassmaster Live.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
Back-to-back domination, unbelievable!
For over 70 years and 19 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And now, through October 19th, you can fall into savings with rebates of up to $1,500 on the FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX250. Fall into savings now through October 19th. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com and fall into savings on the Skeeter boat of your dreams.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Back with more Bassmaster Live for you from here at fantastic Lake St. Clair, which is really turned on in the last 30, 40 minutes right now. Mark Wendlandt hanging on to that lead. Chris Johnston, we just saw him catch a really good one. That's going to register in a few minutes. Corey Johnston in between the two. We'll go out to him right now. Corey Johnston. He's hooked up. This is live with Corey Johnston.
So Clark Wendlandt got off to a good start, but these two Johnston brothers they are getting it done right now.
Yeah, they're running him down.
Yeah, that fish put Chris 3 ounces behind his brother and 9 ounces out of the lead.
It's a little bit of scratchy service, but this is where it's happening. Out on the lake, we're going to hang with it as long as we can.
Bad.
Corey on this northern swing, 3 events up north, 2 in New York, 1 in Michigan. He's finished 7th, 9th.
Looks decent.
And he's obviously in the top 10 on camera today. So he's one of those 4 guys we were saying trying to make the top 10. One of them already got cut, Brandon Polinick, but Taku, Ito, Corey Johnston, and Brock Mosley all trying to make another top 10.
So I just got a text from Trip Weldon. The folks at Bass tried very hard to open up the Canadian part of this lake, over half of this lake, and it just didn't work out. But it's very eye-opening to see this many fish being caught, especially what the Johnston brothers are doing right now in U.S. waters only. I mean, it is, so many people would just like, and Zona mentioned it the first day, the grass is always greener on the other side kind of deal. It's pretty dang green.
Oh, it has worked
right
out
here.
pretty good compared to what the expectations were, especially. Big expectations, of course, for Corey Johnston all through this tournament. This is some of the action from him from yesterday out here on St. Clair. Let's see a little more chop yesterday. Bright white skies.
This is, I mean, it's incredible. Corey Johnston is overdue. I hate to say this, 2 years into his Elite Series career, but he's had an opportunity. He's been right in the thick of things going into Championship Sunday multiple times. He's overdue for a win on the Elite Series, and this is shaping up with he and his brother. You know, like you mentioned, Ronnie, the veterans, Yelas and Wendlandt, and then you've got Taku and several other, the nation's winners, shaping up to be one of our greatest Championship Sundays I can remember.
And this is day 2 action, and Corey put together 21 pounds, 5 ounces, 21.11 on day number 1. Just super consistent, doing exactly what you need to do to put yourself in position. But today or tomorrow, he's going to have to
keep doing just what he's been doing.
What he's doing, and get one big one in there to kick it.
Yeah, both Johnsons had that day 1 weight, and Corey beat his little brother Chris by 2 ounces yesterday.
Hooked up again.
Little one. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching this right now thinking, wow, that smallmouth fishing is easy. But there's also a lot of people watching thinking, this is incredible. They can catch them every single drop, every cast. On a public fishery, public waters. It's a Saturday, a beautiful Saturday. There's a lot of other people out there.
Mile after square mile where they're not exactly biting like that. You can do some good, strong fish locating to get things going here. Cody Holland. Miss a good one, catch a good one during the course of this morning.
That one swam right underneath the boat. I like it when they do that. Makes them easy.
So he dropped right under the boat.
And I just changed colors.
He's in an area basically to himself.
A good one, so I think it's a good one.
Those fish that aren't being pressured like where Chris and Corey are, they're not as boat shy. You see Chris and Corey and Mullins making those short casts.
Paul Mueller, another smallmouth expert, just jumped into 7th place. He's got over 18 pounds.
Now this is the perfect drop shot rod for light wire hooks and light line. Got a lot of bend, a lot of tip.
So many variables in this sport. Maybe some guys like heavier line and a stiffer rod because they can control fish more. Some let that rod, you know,
it's not a drum.
Fight the fish for them, that kind of thing.
About a 4.5 pound smallmouth.
Yeah, you can see what he's talking about there in the bend of the rod.
They see the boat and they take off and want to run the other way. That's a mega one. When it looks big and then send, holy moly.
When he says a lot of tip, he's talking about a lot of bend back to the butt of the rod.
I'll let you do whatever you want to do till you're tired. And I can get you in.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness. Don't do that. Come here.
This fish will help in a lot.
Number 4. He will rank number 1.
That's one of those that you feel good about taking him to the scales. It's not, you know, certainly with this being his 4th one, any fish would help him a lot. It's a keeper, but
we got him.
That's one you're not going to call.
Oh. And that's what lives here. Every day I've come in here and caught a 4.5, 4 to 4.5 pounder every day. That's one we want to weigh in right there. We'll see how much she weighs before we toss her in there. And that one swam right underneath the boat too. Four and a half.
Davey, Tommy, one thing to talk about this man, Cody Holland, the nation is the grassroots. It's those local guys who work 9 to 5 all week, fish tournaments on Saturdays, work their way up the level. He won the nation championship. He's from Oregon. He won in South Carolina, and for that he gets a boat, motor package, and some money to make the elites and do his dream. This is his first year in dream.
It's Bill Weidler.
He's got the big bag of the day at 19 pounds, 12 ounces. He's jumped from 13th to 5th place.
Saw him catch a giant about.
Come on, Lord, let me get her.
A little less than an hour ago.
You see that, bro? Put them tunes on. There she came, man. It's freaking amazing. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. another big one too, you see her? She's a good one.
This will be Weidler's best finish of the year, but he has made a top 10 in his career. He did it Lanier last year. Deep drop shotting, very similar. Not as deep, he's not fishing as deep here, and it's a different species, but same principle techniques that he's using.
Yeah, I remember we had him on live last year at Lanier.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, don't jump.
We've got a 2-pounder in there that might help.
Not done.
Wow. He's got 1912 with a tube as the smallest? Maybe not?
I don't think that's updated, David.
Oh, that part's not updated? Oh, right, yeah.
Come on, Lord. It's okay. I'm calm. Let's just
Just
get her
like
up
yesterday, though, we see that leaderboard tightening up.
Come on, baby.
Clark had a great start. Jay had a great start. But closer and closer as the day progresses.
Barely 3 pounds separating all the top 10 at the start of the day. It's at 6.3 now. I bet it's at 5 by noon today.
Oh, yeah.
John Cox has a lot of headroom. He's only got 13 3/4 right now. The leader after 2 days.
Oh, God. Ooh. Come here, baby. Please, Lord, let me get her. Yes! Woo! God almighty. Thank you, Lord. Yes!
Bill is jacked. There's no doubt about that.
Into the top 5.
Wow.
Super excited. After a slow start to the year, he's having a great tournament here right in the thick of things.
And you see Bill Weidler firmly in the top 5 right now. That reinforces it. Clark Wendlandt still hanging on to that top spot, but not by much. Bob Downey down at the bottom, and again, that difference from top to bottom is going to become smaller and smaller as we head toward a showdown on Championship Sunday. But we have so much more to show you here on day number 3, a big Saturday on St. Clair.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo rocket, Abu Garcia, for life.
Born in Japan, Sunline has over a 40-year history of making the best fishing lines. With 10% of the company's employees focusing on research and development, Sunline is driven to offer the widest selection of bass fishing lines in the U.S. market. Sunline's fluorocarbon, nylon, and braided lines are made to the strictest Japanese tolerances, incorporating exclusive patented technology like plasma rise. Sunline provides the strength to guarantee your confidence.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time.
So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Sure hope you're having a great Saturday. If you love watching top-level bass fishing, you are having a great Saturday here with us on Bassmaster Live. We have the same thing planned for Sunday, a little bit different time schedule. We'll start with the streaming live at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Pick it up with ESPN2 at noon, delivering you all the way to 3 p.m. That's when the weigh-in festivities start to decide the winner. Very, very important tournament. Let's take a look back at yesterday, day number 2. Spent a lot of time in the boat with this young man, this young phenomenon from Japan, Taku Ito.
Very impressed watching Takumi yesterday. This was first thing in the morning, number 2, and about his first 2 minutes of fishing on a crankbait as the sun was just coming up, and then he switched over to a drop shot. Boy, he just kept right on catching them, even better and more often, if you can imagine that. It caught him all day long. Was such a joy to watch and spend time with. What a versatile angler. Said he never caught a smallmouth bass until this year. Certainly couldn't tell it by watching him yesterday. He does do a lot of finesse fishing, a lot of fishing in pressured areas, obviously over in Japan. But gosh, we've seen a lot of rookies, a lot of great rookies each and every year. We have a special class of anglers at their first year on Elite Series, but I just see a lot of good things in him as an angler, having fun, being well-rounded, but just not knowing a lot about eels.
What's up? What's up? Every eel.
Said on stage yesterday that largemouth fishing in Japan is a lot like smallmouth fishing here.
Good?
Right. And Ronnie, how many's fished 9 events?
Good one.
This is his
9
10th.
Bassmaster events?
Yeah, he's fished
And
9
has made a check
prior.
in 7 or 8 of
7
those.
of the 9, and they'll be
Incredible.
up to 10 now.
We got him hooked up live right now. Taku Ito.
Good one, maybe. Ooh. Good one, good. Ooh. Oh. Easy, easy. Okay. Oh, powerful. Come on.
A lot more boats. You mentioned it earlier, Davey. It's going to be
Take your time.
crowded.
Slowly,
on St. Clair.
okay. Maybe he tired, so easy catch. I don't like so jump. So easy hook off. I don't like. So I like easy catch. So I wait. He's tired.
That's I mentioned earlier. He's doing such a good job landing these fish. It seems like he just should speed it up. But if you've never caught 3+ pound smallmouth without being able to use a dip net, you don't want to get them up beside the boat and what I call still be green, still have a lot of energy. Getting your hands on them, getting around them, that's where a lot of people will lose these fish that aren't experienced. And for him to have never caught a smallmouth until this year, he's very patient with these fish. So when he does get them beside the boat, they're basically exhausted and easy to catch.
Well, he has executed perfectly as far as we've been able to tell
Yes.
throughout this St. Clair tournament.
A big mistake you'll see a lot of anglers. I did the same thing myself.
Good one.
First started catching smallmouth without being able to use a dip net. Just get them up beside the boat, green, and they'll break your line.
Wow. So big one.
He's really excited here about the size of this fish.
Sorry. Good one. Maybe 4 pounder. Take it back.
Oh, that is a good one.
Yes!
That's a very nice.
It's a nice one. Oh my word.
Looks
that
to be
is gonna
over 4.5, maybe 5.
4 pounder.
Maybe not quite as big as I thought, but
Yes.
4 1/4,
Good
4.5.
day, good day. So good day. Yes. Nice
good
one.
stuff. This newcomer, this rookie from Japan, Taku Ito, and man, oh man, what he's been through what he's had to do to get here. I mean, you think about, of course, growing up in a place far, far from American fishing, but totally eaten up with the sport as a youth, and did a lot of his fishing from the bank, he told you, as a youngster, tournament fishing even, Dave.
He did, and something so impressive to grow up in Japan, and he said from the time I was 11 years old, I knew I wanted to be a professional bass fisherman, and my dream was to ultimately get to the United States and fish the Bassmaster tournament trip.
And it's been a strange year, to say the least, for all of us, but think about with Takumi making that decision to come over here, completely commit, pull the trigger on an Elite Series career, no international travel between, really available. It's it took a lot of resolve for him to go ahead and be all in on that.
He's obviously a great fisherman. We've been able to watch him enough to know that he's going to be around for a long time. But regardless of that, the utmost respect for somebody to pursue their dreams. And he has certainly done that, and he's capitalizing on it.
As we sort of whip around our international field here, let's get over to Canada's Chris and Corey Johnston.
Corey's hooked up, as we've been seeing all day.
Man. Little one. Mean little one. I think it's a little one.
So you see that Corey and Chris are not fishing very far apart. Most of these anglers don't share information, detailed information with one another, but brothers do.
Brothers, yeah.
Man, I just seen him for a sec. I thought he was little. Maybe I'm absolutely wrong and it's a big one.
Lots of company in the area. Like Mark Zona said yesterday, you just gotta be the guy who outfishes everyone that's looking at you.
Big.
That's not an easy task.
Still a little early for all the recreational anglers. I think we'll see, even without wind, we'll see more wave activity as the day progresses.
Which might not be a bad thing.
No. I don't know how it could get much better for the Johnston brothers, though. They have been catching them like no tomorrow.
They're kind of booked up on fish catches here.
It's a decent one. I don't know if he'll help. Bigger than I thought. Right above it. Oh yeah, he'll help. I think.
That fish will definitely help Corey Johnston. Maybe put him in the lead.
Yeah, at a certain point, you gotta start.
I think he's gonna help.
Facing that fact that these Johnston boys are not going to be fifth, sixth, or seventh today.
They're like gammy.
Top 4.
Just buried right in there.
A small hook right there is where you want to see it. Those fish will not come off when you get a good hook right there in the top of the mouth. Yeah, that
He
fish
had 21 pounds both first days, and he's right there again today.
Put him back in the lead. Put him in the lead, I guess, for the first time, Corey.
Yeah.
Tighter and tighter the competition gets out there, and now Corey Johnston. Boy, Clark Wendlandt, got to be proud of spending so much time atop the leaderboard, but all good things, at least temporarily, come to an end. Johnston brothers with Wendlandt in the middle as it stands right now. Bill Weidler with a big hour and a half. The past 90 minutes have been great for him. We got plenty more to come.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
When I'm on the road for work or for fun, I always like to have a reliable generator around. This open frame inverter from Champion is ideal because it's lighter than a standard open frame generator and more affordable than a traditional inverter. The remote start helps me start up the generator or shut it off without having to leave my camper. It provides essential power for things like charging my boat batteries, also makes life a lot more comfortable for myself and my family.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Well, today, it's another UFC fight night from Las Vegas, and this one is finally going down. Pedro Munoz takes on former lightweight champ Frankie Edgar in a bantamweight main event. Main card starting at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific on ESPN. The prelims at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific on ESPN+. If you don't have ESPN Plus, go to espnplus.com or download the ESPN app. Fight night tonight. Bill Weidler, you see it, moved up another slot there. Man, it is getting very thick right at the top of the leaderboard now with Corey Johnston on top, looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. And this was earlier with Bill Weidler.
Not catching the numbers, anywhere near the numbers that Corey and Chris Johnston are, but those are the ones that you take to Dave Mercer.
Ooh, yeah.
Thank you, Lord.
You only need 5 of them. We've seen him
please,
catch
Lord,
2
let me get
earlier
her.
today.
Yes! Woo!
Davey, I have to disagree with you one thing. I'm going to go with Pedro Munoz tonight, by the way, in the fight. Just want you to know.
I'll bet you a
little
banana
younger
on that.
Okay, I'll take that.
Bill Weidler live.
Hooked up. Bill Weidler saying, who needs to win the blow to catch these big smallmouth?
No. Drop it straight down.
You know, dude, I got to hit my tunes, bro. It's the only thing to keep the old nerves calm. I have a heart attack out here. This could be a big one. She feels solid. Glad I retied too, dude. Woo! Don't want her to get in that grass. Come on, girl, stay up here. I ain't even seen her yet. Awaken me. I ain't even seen her.
I've seen him catch a couple really nice smallmouth here in the last hour, but keep in mind there are other species in this lake. He still hasn't seen this fish. Lots of other species in this lake.
So Jay Yelas catch a 20-pound muskie yesterday.
it's a good
Steve
one.
Kennedy hooked in one 5 foot long. Took him 20 minutes.
She may be giving up right there. That's a 5. If I can just get her. Oh. Yes! Bam! Woo! Look at that beauty. Woo! Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Jesus. Oh. Yes, Lord. $5.11.
Wow.
Biggin.
Wow.
Biggest fish we've seen all day.
by quite a bit.
Come on. Bill Weidler starting out of the 13th spot and getting in there and making some trouble for the boys on top of that leaderboard for sure. Right now, angler from Helena, Alabama. We're going back to Alabama.
He's got the big bag of the day, 21 and a half.
Man, very impressive. Back to Cody Holland. Just saw Cody catch a good one not too long ago. Called it in the water too. Said 4.5 pounds, and it was 4 pounds 6.
I thought that fish was a little bigger, but I'll take it. Oh no. Oh my goodness. This is not on 6 pound. Thank goodness. And I was on my knees. Seeing. Oh man. I hope this is a bass. I really do. I think it is because we're around them. And I was about to sit down and retie and I lifted up and it felt heavy. So we set into one. Man, I hope it's a bass. If it's a bass, it's a good one. Get my heart racing. I want to see you. Could be a drum. I caught a drum here, but these fish here seem to want to stay down a lot. Oh man, it's a bass. Oh, I need this one. Oh, I need this one. Oh my goodness. Oh, I need this one. Oh, I need this one. That's, looks like it's a 5+. Or bigger. Thing looks massive. Look at that one on video. Setting the hook on. He's. Stay down.
Boy, that one's got some girth to him. There's no doubt about that. He may be right about that 5 pound.
I guess the pound doesn't matter. And he's got it choked. He had it for a while too, or she did. Oh, check that baby out. It's barely hooked in there too. Oh my gosh. Just by the skin. Holy moly. Oh boy. This is one of those tools that if you get them gut hooked or way far down there, that it is necessary to have. You don't have to cut it off and leave it in the fish, if I can get a hold of it, and it comes right out of there. It twists the hook just right, and out it comes. Man, what a day. I didn't know what was gonna happen, but how about this?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
That's a coal right there,
Check out
folks.
that coal. We're liking it right now. That is for sure.
Like a 2-pounder for a 5+.
You don't see a 3-pound cull every day. That
really
is
don't.
awesome. Puts him, what now, 21, Such?
We'll have to see.
At the end of the day, that fish and that coal will bridge the gap and allow him to maybe have 23, 24 compared to like getting stuck at 21 and a half.
Good point.
And that's the weight number that you want to separate yourself from with.
That one had the length and the girth. We've talked about it before this week. They're in a time period when they're not fed up, not returned from the spawn yet, when they cease to feed for a little bit.
So I've noticed that's a great point. Bill Weidler, his fish look similar to Cody's, Holland. They're not out in the lake like, the one you see Corey and Chris and even...
I really don't know. I probably should have waited. But
Taku, they look like they've spawned at different times. Maybe these fish had spawned earlier and they've already recovered more or what have you. But these fish that he and Bill are catching look much heavier.
And I don't know. What do I got? A 4.5. That one's got to be pushing 5. I don't know what I got. I have no idea.
Something to think about while he reties and thinks about what he has in his live well. Our conservation director,
I'm shaking right now.
sent me a note that said they're tagging, you can tag fish and track where their migration patterns are. Fish that are tagged in Anchor Bay tend to stay in Anchor Bay. Fish tagged below the south of the state road tend to stay there. They don't swim all the way across and around the lake like we see other places where they're at one end of the lake in the spawn and they move. A lot of the fish stay in their region. So the ones that are out in the middle stay there for the spawn, through the spawn, and then post-spawn. Ones in Anchor Bay that these guys are catching probably spawned much earlier because it's shallower and now are much healthier and bigger after the fact, like you said.
Maybe Gene can tell us when they turn on the bite switch, because they just did that and they turned the poundage knob up to 5. The
Yes.
big bite switch. It's a perfect situation. Everything's going good today. Corey Johnston still on top, but look at big moves from the likes of Bill Weidler, Cody Holland. Who else is going to make a move? We'll take a break and find out.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
Born in Japan, Sunline has over a 40-year history of making the best fishing lines. With 10% of the company's employees focusing on research and development, Sunline is driven to offer the widest selection of bass fishing lines in the U.S. market. Sunline's fluorocarbon, nylon, and braided lines are made to the strictest Japanese tolerances, incorporating exclusive patented technology like plasma rise. Sunline provides the strength to guarantee your confidence.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is brought to you by Humminbird, Mercury, Minn Kota, and by Talon.
Well, take a look at Lake St. Clair. Lake St. Clair is on fire right now. I feel pretty confident in saying that, at least for the past 1 hour. It certainly has been. We have seen some big ones coming in, and one after the other. As the leaderboard has changed with Johnston of Canada on top of Texan Clark Wendlandt, not by much. Just ounces. Bill Weidler of Alabama moving from 13th place to 3rd place, a 10-place hop for the man who's really catching big time out there right now as we speak. Let's take a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake and sort of reset our playing field for you. There's Lake St. Clair between Erie and Huron, and we're just fishing the American side this time, Davey, but doing pretty good.
We certainly are, Tommy, and for obvious reasons, just the U.S. side with all this going on, crossing borders and that sort of thing. But hey, these anglers are showing you don't have to go very far, really, from Metro State Park. You see here we're going from south up to north. There's the Detroit River. To the left there, that lighter blue is the U.S. side, and these anglers have access to all of that. But it's really incredible, the majority, probably 95% of our anglers, there's Metro Park just to your left there, are within 10 miles of Metro Park, and they have so much more water to access all the way up the St. Clair River to Lake Huron. We've seen John Cox, who has done very well and is doing well again today in the St. Clair River. Have not seen any anglers fish all this water in Lake Huron this year. It changes from year to year. Looking at the Humminbird lay of the lake, sometimes you'll see anglers out in Lake Huron, quite a few of them, and more anglers in the St. Clair River. But we have seen so many fish catches within 10 miles of Metro Park. Why go anywhere else?
Absolutely. Take a look at this spot right here. This is where Bill Weidler's been working his magic, taking himself from 13th to 3rd place in about an hour and a half's time.
I thought she was about to give up. Right there. Yes!
Boy. I said he's maybe not
If they all
catching
do that, I'd be in business. Wouldn't
the
have to
numbers
fight.
that the Johnsons are, but oh, the size. The
Nothing
average
under
size for
4
Bill Weidler.
pounds right now.
Oh, she wasn't getting off. Goodness gracious. She bent the hook. Goodness. Look at that, dude. I gotta show y'all something.
Okay, well.
Staying in a circle. You see that?
I'll lock
It's
up there.
closed.
Hey, I think he was trying to show us that the fish had bent the hook, not straightened out, widened the gap, but closed the gap. And that's just from the pressure of the smallmouth having so much force when they close their mouth and leverage down, bite down on something.
Yeah. Back up to Corey Johnston, our leader. Bounces ahead of Clark Wendlandt. Clark again did his work. We haven't seen him for a while, but just letting you know he did his work early this morning. Very good limit early this morning.
What we got here?
Johnston's love hooking up at the same time, obviously. Chris Johnston is now hooked up live.
There he is. Not sure if they still are, but for most of the morning, they've been within sight of one another. When one hooks up, the other one's like, I got to set the hook too. Can't let him outdo me.
No. Tougher to catch. You got to shake it a couple times. Normally they hit it right on the bar.
Check that out. It's a tagged fish. It's in his lip. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Ronnie, you were just talking about the tagged fish that Gene was talking to us about, and there's one right there.
Calling numbers?
I'm not sure.
It's a big one. You won 100,000.
Yeah.
No, that comes Sunday. If he wins, if Vinny wins 100,000.
Not sure.
Can the camera boats behind us here?
It's a giant. That is a good hook for Chris Johnston too, man.
I don't know if he'll
Look at everybody.
even help.
Maybe not quite as big as I thought. But
some incredible.
It's a good one.
Incredible fish catches we're seeing here.
It's just special
that
day.
one ate it. Choked it.
Man, oh man, it is on St. Clair. There is no doubt about that.
A couple more of those.
I think we know why you see a lot of fishermen out on Lake St. Clair on a Saturday.
Be a good day to be out there, obviously. Let's go back down to Bill Weidler again. Bill Weidler started this day in the 13th position, out of the top 10. Moving all the way up to third place. Davey, that's going to be it. The Mercury move of the day.
Yeah, it's a Mercury move of the day, no doubt about it. Bill Weidler just had a slower start to this season. Heck, the Johnston brothers did, and we've seen some people really turn it around, and he has done it in a big, big way today. That's why Bill Weidler has to be the Mercury move of the day. Not catching the numbers that we have seen some of these anglers catch, but he is around the right kind. Keep in mind, we can only weigh in 5 bass. So if you catch 30 or 40 or 50 like we're seeing the Johnston brothers do, doesn't really matter. You've got to catch 5 of the right size.
Yes.
And he is definitely doing that today. That's why he is our Mercury move of the day.
Big, stocky fish that Bill Weidler's been putting in the boat there, one after the other.
Bam!
Yeah, bam. Bringing the tunes as well.
Oh yeah, I mean
he is the he's the tunesmith.
That's a first for us. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
we
Yes.
Been in a circle. You see that? It's closed.
Yeah, you're not going to lose many of those fish when they bend your hook in a circle around their lip. That's great. It's going your way. Here you see his fish catches. That's probably, I'm just guessing here. It's hard to know the scale, but probably only a 300 or 400 yard stretch. But just look at the size. 4-pounder, 312, 4.8, 4.4, 5.0. Those are the ones you want to give yourself a chance to win here on Lake St. Clair.
Yeah, I got, this actually was my primary area that I found to practice. I had a really good practice through here. I caught a ton of fish, and I came out here on day 1, and my fish moved a little bit. So luckily I relocated them, and you know, I got some pretty good ones in the box right now. I think I'm around 22 pounds. I did lose a 5. In practice, I had 2 6s here, and I broke off one probably in the 7 range. So I'm gonna commit here today since I found them, and we're just gonna keep grinding it out. Hopefully I can get a couple real big bites. I mean, I don't want to waylay them, but I'm gonna do what I got to do to move up that leaderboard.
When he says I don't want to waylay him, does it mean he's gonna lay off of him at some point? He's waylaid him pretty hard today.
Yeah, he's already waylaid him by my estimation.
Johnston's are tied, 2 ounces apart on the day.
Wow, what a tournament we're having, Tommy.
Absolutely. Bill Weidler in 4th place. Jay Yelas hanging in there. Cody Holland. Saw him catch a couple of good ones as well. Taku Ito even getting on a bigger class of fish the last time we checked in with him. And we will check in with all of these guys over the course of the next hour. But right now we'll take a quick break and return.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Yet another bang-up day. That's making 3 in a row for this incredible place. It's not unexpected, but boy, it has been a little above and beyond, to tell you the honest truth. Lake St. Clair is showing off today. Corey Johnston, Chris Johnston, the 2 Canadians, 1 and 2 on the leader. In fact, tied as it stands right now, as those 2 have been going through large, vast amounts of keepers during the course of this day. We see Bill Weidler making a big move out of the 13th place up into the top 5. And Clark Wendlandt was the guy who went out and put the first big limit in the boat and sort of laid off him a little bit, David.
He did. Got off to a good start. You start thinking about, got one more day. Should I pressure these fish more? Clark's done a good job conserving his fish throughout this tournament so far. I think he maybe has changed his area here where he caught a couple of good fish yesterday, so we'll have to see what happens. I think all these anglers know you're going to have to catch over that 20-pound mark to have a chance to win this tournament. Just missed one there.
I got somebody to watch out for down the list. Destin DeMarion, kind of a pre-tournament favorite. He's 10 pounds back, but he's only got 3 fish. Each of them are about 5 pounds on his bass track. So if he catches 2 more of those, we'll get in our top 10 and mix it up.
It's a good one, but it isn't a helper, I don't think. Nope. Pretty.
His limit's just under 19 pounds. You got to figure he's going to get 20 and above before this day is done.
Yeah, I would think so.
He'll
I certainly think so.
put the pressure on him again.
But hey, watching Bill Weidler, he's not done yet either.
Texan Clark Wendlandt, bear in mind also our points leader.
I just let him fight some more.
Angler of the year.
Three-pounder. But he does not help things.
Clark got off that good start this morning. I was watching the weigh-in yesterday, and he thanked his wife, Patty, who travels with him and does a lot for him and supports him. And I think that was a little...
Note to self on that bite right there is if I get a big one, I better wait.
Good riddance for him thanking his wife, Patty.
Okay.
Which makes a killer taco soup, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Patty used to cook for us a lot when we were on the road together.
Well, that's an important job right there, too. Let's not
feed the pack of wolves.
Yes, absolutely. Not an easy job either.
You see Clark here, just like so many of the other anglers. His eyes on his electronics, looking for these fish. You see him reel in from making a cast at 3 o'clock and all of a sudden make one at 11 o'clock. He just saw a fish, making a cast to it. See if he can get it to bite.
Again, remind you, we have 40 anglers out there right now today, down from the 85 we started with. They're fishing for 10 spots in tomorrow's finale. And they're right dead center of a 9-event regular season. Chris Johnston hooked up.
This looks like a decent one here. Hard to tell though.
Both Johnsons still have a fish under 4 pounds on their bass.
It's incredible. We don't give a dime for the most fish caught in a day. It has to be the biggest 5. But if we did award a prize for the most fish, it would be Chris and Corey Johnson. Oh, this fish will have. Might have a new leader here.
Yeah, that's another tank.
Has to be 312.
Decent one. I don't know if he'll help or not.
Oh, wow. Surely that's a 4-pounder for Chris Johnston.
To get a weight from him here, of course, Chris and his brother Corey.
He was just sitting down there looking at my drop shot and he swam away from it. And I changed baits. Tricked him up. Just under 4.
Growing up in the province of Ontario, a fishing family for sure. Dad, very avid fisherman, tournament fisherman. That's been their dream all along.
Yeah.
It won't break. We're in Peterborough, Ontario, Canada. This is where I grew up. This is kind of the homestead. This is where it all goes down, all the prep for tournaments, and we're just hanging out and showing you where we came from. It all started at a very young age. My dad was an avid tournament angler here in Ontario. He did very well, and between my brother and I, we were very spoiled, or my mom just wanted to get us out of the house too, maybe, but my dad had us in the boat practicing with him for tournaments, and then as we got older, I think I fished my first tournament when I was 11 years old, and the only reason I got in it was because my brother got grounded, so it was a good start for me. I was excited, and we ended up winning the tournament. Growing up in Canada, we're very fortunate. Hockey's a big passion of ours. We could be sitting in the garage one day, kind of playing around with fishing tackle in the garage, and then decide, you know what, let's get a game of hockey going. And we got some nets back. We dragged the nets down to the pond, and in about 10 minutes, we're on the ice. We're playing pond hockey. We'll be out there for 2 or 3 hours at a time, and we did it when we were 5 years old. We do it when we're 20 years old.
He's our new leader, third leader of the day.
Chris Johnston. Great story there. Him and brother Corey grew up, and how they live today up there. It's a pretty nice life, I'd say.
Yeah, and it's amazing how many of our anglers on the Elite Series Trail have been doing it since they were very, very young.
Take a look at that map there as we head up toward John Cox. That's those representations there. The graphics notate where the fish have been caught. The fish that are currently in his live well. Got a little bit of a slower start today for this man trying to win this tournament, wire to wire. Florida angler John Cox. He seems dedicated to the river.
He definitely is. He's in a spot where we saw him catch a couple nice ones yesterday.
Feels like the one we need. One of the ones we need.
Started the day on top. He's in 8th currently.
Smallest bag among the top 10 and the most headroom to grow. 3 2-pounders.
Come on, baby. Daddy needs you. Come on. Come on. Oh, look at her back there. Oh my gosh.
Oh, come here. Come here. Come here. Whoa, there we go. Oh, and we're going to crash into the wall.
We needed that one. We needed that one so bad.
He's enjoying himself.
Crashing the wall, get a little smallmouth slime on your jersey.
Shaking a little.
Yeah. Nice turn of events for John Cox right there, for whom it's been a bit slow this morning. But man, oh man, we have had some guys absolutely wailing on it today.
It's been a great morning, and keep in mind, a lot of these anglers, better half of the day is in the second half of the day. It's unusual for August, but it's been happening every day.
I told you to watch out about Destin Demary and his 11th, fourth fish, 19.5 pounds.
All right, things are going through the roof here, absolutely on incredible Lake St. Clair. We'll be back with more after this.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
For over 70 years and 19 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And now, through October 19th, you can fall into savings with rebates of up to $1,500 on the FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX250. Fall into savings now through October 19th. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com and fall into savings on the Skeeter boat of your dreams.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Coming up later for you, we'll have two Western Conference playoff Game 3s. We start with Rockets Thunder. Houston up 2-0 at 6 Eastern, 5 Central on ESPN. Then over on ABC, Anthony Davis led the Lakers in Game 2 to even the series with Portland at 1 game apiece. They square off against Dame. And the Blazers, our coverage tips with the jump at 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific, and like everything else, both games available on the ESPN app. Bassmaster rookie crop again this year. I mean, the rookie class gets better and better and more polished, it seems, each and every year. And right at the top of that, with pretty good margin. As a matter of fact, Taku Ito spent a lot of time with Takumi during this northern swing right here. B&W trailer hitches on the line. That's a feature we like a lot right now. And speaking of rookies of the year, there's last year's 2019 Rookie of the Year, Drew Cook. And Drew, thanks for letting us impose on you for just a minute here. Hey, your northern swing, you're 2 for 3, 2 good results out of 3. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, you know, I'm still a little disappointed at the St. Lawrence River. That was a big fall. I didn't just trip. I fell on that one. My lowest finish ever. But you know, we could have done that here too. After the first day, we're in 50-something place, and we were able to catch them a lot better yesterday and move back into the cut, make a check, and gain a lot of points. There ain't a whole lot of rhyme or reason to this place out here, but it's kind of like Florida fishing. If you pick the trolling motor up once, you're not going to win. If you pick it up twice, you're not going to get a check. So you kind of just got to hunker down and just dive around until you find one, and normally there's a group.
So, Drew, was that what you did yesterday? You had a much better day yesterday, and I know you had been fishing around some other anglers, but did you just pick a different area and stick with it yesterday, and you're doing the same today?
Well, yesterday, yeah, I was fishing around a lot of anglers, or the day first day I was fishing around a lot of anglers, and yesterday I decided I was going to leave it because it's hard to sit there and watch everybody catch them and you not catch them. So I came over here to an area kind of all by myself, and the fish were a lot easier to catch. When you saw one, you dropped to it, you caught it. And it was like that this morning as well. But, you know, Chris Johnston fished in here a little bit yesterday, and obviously he caught a lot of his fish here because he's here. There's a couple other anglers that showed up, and these Michigan people, they can definitely get on the bent pole patterns. You can see the barrage of boats right through here now, where there was no boats yesterday except for 2 of us. But, you know, hopefully we can still grind it out and catch us a big bag and move up a little bit more and save some more points.
Well, Drew, thank you. Thank you for your time. We're going to let you bear down a little bit, try to catch some more good ones out there. That's Drew Cook, 2019 Rookie of the Year. Let's look at the leader by a lot. Taku Ito. Get out to him right now, and he is hooked up live.
Oh, big wave, big wave. Maybe okay, maybe okay. Okay, okay. Oh, I stuck in the line. Yes, 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 maybe okay. I hope. Oh. Wait a minute. Okay. Yes. I don't know, but maybe. I hope.
Might work, might help for Taku Ito. He got a little bit of a slower start on this day and fishing not too far away from this year's Rookie of the Year leader, last year's Rookie of the Year. We were going to go to Shane LaHue, but we'll be back to him in just a minute. Let's get out to our tournament leader, Chris Johnston. Nope, excuse me. Okay, 3rd place, I should say, Chris Johnston.
There he is.
And
catching a lot of fish, Chris Johnston. Winning the numbers game, no doubt about it.
The line got wrapped around my tip, and he bit again. And I couldn't do anything. I set the hook, but I couldn't reel or nothing, so. The sad part is it looked like a big one on the live scope, but you never know. It could have been 3, could have been 5.
Watching John Cox also at the St. Clair River here at the same time.
To catch today.
Slower
they don't
in
seem
the
to be
river
coming
today.
off the bottom as good as I thought they would. I don't know if it's from the pressure or what.
Further you get up the river, the more into the Lake Huron, the bluer tint, that glacial tint that the water carries there. I guess it's related to the minerals that the water comes across through the gigantic part of the Great Lakes. Okay, I think maybe we're ready to talk. There he is, Shane LaHue. Let's look in on him for a bit.
We got maybe, I don't know, 16 pounds probably. It has been awfully slow for me. This morning they were all little ones. Yesterday when I caught them, they were, 4.5 pounders. And today it's just been, I don't know, there are a lot of little ones this morning. Mullins had the same problem. We were kind of fishing the same areas, and he was having the same issue. I don't know. He ran somewhere else. He may have ended up catching a few, but I'm just panning around with a live scope, I got away from all the boats out here by myself, just trying to pick up a couple singular fish. The ones I caught here in practice were a little bit better quality. I wouldn't get very many bites at all right here, so I don't expect a whole lot, but I'm seeing a few fish and they're hard to get to bite, even away from all the boats. So it started out good. It was just me and Mullins and one other guy, and then some other people started fishing around there, but everybody kind of left and we caught some fish, but like I said, they're just not not the quality that we need. I've only got one that's even close to 4 pounds. I got some, 2-pounders in there, so.
All right. Shane LeHue having a bit of a slow day. He's trying to get something to happen out there, maybe get away from everybody. That might help. Sometimes we've seen it help some of these guys.
Yeah, you just can't count him out because he quietly has a way to be right there among the leaders in these events. Finished real high here last year.
Sixth last year, started the day in 4th.
Let's go back out. Corey Johnston hooked up live.
Not sure what we got going on here. Definitely a bass.
Still got the 3.5 pounder.
It's fighting like a good one. Come on. I haven't seen this one yet. I just caught a glimpse of him, but she's pulling. I think it's a good one. It's over 3, but I don't know if it'll help. They're just all solid ones.
Solid fish, but I don't know if it'll help.
You would have to think that one's not going to help Corey Johnston, second place Corey Johnston. Corey knows if you catch enough of them, you catch the right size, you can hang around. And if you can hang around to the final day, it could be anybody's game.
He's a 4-time Canadian Open champion from Cavan, Ontario, Canada, Corey Johnston. 21 pounds, 5 ounces.
The beauty of this place is anyone can win out here. It's a big flat, and anyone can stumble across a winning group of fish. So, we're going to go out tomorrow, have some fun, and hopefully catch a bunch more fish and see how we end up.
Well, that's the plan. Corey is executing it perfectly right now. Corey Johnston, get in the right position so you can be here on Championship Sunday. Getting that job done today. Who else will get it done? We're far from finding out.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Bassmaster Live with 3 hours of fishing left for our 40 anglers who are out there today trying to make it onto that list. That's where you want to be when the music stops at the end of the day. The end of the weigh-in, the top 10 will move on to Championship Sunday. Chris and Corey Johnston, 2 Canadians doing very well in border waters. You could say we can only use the U.S. half of those border waters, but these two from our northern neighbor country have done very, very well so far. So's Clark Wendlandt. Everyone else who's up there putting themselves in position to maybe have a go at it one more day.
You see that Destin DeMarion filled his limit. He's got 23 pounds. He's up to 6th place from 26th.
Wow.
That is impressive.
5-pounders. We see these anglers, so many of them, especially Chris and Corey today, have caught so many 3-pounders. But those 5-pounders will
got
move you up that leaderboard.
And a 4.5.
Chris hooked up again. Ooh, small one. Almost jumped in the boat.
Yeah.
He's had that happen before.
Yeah, he's an attractor of those.
Need to get a little bigger. We're about to make a move here in a couple minutes, try a new area. I actually haven't fished it. I caught a couple decent ones in practice, but they're really scattered, so I haven't really had time to go fish it, but I got a decent weight, so if I can get 1.5, it's worth it. So.
Here, Chris, lay out the strategy. What I was talking about. Go catch 1 5-pounder. Could maintain that lead or even increase it.
Yeah, he's at 21 pounds right now. Catches a 5-pounder, get a 1-pound upgrade. He's got 2 4s in the box and get up there in that super elite category, closer to the 22, 23 area, which you would love to have going into the final day. David Mullins would love to have it.
Well, today it's been a tough day. We started off really good, but the size of the fish in that area were just 3-pounders, and I decided just to scratch that. A lot of times at home, if you start catching 2s, that's all it's going to be there. So they usually school by size. Occasionally you get them mixed in, but like every one of them was the same. And decided to scratch that, and I've moved areas several times. I've tried to check some stuff where I thought that big group of fish should move to. I can't locate them. I mean, there's so much pressure down there. And I ran 10 miles down here toward the south end where I know there's not as many fish, but when I got bit down here, it was a big one. So that's what we're doing, and all we're doing, the cat's out of the bag now, whatever you want to call it. All we're doing is looking at live scope, and a lot of the Garmin guys are going to be in the top this week, and this is what we're looking for. We'll just look on the bottom, and occasionally you'll just see a dot above this grass. So we'll put the trolling motor on high, and we'll go down through these grass lines until we see a dot, which means there's a fish there, and pitch to it. It's it's changed fishing is what's happened. And I can remember, me and Mercer talked about this morning, I remember when everybody who was the first ones that had side scan, they started wearing us out. And that's kind of what's going on right now. A lot of the Garmin guys are up on top, and there's a little bit of advantage when you can use live scope. It's a great tool, especially in grass, but up in smallmouth country, and especially places that are real flat. It's just a great tool to use. And it's good for the industry because there's going to be a lot more people searching to come out with some new stuff, and it's just going to keep getting better and better. And I've heard people say it should be illegal or it takes the magic out of the sport, but the only magic I want to see is that chiropractor
putting trips back together when he holds up about 30 pounds of smallmouth by using this thing. So it's been fun. Again, it's changed my fishing. I rely on it sometimes too much, but it's not a cure-all. You know, when they get close to the bottom, you can't see them, and those windy days, you know, it's hard to see them. But today's a perfect day to be using it. I'm just not seeing a lot. A lot of that has to do with the pressure we were around down there, and it keeps those smallmouth down and keeps them from, you know, roaming around much. It just kind of puts them on the bottom more. But we're going to give this area about 30 more minutes, and you know, if we don't catch you here, we'll go back down there and try to finish out something, salvage a day. Again, it's been a tougher day. I hate to see it because I thought we were going to have a really good day today, especially with less anglers. But there's so many locals out there that it really didn't change that much. But,
well, David Mullins having a tougher day. Overall, though, it's been a great tournament for David Mullins. It's been a great season as he's in the top 5 Angler of the Year points, coming off a big tournament at Lake Champlain. Boy, he made himself part of the conversation very early on in this tournament and just kept pouring it on all the way through. But it was not without a few disappointments along the way. And of course, they've all got to deal with them. And David Mullins is a guy who super competitive, does not like setbacks. That's one way of putting it with this special angler.
Big one, big one, giant. Stay hooked up. He's got to be hooked good because he absolutely crushed it. Oh man, stay. Oh, stay. It's a big one. No! 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 I mean, like, I'm almost in tears right now. That would have pushed us up to 22. We'd have landed everything. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, man.
Yeah, David Mullins has been out here for a number of years, a great angler, and we've seen him have top 10 finishes, poised to do that here this week, but Lake Champlain just 2 weeks ago, he had the fish hooked up and very close to the boat to be able to win that tournament, and you could just see years of frustration. It happens to everyone. I mean, you got these type stories. We were fortunate enough to get this on camera, but these type stories happen in almost every tournament we have. And you just got to put them in the boat.
He lost by 2 pounds 4 ounces. He would have had a title.
Finished in 4th place. Still good points, and he's definitely part of the conversation when we talk about the Angler of the Year points race. Owen's currently in 5th place in that one right now. Former Angler of the Year right here, Jay Yelas.
Jay fishing a lot shallower than most of the anglers we've been on today.
Come on, Biggin. Oh. He did, didn't he? He won't help me, though. You just find one that's hyperactive and they get it. He missed it and he came back and got it. He's a pretty heavy fish. I might have to. He's fat. Oh, let's look at him.
2.5 are in there.
Nope, he ain't big enough. Make the grade. It's good they're biting out here. Yeah. Maybe I can get some fishing in away from all those boats. Are we on? No. Okay. We should talk a little bit about the boat traffic. Next, I'm sure it's like this all over the lake. God, I've always heard Michigan has more boats per capita than any other state. Is that right? Yeah, I believe it after this.
A lot of recreational traffic out there today.
Oh, you can hear every shot now you hear.
Right, well, I'm actually a little bit ahead of yesterday at noon. It's straight up noon. Yesterday I had 15 pounds, and today I've got close to 18 pounds. And I've got a couple 4-pounders in the box and some 3-pounders, and I just need a few more 4-pounders. I just need 2 or 3 more bites from 4-pounders. It'll keep me in the hunt. Still throwing this chatterbait with a Yamamoto Seiko trailer on the back, little swim bait. We've been loving it this week up here on St. Clair. Winding it fast with this Lew's Custom Pro 7.5 to 1 gear ratio reel, which is a super high speed reel. And I'm winding fast, so that chatterbait's moving. Smallies love a good challenge. Something in their neighborhood zipping by, they're like, come here. And they run it down and get it. In the mornings, I've been able to get a few bites. Like if I had one hit my chatterbait or spinnerbait and miss it, I've been able to get a few bites following up with a drop shot with a little Yamamoto shad-shaped worm or a spy bait. But after about 8 o'clock, 8:30, I cannot get a follow-up bite. If one hits it and misses it, doesn't matter what I throw in there. So I've had a lot of fish bump my chatterbait today, but every now and then one just eats it. I'm just gonna try to cover as much water as I can here this afternoon and see if I can get a couple more big ones. Yesterday I think like I said, I had 15 pounds at noon. I culled almost everything that I had at noon, between noon and 3. So I know there's an afternoon bite out here. I've just got to put my chatterbait in the right spot. I talked earlier a little bit about how I had...
Easy.
Taku Ito hooked up, yeah.
Super. Oh, big one. Another fish is big one. Whoa. Oh, chasing. 2 fish. Wow, 2 big fish on the boat. Under the boat, 2 big fish. No.
It's not the wind blowing. Getting a bit of that St. Clair love right there.
Uh-huh.
Big wave. I'm scared. I don't like seasick. So day 1 practice, I seasick. I get the seasick. So no good. So Sunday practice is a big wave, no good. Today the same. I don't like seasick.
You know this, Davey. The longer you're out on the Great Lakes, the more you still don't like being seasick. That doesn't waver day to day. You still don't like it.
In fact, I don't even know anyone that likes seasick.
No.
So since you talked about Hank Cherry having some vertigo issues.
Yeah, he left the event yesterday.
Good friend Larry Nixon texted me yesterday when he heard you talking about that. His first experience with vertigo issues was here on St. Clair. He said had he not had his GPS, he would not have been able to find his way back to check-in.
Yeah, Hank Cherry, our 2020 Classic champion, had that issue yesterday, and he said that he had fallen so many times in his boat trying to gain his balance. He had bruises on the back of his arms from falling, and so it is an actual concern if you're not used to it.
He was suffering migraines too.
Come on.
Taku's getting his fish back up here. Yep.
going on?
Light line, small hooks. You just have to take it so easy with these fish. It's just so hard to tell whether it's a 3.5 or a 5-pounder. You got to be gentle with everyone.
Itai means Japanese hot. Ite. Hit no dead. Ite. Okay, look that. Maybe no.
A little bit of a twirl and a half roll there. That was quite a good flourish there from. So it could be Ito. He's going to check and see if that one's going to help him a little bit right there, but he's fished his way back into the top 10. What's coming up next? We'll take a break and find out.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Wherever the trail gets rough and the mud gets deep, you'll find a Toyota Tacoma. It's the best-selling compact pickup in America for 12 years, and it's not because we baby them. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
This third day of 4 days of fishing a day when you got to make your move because you want to be here for Championship Sunday. There's our broadcast schedule right there. We start with the streaming live at 8 a.m. Eastern Time and at noon Eastern, right with you here on ESPN2. It's going to be a big, big day. We'll take you right up to weigh-in time at 3 Eastern Time tomorrow. Get right out to Cody Holland, one of the anglers who we're with all day long here. So I'm catching a couple of good ones here in the last hour and a half, and he's hooked up again.
That's a big one. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. That's a giant. Stay down. Stay down. What did I just say? I should start saying that more. Man, I'm around them. I just got to get them to bite. Oh, don't do that. I guess it's a good thing. I got to figure out which one's my smallest one now. Come on. We will wear you out till we can get you up here. I do not care. I think this is 4.5. It'll put me close to 20. I don't know. I don't know how big it is. It looked decent. But I'm not taking any chances. Come on. Come on, baby. We need you. We need you big time. That is a freaking tank. Oh. He's got it freaking choked too. Come here. I know you're getting tired. Come here. Come here. Come here. Do not do that. Do not do that. Do not do that. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get in the boat. Oh. Oh. I was hoping I was going to catch one for you.
That one is built. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, it's just been a phenomenal day, Tommy. And you've been doing this longer than me, sitting on this side of the desk, but I don't know if I remember much.
Oh, hot and heavy. I can't remember. Boy, like Cody Holland, we've been breathing heavy all day long as we head into our Toyota midday report. And we'll start it, why not, with our reigning nation champion, Cody Holland.
Yeah, Cody started on, let's say, the outskirts of Anchor Bay. He had a good starting spot, similar to Clark Wendlandt. You see him here with a crankbait starting off. It was a little slower for him there this morning. He caught a couple fish, but he was expecting to hopefully have a limit before 9:30, and he caught his first fish at 9:21. Then he moved in a little farther, let's say, in Anchor Bay. That's kind of his backup area that he was not catching as many fish, but catching a size. Well, he hasn't caught a lot of numbers, but look at that. The size, the quality has certainly been there for him. If you look, you see 4-pounder, 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 and I think one of those looked a lot more like a 5 than a 4.8 to me. But he said he thinks he's got close to 20. We got him unofficially at 9 pounds, 12 ounces. I think he does have 20 pounds after that last fish. Cody Holland having a great morning. Great to see a Bass Nation representative having a good tournament here, catching a lot of fish.
Absolutely, always pull for those guys. Cody Holland started this day in 8th place, and it's kind of a testament to how super strong the fishing has been today with all these catches, all these big ones we've seen him pull and put in the boat. He's moved up all at one space.
Yeah, that's
one space on the leaderboard. That's how tough it is. That's what fast company you're running with in this particular day.
It's just noon and you've got 20 pounds in the boat and you move up one spot. I mean, that just shows you how many fish are being caught. And speaking of catching fish, John Cox did well the first 2 days. A little slower today. First day, 24 pounds, 12 ounces, a nice lead over most of the field. We had one other 24-pound bag that day. Yesterday, I think we had one 24-pound stringer also, Clark Wendlandt.
Clark Wendlandt. Yeah.
So to get up around that 23, 24-pound mark is what you've got to do to try to move up in that top 10. And it's been a little slower for John Cox. Don't count him out, though. Yesterday, when we left him, he called 2 or either 3. I know 2 fish, talking to him last night, that he called just in that last hour or so. So he's been catching them steady. Definitely not the numbers of these guys that have been catching out in the lake like Chris and Corey Johnston, but he's caught some quality fish every day, and I would not count him out today being able to catch a 4 or 5 pounder or 2 and put him right back up there where he needs to be in the top 5.
What a great tournament he's had so far. Almost 25 pounds, 24-12 on day number 1.
I think
yesterday he backed it up with 22 pounds, almost 21 pounds. As you say, Davey, today it's been a little bit slower for him, but it's fun to watch because it's the only way the view changes.
Yeah.
Everyone else is out there floating in space, and he's really expertly working over these little bitty bits of shoreline cover. And eddies.
We talked about the water being higher. If you're just joining us, you see the water level on those seawalls. It was up in those yards. He actually thought the crawfish had gotten up in those yards and they were coming back out. That's why he's making his presentation so close to those bulkheads.
How about Taku Ito?
But I need.
Yesterday started with the lead. Bassmaster Angler of the Year points and put on quite a show for us. I mean, just really catching big ones in just about every part of the day. Very, very steady through the day. Today's been a little slower for him.
Yeah, today we haven't seen him with the crankbait just because we did not have a camera on him in the first few minutes, and he did not have the start that he had in the first hour or so that he did yesterday. Big reason for that. You see how slick calm it has been for most of the day today. You see the wave action out there now. We were just with him, and he was saying, talking about possibly getting seasick, but it's not because of the wind, it's because of the boat traffic, and I think that really hurt him this morning with his crankbait bite. But since then, he's done well. He likes to fish around these pressure fish, he says. He feels like he can excel. Marcus Ona talked to us about that. I think on day 1, you're just going to have to outfish some boats around you, and he certainly had some boats around him, so has the Johnson brothers. And I don't know who's out fishing who. You can tell by the weights a little bit, but the numbers have been absolutely incredible for all these angles.
And Taku Ito, you said it, Mark Zona nearby, just sent us a note saying he's seeing fish on the graph where he's at near Taku every 10 seconds. So they're showing up in his area as we speak.
Wow. Every 10 seconds having smallmouth move into your area, that's a special kind of fishery.
That is a great world to be in, absolutely. Ito now in 8th place. Let's look at Jay Yelas. Started the day in the top 5, having a fantastic tournament. The former Classic champ, former Bassmaster Angler of the Year, doing something different with moving baits.
He is. He's catching his fish on a chatterbait, fishing a lot shallower than any of our other anglers in the top 10. Staying up there consistently. I think a few of these other anglers kind of sneak up there in that less than 10 feet of water every now and then, but Jay Yelas is staying in that 4 to 5 foot depth range there. And he's been one of the most steady, consistent anglers we've covered in the 3 days. Not catching as many fish as some others, but not going any long, extended dry spells, so to speak. Catching a nice fish about every 30 minutes or so. Covering a lot of water. He talked about his higher gear ratio reel that he's using. And reeling that bait fast with a 7.5 to 1, I think he said. So covering a lot of water, staying in there in those shallow areas. Jay Yelas having a great tournament.
As you mentioned, that the swim bait, mid-sized swim bait that he's using there, putting it on that chatterbait. Why is that a good combination?
Well, it's actually the same combination we saw, in the Bassmaster Classic the last few years. It's Yamamoto Zako. It's a good plastic trailer, has a lot of action, but it does not have the thump. The one he's using, they make a boot tail and then a straight tail. He's using a straight tail. The chatterbait itself makes a lot of vibration. And if you get too much going on and too much vibration, that vibration is caused by resistance. It's hard to reel a bait fast as you want to reel that chatterbait if you've got a boot tail trailer on there along with the jig itself.
Boy, what a bunch of fireworks we got to see go off in Bill Weidler's boat. He absolutely put on a show for us and found some giant smallmouth out there. Sort of another guy who's kind of staying by himself a little bit.
He is, and that's a big asset anytime you're in a 4-day tournament to have an area basically by yourself. But here's the other thing that's real big. Keep an eye on Bill Weidler. He's moved up substantially today because he's around the right side. The numbers are just, he's not catching as many fish as any of these other anglers I guess we've been on today. But he's been catching 4, 4.5, 5 pounders with a 5-fish limit. That's all you need to do. Catch 5 of those and you got a chance to win, no doubt.
Get around them that size and execute perfectly like Bill Weidler has done as far as we can tell today, and that is a great combination for putting yourself in a good position. He's in that position right now, 4th place on our unofficial leaderboard. Over to Corey Johnston, one of 2 Canadian brothers occupying the first and second spots. Corey's currently in second place.
So looking at Corey Johnston, the first thing that I think about his day so far, his tournament so far, him and his brother Chris, but certainly Corey doing the same thing. It's a process of elimination. If you get enough bites on Lake St. Clair, you're going to have enough weight to have a chance to win when this tournament's over. And he and his brother Chris are catching the most fish. It's absolutely incredible. How many times we have had them both on camera, both hooked up, probably 6 or 8 times in the first half of the day today.
Definitely a duo that's going to be of concern to anyone else who's going to land in the top 10 with these two. And I have no doubt in my mind they're going to be firmly in that top 10 at the end of the day, if not 1 and 2.
Yeah, these brothers, Corey, they've got the reputation of being some of the best smallmouth fishermen in the world, especially where we were just a few weeks ago, Lake Ontario to St. Lawrence River. But they're no stranger to Lake St. Clair either. Both of these guys have a lot of experience here, and they're smallmouth specialists. You don't have to worry about seeing them catch any green ones this week, I don't think. They're not going to even think about trying to target those largemouth. It's absolutely incredible the number of fish that they've been able to put in the boat.
Corey Johnston started this day down in 6th place, and didn't take him long to move up there right behind Clark Wendlandt, and now he's in 2nd place. Speaking of Clark Wendlandt, the fastest start of all of them today.
He has. All 3 days, to our knowledge, Mark Zona has been with him all 3 mornings, and we've got a camera with him all day today, but he's got a special place that he's been starting on. The one thing that he said when I talked to him last night, well, actually 2 things. He said, number 1, I think the key to my tournament has been I've got an area or 2 all to myself. And that is huge in a 4-day event. The other thing is, if I can't catch a limit on that first spot, catch it rather quickly like I've been able to do the previous 2 days, it could be a slow day, but I still have confidence I can catch 20 pounds. It's just going to be a lot harder to do. It was a little slower on his starting spot this morning, but I don't know if catching 18 pounds in the first hour should be classified as slow.
Only here could you even think of making a statement like that.
Absolutely. Clark doing a good job, and I talked about earlier, I've known him a long time. He's probably got a plan B, a plan C, a plan D up his sleeve that he still has to use. When he goes and starts the morning like he has all 3 mornings, he's not going to burn some places that he feels like maybe some other anglers aren't fishing. So I'm betting that he's got some areas that he has not touched, and a lot of them he can probably keep in sight during the day, and he's pretty confident that no one else has fished them that's in this tournament.
Of course, the big banner in the background that we unfurled today with Clark Wendlandt started the day as the Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader. Not by enough, and it's going to be a long battle till the end of the season, but congratulations to Clark. How about our tournament leader right now, Chris Johnston?
Well, when you're boat flipping those 3.5 pounders on 6-pound test line, it's because you're pretty sure that 3.5 pounder is not going to help you. And it might also be, if you're catching 50 a day, you don't have time to do this all day either. It's absolutely incredible the number of fish we've seen Chris Johnston put in the boat today. Mark Zona told us yesterday afternoon that he found an area, and I'm sure it's this same area where he caught 30 or 40 bass just in the last hour or 2 yesterday afternoon. So there again, it's a numbers game. If you can get that many bites on Lake St. Clair, put that many fish in the boat, you're going to have 20-plus pounds. So you can't help but have 20-plus pounds. So if you're betting with the numbers, Corey and Chris Johnston are going to be hard to beat.
Well, when he gets on them, he just seems to know the right time to make a move, when to bunker in, when to not move all day long. He's just for a young guy, he's got a lot of hours in this particular kind of fishing.
Yeah, and we saw on that video a little bit earlier, he's a young guy, but you got pictures of him and his brother and his dad holding up nice bass when they looked like they were 5, 6, 7 years old. So
yeah.
To be young, he's been doing it a long time, a lot of experience. Not only with these smallmouth, they excel on these places, but we've seen them down south in Florida doing well with largemouth also.
21 pounds is the bass track number we have Chris Johnston pegged at right now. Absolutely done his job today, and his job is getting ready to go, getting positioned for Championship Sunday. It'll only take 10. That's the 10 as it stands right now, but as we always say, there's plenty of time for more changes to take place. The cut line now with David Mullins looking at dropping below that line right now. And Paul Mueller, always considered dangerous, especially this year, We got a lot more action, a lot more drama on the way for you. Going to take ourselves a quick break. Be right back with Bassmaster Live.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
For over 70 years and 19 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And now, through October 19th, you can fall into savings with rebates of up to $1,500 on the FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX250. Fall into savings now through October 19th. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com and fall into savings on the Skeeter boat of your dreams.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Every visit to Lake St. Clair just stands out prominently as just a superb, top tier place to go. And the next stop is yet another one of those places. Incredible, legendary Lake Guntersville. Davey Hype, this place, no matter what the season, no matter what happens year to year, I mean, the fish are always there. It just replenishes. It's just like no other lake on earth.
We probably won't see the numbers, and we, in my opinion, won't see the smallmouth at Lake Guntersville, but you will see big bass, and you will see some top order action. Really excited about that event.
Another place that gets a ton of pressure, just like Lake St. Clair.
It does.
And withstands it. Yeah, oh, right. Yeah, 365. This place is not 365. Get back out on the U.S. waters at Lake St. Clair with our leader from early on today for a good long while, Clark Wendlandt.
Clark's got a great starting spot, but he's also got a few other places he's been catching them also. And if you notice that, he just made a waypoint, a mark right there. So this is a new place.
This is new, undiscovered country here, huh? He's got a champion head shaker on there, that's for sure.
Get in here. think that one helps.
Wow.
Thank you.
Another good fish there. He said he thinks it helps. If it doesn't, he might have a little more than we thought he had.
Absolutely, yeah, which we suspected from the start anyway. Let's take it over quickly to Taku Ito.
Yes. Okay. Maybe big one. Oh! No. Maybe big one. No.
That hookup switch is on again on Lake St. Clair. Also hooked up David Mullins.
This is great to watch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
David needs weight. He needs weight and needs it fast.
He does. Much slower day for him.
Be able to go. Man, it's pretty down in there. This water is so clear. Golly, that's a good fish. I didn't think he was that big. He's pretty big. I'm gonna actually come back there since it's lower. That's a real good one, man. Look at that sucker. That's the kind we need. If we landed on him right here. Hopefully this is where they're at. With a little slack. He ate it good. All right. Man, that helps a lot. Whew. He ate that good too. Stay still.
Come on.
Stay still. How about that?
Oh, so powerful.
All right.
Wow.
Black's got to go.
So powerful.
Mullins getting rid of a 2-pounder with that cull.
He needed that.
Yes, he did. Needs another one and another one. Falling out of the top 10, 13th place. Kind of swapped out with Bill Weidler is what happened there, I think.
Oh, okay.
Ito.
Oh.
Really careful with these fish, these big ones.
Super light line, and they're using fluorocarbon, and fluorocarbon is virtually invisible. So there's other reasons why they use light line. So much current even out in this lake.
Big.
Smaller diameter line, less drag on your line. You can present your bait like you want to, better action. So there's multiple reasons to use this light line other than just the visibility.
Invisibility,
factor.
yeah.
No. Wow. So big. Come on. Oh, yes.
Wow is right.
Yes.
That is a good one there, worth the wait. for Taku Ito. Good stuff. Man, oh man, it just never stops around here. We got a little trivia for you, though. Which Detroit pro athlete competed as a co-angler in the 2001 St. Clair Bass event, won by Davey Hyde?
You remember that, Davey?
2001?
Was it
Wow.
Dimitri Young of the Tigers, Scott Kolkowski of the Lions, John Barry of the Detroit Pistons, or Pat Verbeek of the Red Wings? Think about that one. We'll come back and get you the answer.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
Born in Japan, Sunline has over a 40-year history of making the best fishing lines. With 10% of the company's employees focusing on research and development, Sunline is driven to offer the widest selection of bass fishing lines in the U.S. market. Sunline's fluorocarbon, nylon, and braided lines are made to the strictest Japanese tolerances, incorporating exclusive patented technology like plasma rise. Sunline provides the strength to guarantee your confidence.
Want to know the difference between power bait and other soft plastics? Ask the fish. Berkeley scientists have thousands of flavors tested on thousands of fish. Natural, man-made. Every bait that's ever hit the water. No matter the shape, size, or color, power bait is the only one that is scientifically proven. Fish bite and will not let go.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Today and tonight, it's another UFC fight night from Las Vegas, and this one finally going down. Pedro Munoz takes on former lightweight champ Frankie Edgar in the bantamweight main event. Main card starting at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific on ESPN, with prelims at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific on ESPN+. If you want ESPN+, go to ESPNplus.com or download the ESPN app. Now, our trivia question. I'm going to bust this one out for you. Which Detroit pro athlete competed as a co-angler in that 2001 St. Clair BASS event won by the man to my left here, Davey Hyde, Hall of Famer Davey Hyde? Was it Dimitri Young of the Tigers, Scott Kolkowski of the Lions, John Barry of the Pistons, or Pat Verbeek of the Detroit Red
Ronnie's
Wings?
got to go first.
All right, Ronnie. I'll go with B, Scott Kolkowski.
I was there, and I'm going to go with D, Pat Verbeek.
I was there too
Both of you were
with
there.
you, Tommy, and I will go with D.
Oh,
Pat
that's
Verbeek.
so. Oh,
Red Wings.
Davey, of course.
Yeah,
gets
well,
the after
Davey
Tommy.
knew.
How did we know to cheat that long ago,
knows,
Ronnie?
Tommy knows everything. and
Verbeek
Davey
is
goes behind
from
him.
Sarnia. He fishes St. Clair.
Oh, right, yeah, on the way to Huron.
He was in Dallas. He enjoys fishing Fork and Lake Ray Roberts.
I was going to say, he wasn't just there for an appearance. He loves to fish.
No,
Yeah.
he finished 37th, won $500, 18 pounds.
He needed that 500.
He's caught 11.65 largemouth.
In the direction of Sarnia, that's where we go to pick up John Cox. John Cox, whom we understand is hooked up live.
Come on, baby. Come here.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Let me get you. Come here. 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 Come here.
Whoa! We got her. We got her. That was a small fish hole. I think it's a 5. Oh gosh, like choked that flatworm. Oh, everything felt right when we pulled in there. Oh my gosh. All right, we gotta get that one that's not doing so hot.
Just when you thought John Cox was going to have a slow day, he keeps catching just one here and one there, but they're the right size.
But you reassured us early mid-morning. You said he'll be back. He'll be jumping back up that
like
leaderboard.
3-pound upgrade.
A 3-pound upgrade, another one. Boy, 2 of those in one day is one's a rarity.
He's 212 out of the lead now.
Wow.
Gosh, trying
not
to win
going
this
away.
thing. Wire to wire.
Not going away.
Smallest
He's not going to
bag.
give up his top 10 seat.
Smallest bag among our top 10.
He'll let some of these other anglers use it for an hour or two today, and then you got to get out of there.
Yeah. Take it back to David Mullins. Slow day for him, but he broke it up. Well, no, we're going to back to John Cox.
Oh man. Yeah. Guys, boy, look at these waves. Oh man, my heart is racing. I think there's more here. It's funny, I ran by the spot and I was like, you should stop on that. And I was like, let's run way up the river first. Oh boy, good thing we hit it on the way back. You know, in practice, I caught it like 10 right here, but they were only 2-pounders. But it's just set up perfect. It's got so much current on it. It's real, I don't know if it's zebra mussels down there or some kind of, the bottoms are different.
John put the bear hug on that big one there. He wasn't going to let him get away.
Oh, that was incredible.
Just know that those are the ones that make a difference for you. It's fun to catch 3-pounders, but those are the ones that...
It's like that quick. I feel like we're back in it.
Somebody's going to cash a big check tomorrow because they caught that size right there.
Oh, gosh. So I'm just sticking with the drop shot. You know, I'm going to go to a new leader, actually. I'm using the Berkeley Maxent flatworm. Like, I mean, that's just been... Every smallmouth tournament, I feel like it's been won this year, last year. I mean, ever since it came out. So it's an awesome bait. I mean, I was mixing up some with some other stuff, but the bite's been so tough. I've been just sticking with the flatworm, and something I'm doing. I mean, I know a lot of guys nose hook them, but like even that fish, like I don't know if it was the same fish or a bunch of them, just kept hitting it and not getting it, and. What I did, I just ended up threading it on so that the hook's a little bit further in the bait. And I really think that, I mean, because some of them fish are just barely hooked, you know. If I would have nose hooked it, it would have probably just took the worm. So that was, oh, that was incredible. Got about 50 empty ones down here. I'm saving the juice just in case. Can't get it, run out of flatworms, and I have to put something in there. I feel like it's a 5-pounder. It was thick, you know?
I just put it in, and it says 18.
All right. So we need one more big one. Well, yeah, one more big one. We'll call that 3-pounder.
That call just went into Bass Track.
let's
EK,
get
the
2
cameraman,
more
said
big
18 3/4. First place, John Cox. How about the AFCO taste of bait from his 18-12? He had about a 1.25 pound lead over second, so he had much more of a lead over 7th and 8th.
That's the first one I've worked
the
it
Johnston
off the
brothers.
wall and caught.
Wow. I didn't realize. I thought it put him right back up there, but I didn't realize.
Yeah, I didn't know he was going that fast. Well, he started in a good spot. That always helps.
Yeah.
John Cox. The dream of winning this thing wire to wire is still alive. He can get it done today, stay where he is for the remainder of the day, and there's still a lot of fishing time left.
Yeah, a lot of fishing time. Given the fact a lot of these anglers really got a lot of their weights, a lot of their best culls in the last hour or so yesterday.
Woo! We got her. Ooh, we got her. That was a small fish hole.
The small fish hole with a 5-pounder. He's your leader again.
And behold, just like he said, just like Ronnie said, he's up on top with an advantage. Not a big advantage over Chris Johnston, Clark Wendlandt, and Corey Johnston, but boy, like we need something to keep it exciting here today. We have had so much excitement. He was saving the juice. I wish we could save this excitement the way he's saving that juice right there. We'll be back with more of both when we return.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
When I'm on the road for work or for fun, I always like to have a reliable generator around. This open frame inverter from Champion is ideal because it's lighter than a standard open frame generator and more affordable than a traditional inverter. The remote start helps me start up the generator or shut it off without having to leave my camper. It provides essential power for things like charging my boat batteries, also makes life a lot more comfortable for myself and my family.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key, and Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly. You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Heading into the fourth quarter of this third day of fishing. Got a couple of hours left for these anglers out here, the 40 who are out there trying to make it into the top 10 who will fish Championship Sunday. There's our schedule for it. Right there, we begin streaming live at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Noon Eastern Time, we pick up right here on ESPN2, taking you all the way to 3 Eastern Time. When the weigh-in begins, the final weigh-in to do the final determination to find our winner for this very important halfway point of the season. John Cox, the man who made a big move, the latest big move we've seen. He started with the lead, had the lead day one, day two, and he's regained it here. And now, aha, the music, Davey.
Aha, the music for the Power Pole replay of the day. We just saw it just right before our break. John Cox got a little slower start this morning. I mean, you can't put 24 pounds in your boat before lunchtime every day, so he's earned them a little more today. But going out with the lead. Just got to catch that solid limit, and he's been able to upgrade a little bit by a little bit. But this fish right here is the reason we have to make John Cox Power Pole Replay today. Took the lead back.
We got her.
For the third day in a row, John Cox is our leader. Unofficially, John Cox, you are officially Power Pole Replay of the day.
Oh, Gosling choked that flatworm.
Oh, good stuff there from John Cox. I think he knew he retook the lead with that one.
He's seen it. He's awful happy.
Yeah,
He's very
happy.
happy.
I think he knew. I mean, how could he know that they're catching him like that out there anyway?
Right.
But still, you know.
You have those target weights that you think I've got to have X to have a chance to retain my lead. So I think you're right, Tommy. He had that number in his mind, and he's really excited to catch that fish in particular today. I think you're right. He realizes that he's back in the lead or really close to it.
And for Cox, he had a 1 pound, 1 ounce lead over Clark Wendlandt, who is second, but the guy who is second right now, Chris Johnston, 2.5 pounds behind the wall and caught.
Wow.
I like that he's having so much fun out there.
He really is.
Getting all the waves he wants now.
Gosh. Another big one. Oh my gosh. Here she comes.
Got a 3 pounder. Needs to get rid of.
I think it's a 2.4.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Smaller.
So
2.4, 3.5, and then he's got 3 over 4 pounds.
He should maybe get rid of that one. Boy, when he jumped, I thought he was a giant one.
It did look a lot bigger than that when he jumped. I think it'll still help him if he does have a 2 pounder.
I don't think he's going to do it, but I don't know, that one in there.
Unless they lowballed that one and tremendously, you know, and it is a 3 even. It would still be a smallest, but it could be a half pound bigger than what it says.
While he sorts that one out, we're going to get back up to the Johnston brothers. Usually good for a few fish catches, at least
been all
today.
day.
It's been the MO today.
Shocked how hard they've gotten to catch. Those might be drum, but in practice and the first few days of the tournament, if you saw one and put it within 5 feet of the fish in front of the boat, pretty well guaranteed. Today they're little.
Oh, little one's awesome.
Yeah. Have to get back to John Cox there. We'll revisit the Johnston brothers, certainly.
I'm trying to think of some little fish holes we should go hit, because I thought this was a little fish hole. Guys, that was
not a little boat going by.
That was pretty amazing. That's how it's been, though. It's like we get 1 or 2 bites, and then that's it. That guy's going nuts. Ah, he's not that big.
I think that one will help him.
No.
Nice fish on most days, but not today.
See, that's what I thought was there in that spot. Small ones, but.
Maybe that 5-pounder was just like the guardian angel of the group. Like it's got to keep, you know,
he was
keep
a security
the small ones,
detail.
Yeah, keep the small ones safe so they can get bigger later. Yeah.
Keep all the flatworms away from you. Oh, it's getting like a washing machine out there now.
Oh yeah, if you were worried about breakup on top of the water, you need not worry anymore today.
Clark Wendlandt's right in the middle of it.
Think about that boat traffic. You get waves coming from every single direction. You got
can't
no way
brace for it.
You
because
can't.
They come from different directions.
I think it was calm when the wind switched from the southwest to the south, coming from the southeast now. It's supposed to be up near 8-10 miles an hour.
Yeah, from the water that is in play for the elites. Whoa, I think Wendlandt just got a little
airborne
right there.
Yeah. He caught some air.
I mean, it just doesn't even seem like it could possibly be this rough, but it is.
I said the water that's in play on St. Clair, the
Nearly dead
U.S.
calm
side,
out here.
susceptible to that west wind more than the east because of the direction it would come from.
This is 90% boat traffic, though.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is. Yeah. I wish I could see the replay of that last big one.
We need to slow-mo that.
Yeah, we're gonna look at that here in a second. Watch this.
Here we go. He happens to be basically standing on one foot because he's got the other one on a trolling motor.
There we go. Whoa! Yeah, a little levitation for the folks at home.
So did he jump or did the boat fall out from under him?
Yeah, that's the eternal question right there.
So with all this going on, it's real important to stay focused from all. It'd be so easy just to get caught up in the boats, the waves, but
all the distractions, yeah.
The ships, the barges, but got to stay focused. Make a coal or two this afternoon.
So you pointed out on day one, you look at the St. Clair River in the upper left there. All that barge traffic has to go in this little pinch down part of the Great Lakes here. Every bit of the traffic going from Superior all the way to St. Lawrence Seaway.
That's right. I'm throwing off the bank. Gosh, there's a few down there.
A cheering section on the boat there. All right, John Cox. Yeah.
There's some fans.
They may be watching it inside on the satellite TV. You never can tell. Good stuff from Lake St. Clair. Can't say it enough. This place is just phenomenal.
It really is. The size, the numbers, the beautiful water, crystal clear water. It's just an incredible place.
He won't help me though.
Some anglers catch them in 20 feet. Jay Yelas up there, 4 or 5 feet deep. Crankbaits, chatterbaits, a lot of drop shots, soft plastics. Absolutely incredible place.
Great and constantly changing crew in that top 10. Top 10 is who we're looking for today. Taking you all the way to 3 p.m. with our Bassmaster Live coverage, and of course, that's when the weigh-in cranks up. That's when we determine, for real, the official weights and who's going to pass on and fish on Championship Sunday. Yeah, hold on, folks. We got a lot more to come.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Beautiful, just another gorgeous day. We have no complaints about the weather this week at Lake St. Clair. It has been absolutely perfect, and those days of summer are dwindling down to a precious few. That explains a lot of the boat traffic out on the water today. Everybody wants to get their hours in. Everyone who comes here from this huge metropolitan area to enjoy the recreation on this great fishery. John Cox back on top, started the day on top, and here's the one that put him back there.
Leader after day one and day two had dropped down unofficially to about 11th or 12th place, I think.
Yeah, dropped out of the top 10. Yeah.
Slowly regained some of that weight back, but this fish made the difference for John Cox. So looks like a 5-pounder, and those are the ones that
we got her.
You got to have the win.
We got her. And that was a small fish hole.
And you called it. You said he dropped out of the top 10 from the very top spot, and you said, he'll be back. He'll be back in there. And lo and behold, it came true. What other predictions do you have for us, Swami?
Well, I think those are the fish that are going to make the difference. The winner is going to have a couple 5-pounders, and you know, we saw John Cox on day one, obviously the leader with 24 pounds, Clark Wendlandt with 24 pounds yesterday. You're going to have to get up around that range.
All right. Thanks for being with us today on Bassmaster Live. We got plenty more on the way. Lots of fishing left, a lot of movement up and down the leaderboard. But right now, since we are in the studio, good opportunity to check out the fantasy world of Ronnie Moore and the Screen of Knowledge.
Well, and some of it's reality, and you talked about those 5-pounders that are really helping the leaders of Bill Weidler with a 5'11", Cox with a 5-pounder there, Destin and Marion jumping in there, and they haven't even reached the big bass of the event. And the big bass of the event in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, this is where fantasy and reality combine, Tommy.
Okay.
If you catch the biggest bass of the tournament, you get bonus points in fantasy fishing. And we talked about that. You got to make the top 40 to get to day 3, which is all the guys competing today. One of those guys that jumped into the cut, 38th place coming into today, Ed Lochran, caught a 6-pound, 5-ounce smallmouth yesterday, the Phoenix Boats big bass of the event, and that's going to give him 40 bonus points in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. That's huge, but it's also huge because the 2 guys who have the biggest bass this week, Chris Groh and Ed Lochran, both jumped into the cut to make today's top 40 cut because of their big fish. And when we talk about that cut, it is the best cut that we've had all year. The top 40 weight after 2 days advance, and 35 pounds, 14 ounces. That's almost 18 pounds a day. That's 2 pounds higher than Lake Champlain, which was a pound higher than the St. Lawrence, which was 2 pounds higher than the Fall. It's grown every single event. Obviously, the fall is going to be different, but the cut line, you've had to bring it on the Northern Swing. It's gotten better and better every single event, and St. Clair not letting us down in the big fish department or the cut weight. So Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, big fish are giving you bonus points this week, and Ed Lochran moving up into the cut and the big fish really helping his fantasy team.
Yeah, big fish and lots of them. That's what makes this a great favorite stop of all our anglers here. We talked about Chris Groh and that giant he caught. Day number 1.
This was late in the day for Chris. He really needed this fish.
Got him! Yeah! Are you kidding me, dude? Is that a smallmouth? Dude. Oh my God, dude, that's a 6-pounder, dude. Rick Maddow, this is for you, boy, sitting at home, chilling. Oh God, that's a call. Let's see.
That one right there, that kicker. Oh boy, we may have a new big bass. 5 pounds and 9 ounces leading right now.
Chris Groh with a quite maniacal laugh right there. That's, last time I heard a laugh like that, I was at an amusement park in the House of Mirrors or something.
Scared.
Very nice, very nice. Back out on the water.
That is a
Corey
game changer.
Johnston.
Not only does it help his day, I mean, he only had 18 pounds and he caught a 6-pounder. That was a third of his weight was that one fish. Helped him make the cut today, on pace for his best event of the season. But also, if that one would have held out for Chris Groh, that's bonus money as well. You're getting a big check for that.
Yes, yes, sir.
Should have never left here.
6 or 8 pounds.
What's that?
6 or 8 pounds.
8. It's a little better than I thought.
Yeah.
Still don't know if he'll help. No, he won't. Come on. Man, they're good ones, but they're...
Golly, dude. Amazing.
I don't think he'll help.
I mean,
There again, talking about the big fish, it just, those are game changers of 5, and especially a 6-pounder. I mean, Corey Johnston and Chris Johnston have caught so many bass today, and you know, for the last 2 hours, he catch a nice one like that, and you think that's going to help him, and no help at all.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they both caught a dozen that size.
Yes.
During the course of today. That's phenomenal.
Between 3.5 and 4 pounds.
I would 100% expect their 21 and 20 pounds, 10 ounces, respectively on Bass Track to be maybe 22.
Up and up.
Hooked up again? Corey Johnson.
He said I should never left here.
Yeah. I think he was right.
Yeah.
Pulling. Poacher. I haven't really got a good look at this one. I know it's a bass, but I mean, it feels heavy. It looked big on the live scope, but looks like a Magnum. Come on. Gotcha. Yeah, baby.
That one will help.
That's what we need right there.
Got rid of a 3.5 pounder. You ought to be in the lead.
It's gotta help.
Just heard him say I should have never left this spot. He's caught 2 good ones back to back, and just got there. It's not over.
No, not by any means. That one's going to put him on top by our estimation. Corey Johnston finding himself at the right place at the right time. Of course, when this is your office, you don't mind working weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. We don't mind watching them work either. These guys are the best in the business, and they're showing us how they do when they get on one of the premier fisheries in all the world, Lake St. Clair. Corey Johnston back on top. John Cox now dislodged from that top spot yet again, and I have no doubt he'll regain it yet again, probably during the course of this day. We've got so much more movement yet to come up and down the leaderboard. That's why we're here, and that's why we'll be back in a minute.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt. Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
For over 70 years and 19 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And now, through October 19th, you can fall into savings with rebates of up to $1,500 on the FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX250. Fall into savings now through October 19th. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com and fall into savings on the Skeeter boat of your dreams. You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
We talk all year how much anticipation is centered around this particular event. Every time we have a Lake St. Clair tournament on the schedule, and boy, it's just a perfect place. That's Metro Park right there. That's the headquarters. Big facility there. Lots of traffic. We're in a huge metropolitan area. Hats off to the staff here in Macomb County and Metro Park for making this a perfect tournament. Everything running just perfectly, and not the easiest time in history to put on a tournament, but hats off to all our hosts here. Tremendous place to have a tournament. Clark Wendlandt getting rocking and rolling out there. The waves and the fishing are rocking and rolling today, Davey Hyde.
They are, and that's not wind. If you're just joining us, that is boat traffic. We are definitely in a metropolitan area, as you said, Tommy.
Hummingbird lay of the lake. Well, right now it's comprised of representations of each spot. Those little markers you see represent a 4-pounder.
And we sort of become numb to a 4-pound smallmouth because they seem to be so common, but they are uncommon if you think about it throughout the country. People fish their entire life and never catch a 4-pound plus smallmouth, and these are just the ones caught today. 4-pound plus smallmouth here on Lake St. Clair in just a little over half of a day. Absolutely incredible, and it shows the middle of the lake, back in Anchor Bay, the outskirts of Anchor Bay. We've even had some in the St. Clair River. Absolutely incredible how many 4-pound plus fish we have seen caught today.
4-pounders are the gold standard. 5-pounders are game changers. Cody Johnston hooked up again, hoping it's a game changer. He's at the point where a gold standard won't help him too much.
No, it's tough to get there, but it's much tougher to catch that 5 or even a 6-pounder like we've seen a couple of already this week.
Five fish range from 4.0 to 4 pounds 9 ounces.
So
this is an upgrade. It's not going to be a whole lot for him, but every ounce, at the end of tomorrow, every ounce is definitely going to count.
Got a wham.
All right. What a great tournament it has been for Cody Johnston. Let's take a look at day number 2. A little bit different looking day out there. They've both been great days for catching smallmouth. It certainly was a great day for Corey.
And Cody Johnston and his brother Chris have been catching a lot of numbers, also some good ones. They right there top the leaderboard, especially Cody Johnston. Every day his numbers have been good. Chris got on a flurry yesterday afternoon, but Corey has been catching them early, often, flaked in the middle, just using his electronics. They're both fishing out in the lake, as far out as around the shipping channel, and it's just tough. It's got to get that 5 or 6 pound bite. They're catching 20, 21 pounds with not having a 5-pounder. That just shows you the average size is just right there, just what most people dream for. I mean, to get 5 4-pounders, but they've been able to catch 15 or 20 4-pounders a day, I think, and they need a 5 or a 6-pounder to put them up there with the John Cox and Clark Wendlandt.
21-11 on day 1, 21-3 on day 2 for Cody Johnston. Back to him live now.
Should be a bite right here. Feels like a big one. They are loaded. It's hard to get 4-pounders. I haven't seen this one yet, but it feels big. That's a good one.
You see Corey puts more pressure on his fish. He uses 8-pound tests more often than 6.
He's not as gentle. He's a former hockey player, you know, stuff like that. A little more abrasive.
Get up here. Gotcha. That's a good one. It's got to be a 4-pounder. All day long. That's a big one. That's over 4.
Freshwater tuna. Yeah, we can mark another.
Yeah, put another marker down there, 4 and up.
Give him a half-pound go.
But you can see, we talked about it earlier, if you look when that fish turns, they're just not as filled out as the fish that we're seeing caught by Bill Weidler, Cody Holland, and even some of Clark's fish. Just
oh gosh, it's gonna take off.
Cox hooked up.
rock and roll, baby.
Rocking and rolling.
Boy, this fish could really help John. Still got a 3-pounder, maybe?
You're to believe Bass Track, it says 2 1/4 and a 3.5, which is 2 4s and a 5. I don't know if that's been updated.
I don't think he's that big. He just won't give up. Yeah, he ain't even gonna do anything, is he? Nope. All right. Well, boy, he choked it. No, right?
Not gonna help, so John Cox, Corey Johnston, less than half
We
a
got
pound
time for
apart.
that.
Take it back to Clair Inlet. He has found the spot where all the waves come together, apparently. Hold on. No.
Hey, if you got your boat dirty the other day,
You're just having
dusty,
a good time with it back there, aren't you?
just go to Clark Wendlandt.
Yeah,
clean it
no
off.
problem.
Stand up.
He's giving us cameraman a hard time about just enjoying the seeing him try to stay on the front of that boat.
Oh, that is nasty out there. Back up to Yelas where it's a little calmer. Jay lived in Texas for several years.
Quite a while, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
there's one.
Just get in the boat then, my friend. Golly, he hit it right there. I mean, right at the. I had that much line out when he grabbed it. Glad he had the hook. That wasn't a pretty landing job, but we got him. He ate it. That's why we got him. All right. That one might help a little. That should be close to 3. Let's see.
It's almost like a muskie bite there.
well, he got bugged right at the boat, didn't he?
I'm gonna have to weigh those. I think it's gonna help by a few ounces. He's long. He's kind of, yeah, it's a male, I assume. weighs 3.30. That should help a little bit. Weigh this one. And this one weighs 2.95, a few ounces. I'm thankful for it. So 3 1/3, that'd be about, you can put like 3.6 in Bass Track.
Like he says, a few ounces upgrade. He probably needs a pound or more worth of upgrades to feel a little bit better about things right now. He's currently sitting in 7th place. About a pound and a half worth of insurance wouldn't hurt.
A fish that finally bit, yeah.
That actually jumped him up to 6. He's 2 pounds even back of the lead. Top 7 are within 2 pounds, 2 ounces. Last tournament at Champlain, the top 10 started the final day. 2 pounds, 12 ounces separating all 10. Looks like another one of those.
Closest top 10 last week ever that anyone can ever remember, document, or whatever for an Elite Series event. So this one, if it's less than 212, it is the closest.
Well, Taku Ito and Shane LaHue got to catch a few more. Destin DeMarion.
He hit it, smacked it right there.
Going to make it a great final day. You don't want to miss it. We're going to start streaming it 8 o'clock in the morning. Pick it up on ESPN. 2 at 12 noon, 3 hours in the afternoon. It's going to be some good stuff for you.
Tail gets caught on the hook.
Very curious who's going to make it. There's a battle for that last couple spots.
Oh, I think somebody will have 60 pounds for 3 days and not make it.
Yeah.
That'd be frustrating to catch 20 pounds of smallmouth every day and have to drive home.
Ito's over 60 pounds right now, and he's 10th. In fact, Paul Mueller's 11th, and Austin Felix is 12th, and Mullins 13th, even has 60 even.
It just never stops out here. This has been a phenomenal day, and we are not by any means done yet.
I remember early in the morning, the first day, I asked Mark Zolan, do you think these fish can replenish? I think they're multiplying.
It seemed to be cell division going on out there.
Gosh, this has been incredible. From some anglers, Jay Yelas, we just saw catch a good fish that helped him a couple tenths.
Taku.
Fishing 5 feet deep, and then you see Corey and Chris Johnston just every time they make a pitch out in 18 to 20 feet.
Just a phenomenal place. Tremendous amount of pressure. The times we're living in probably got even more pressure this spring and early summer, and just keeps pumping them out.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt. This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Introducing the Bass U TV app. Get the most out of your Bass U TV subscription and learn on the go with the Bass U TV app. Unlimited access to 700 plus training videos. Multiple new releases each week, including seminars, on-water videos, live shows, interviews, and other original content. The Bass U TV app. Never stop learning.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Looks like quite the little party boat.
Later, we'll have 2 Western Conference playoff Game 3s. Start with Rockets Thunder. Houston up 2-0 in that one at 6 Eastern, 5 Central on ESPN. And then over on ABC, Anthony Davis. He led the Lakers in Game 2 to even the series with Portland at 1 apiece. They square off against Dame and the Blazers. We'll see how his dislocated index finger on his left non-shooting hand affects his play. I'm guessing maybe. Our coverage tips with a jump at 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific, and like everything else, both games available on the ESPN app.
Tommy, I'm so shocked. I'm shocked that the Thunder haven't stolen a game from the Rockets. 2-0 Rockets, and then the Blazers did beat the Lakers. I'm shocked, though, that other series is 2-0.
Well,
James
just see what happens tonight.
James Harden's the man.
Coming up later. Let's take it out to our friend Mark Zona. He's following all of it. Z, what do you got? Oh, he's having a hard time hearing us. Tell him he's live. He's listening to us on his phone, and there he is. Hey, Z. Can you hear us now? Everything's good.
I lost him. Sorry, guys. Lost you.
Please talk slower. We'll get with him in a second.
We'll get it reconnected with. Got to get the Zona report. Apparently, he's got his camera back now, and as we kind of whip around Lake St. Clair and take a look at where the anglers we've been following all day long, how they're situated on this lake in general terms.
Check in with David Mullins. You know, last time we talked to him, he had dropped in on some nice fish. There we go. He'd gotten away from the crowd and had some nice fish.
He did. Much needed.
Yes.
Still down there in 13th place.
Oh, he's sitting at 60. That's what I talked about earlier.
I'm back with you, Mike.
He's had. He's got to get above 60. It'd be a shame for him not to be able to fish on Championship Sunday as many nice smallmouth as he's caught this week.
He certainly has. Oh, hooked up? Okay.
It's a good one here if it's a bass. I think it is. I think it's a drum. I think it's a drum. Whole school of drums, what it was. Has to be. I ain't had a bass fight this hard yet. Well, he's coming in now. Drum.
I've caught a few of those on Lake St. Clair, Lake Erie, a few other places.
A few other lakes as well.
Boy, they get you excited for a little bit.
Back to our old ways.
Champlain, last week, or last event.
Huh? On the live mix. Well, we're catching drum on the live mix.
All right, let's try Mark Zona again while David recovers from Quick drum interlude right there. I think Z can hear us now. There he is out there, Z. And man, we have had, and I'm sure you've been following along, we have had a catch fest like few we have ever seen before out here. Why is this, and can it be sustained?
You know, Tommy, it was ideal smallmouth conditions all day long. But the first day of this tournament, I said, we are going to have some of the best smallmouth weather that we have seen all season long. And the Yamaha unlocked the lake. I'll be honest with you. If you've ever been to St. Clair on a Saturday or Sunday, camerawoman Ashley, real quick, you see Metro behind me, Lake St. Clair Metro. If you pan across to the middle channel, our Yamaha Unlock the Lake is going to be the 3,000 pleasure boaters between 20 to 40 feet long that are really in the highway of where Clark Wendlandt's fishing right now. Oh boy, hang on. Ashley, hold on. Watch the front. Watch the front. Hang on, guys. Hold on. It's going to get rough. Okay, so... And basically, we were out with Taku Ito for about, I'll call it 4 or 5 hours. Davey, you have made this trip many times on a Saturday or Sunday in July or August. And in a nutshell, if you ever want to know what it's like to be in a washing machine, it is 15 miles of just getting beat down. That is your Yamaha Unlock the Lake.
So, Z, I got a quick question for you. I've done it, but I've also messed up a time or two, and I'm sure you have too. You make that run during the week, and all of a sudden it's a beautiful Saturday. You take a John Cox or anglers that are in that St. Clair River. When they get back out on that lake between there and Metro, it could be a lot longer trip than it has been the previous 2 days.
Davey, it's miserable out. There are certain areas. Right here's a little bit better than it is about 4 miles south or about 4 miles north of here. But it is. I mean, there are some cruisers out, and you're going to take a beating today. Hey, the one thing I did want to tell you guys is being with Taku Ito all morning long, and really for the last, really call it the last 3 tournaments. What he has done, it leaves me speechless. I've watched him fish on Lake St. Clair. It's his first year fishing for smallmouth bass, and I'm going to tell you something. He has beat some of the best smallmouth fishermen the last 3 events, and watching him fish St. Clair today, Davey, I am dead serious. You would think he has fished here for decades. And I know you guys have talked about it, but to watch it, to literally watch him work his electronics, fish for all those pressured fish, especially the area he's in today. Taku Ito is a very special fisherman, and look forward to the next decade covering. Tommy, he did say one thing. I hate to say this. He said, I've been watching you and Tommy since I was a baby.
His dad has probably been watching me since he was a baby. Thank you, Mark Zona. Good stuff there from Z. Back on the trail and getting bounced around a little bit out there. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of Taku Ito's day.
I agree with Zona. He's he's a special fisherman. We're going to be seeing a lot of it. I mean, it's just, you can just see it. I mean,
He's got some more work to do today, though. He got knocked out of the top 10 by Paul Mueller, 20 pounds.
That BZK right there, Such.
So we got how many 60-pound plus? We got 3 60-pound plus guys out of the top 10 right now.
And that's unofficial on Fast Track. There's 59, 58-pound guys that are going to have 60. So there's going to be the top 20 might be 60 by the end of it.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
If you read the pre-tournament report, 60 pounds would win this thing going away, right?
That's right. Those pre-tournament reports, they really do amaze you.
Okay.
This guy amazes us. He really has. He is just so skilled. As he said, he's like he's been fishing this place all his life.
So there's a couple things that if you're just tuning in, and Zona just mentioned it, you would think he's been fishing for smallmouth bass for a decade. He's been doing it for less than a year. So you think, well, when he goes down south, he's not going to have the skill level. Well, that's how he qualified in the Central Opens to get here. They were all like tough Southern tournaments.
In the fall as well.
Smith Lake, places like, man, he's going to.
A Grand Lake in the fall.
Yeah.
If he doesn't do well at Guntersville, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Back to Corey Johnston.
I won't pick him in fantasy, which means he'll continue to do well.
Old strategy and hooked up again.
Three-pounder.
Well, this is going to be great. The rest of this afternoon and then tomorrow. Because we've got guys catching better quality, but it just comes a game of numbers. Chris and Corey Johnston are catching, and they're not catching 2-pounders. They're catching 3.5 to 4 1/4s and a lot of them.
Cute one. Yep.
Well, here's the tale of the tape between the brothers Johnston. Both fishing 2 years as Elite Series Pro, in their second year as Elite Series Pro.
So I thought the number of top 10 finishes would be a little closer than that. I mean, Corey's almost got twice as many.
Yeah, Corey's.
But the win goes to Chris.
Yeah, he's probably got the more highest elite finish. Well, he's got the highest elite finish, of course. Chris does.
And he's got a second.
And he's second at St. Lawrence last year. So, yeah, it about evens out.
I think he finished second at the St. John's as well last year.
That's right, he did.
To start
the season.
3 top 10s, 2 seconds, and a first.
Yeah.
That's not a bad first couple of years.
Hey, we've seen a lot of guys in their career maybe have 15, 20 top 10s, but they're always 5th through 10th. He doesn't have a lot of top 10s, but they're always top half of it.
Amazing pair, and we're just getting a better look at them. We've been learning more about them as the past 18 months have gone on, and we'll learn more about them through the rest of this day.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
If you want to know how the best anglers always seem to find fish, stay on fish, and be in the right place at the right time, don't ask them. Just look at the name on the side of their boat. The one that's built 10 million motors, shallow water anchors, and more. No angler's gonna tell you their secrets, but they don't have to, because you already know. Minn Kota, fish for more.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Anytime the Bassmaster Elite Series comes to this place, Lake St. Clair, you expect a big event. It has been a gigantic event so far in terms of fish caught, in terms of tight competition, and it all wraps up, like Davey Height said, tomorrow it is going to be fabulous. 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Start streaming. Noon, we hook up with ESPN2. Take you all the way to 3 p.m. and weigh-in time tomorrow when it's all decided. Current conditions right now hadn't got as hot as it was predicted. It may yet get up in the high 80s, but sunny and 83 just perfect right now. Wind out of the southeast at 6 miles an hour. Beautiful. Not too different of a forecast for tomorrow. We'll talk about that some a little bit later on today as well. Should be just perfect. It's been absolutely perfect for catching smallmouth all tournament long.
Yeah. If this isn't perfect, I don't know if I can handle perfect, because they are flat catching them.
Man, it's been a good afternoon. It's kind of came pretty quick. These boat wakes are killing me, but these fish are setting up exactly how I want them to, and I'm able to cover a ton of water, and just put one close to 5 in the boat, and you know, I'm catching tons of 3s, 3 and changers, ton of fish here. So if I can get rid of one more with a big one, we'll be in good shape for tomorrow. So we're gonna keep grinding away here and picking these things off as we go, and see what we can come up with at the end of the day. It's been a fun day. Caught a lot of fish today. They have been eating a Strike King Baby Z2 and a Berkeley flatworm. I'm not sponsored by either of them. They're just solid baits. Well, let's see if we can catch this one here. Didn't get it close enough. I didn't get him close enough on that one. It's absolutely key to make a good cast when you see these things, because they disappear so quick into the grass. Can't even find them now. Oh, gotcha. There's another one right here. Another bad cast. We'll get them this time. Can't see them anymore.
With 3 4-pounders the last hour and a half, Shane LaHue is almost back to his 4th place starting position today. He's got 19 and a half. He's in 5th.
Wow.
Corey Johnston was talking about seeing those fish, and then they get down in that grass, and it's not that grass. Most of these guys are fishing around what they call sandgrass. They're only 4 to 6 inches up off the bottom, but those fish, when they get right down in that stuff, they're almost impossible to mark.
They kind of camoed too, a little bit like that.
Could have been a drum or a walleye. Most of the time when they follow it right down the bottom, they eat it every time.
Boy, we are running out of time. We got about 30 minutes and we got to run back. We got one, I think we got one in there about 3 pounds, and then one that's almost 3.5. Well, I'd love to get rid of that 3-pounder. All right, let me make 2 more throws and then let's go. Let's finish up on that area where they were at yesterday evening. fight away from being okay.
John Cox, there was a little speculation on the part of Marcus, or you actually, on whether he was going to allow enough time to get back, because it's such a washing machine out there. You heard his timetable. Is that enough time?
I think
30
so.
minutes?
I think so. It's just so hard to judge that, because even big waves, and we talk about big waves on Lake Champlain or Lake Ontario that space out, they space out more in Ontario than they do Champlain. But you can run those waves. These come from all different directions.
Yeah.
You will just beat your teeth out and damage your boat and your equipment if you try to run these that are just coming from these bigger boats from all different directions, and then they roll back off of so many of these yards have seawalls or bulkheads in front of them, and they just like a washing machine.
He's moved about the furthest south of Harson's Island than we've seen him. So he's a little bit closer than
Cox has
up the river, yes.
And it's roughly, I got a gauge of it from takeoff after that canal, which is they don't have to check in at the ramp, they check in at the mouth of the canal. It's about 10 minutes, 15 minutes in a 21-foot fiberglass boat. His boat doesn't go nearly as fast.
In calm conditions.
But yeah, and that's like in the morning, but obviously you can't go full speed right now, and so his boat's also built a little bit more for
different hull,
rougher stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so
that's
he's
where he is right there.
he's right down south.
Making one more run. Currently, right now, he says he's got one more place where he's seen him.
And I think that's even a little closer to the lake. And if that's the case, I think 30 minutes will be enough.
St. Clair River, of course, braids out from there, different channels, and empties into Lake St. Clair. You gave me a fact about Lake St. Clair, Sucher, the last break that was kind of shocking.
Well, yesterday I mentioned Michigan has 1 million registered boaters, and this side of Lake St. Clair, the U.S. side, has I'm ruining a trivia question now, 150,000 boats. When you look at all the little moorings and houses, and yacht clubs and whatnot.
Yeah, but
St. Clair accounts for a third of the fishing catch each year in all of the Great Lakes.
Is that not incredible?
And half of the entire Great Lakes sport fishing effort. So if you're going fishing in the Great Lakes, half the effort is in St. Clair.
Even though St. Clair is not a Great Lake.
It's the sixth Great Lake.
Right.
Between
that's
two
still,
Great Lakes.
but I'm saying,
Yeah.
so it's even smaller
Right.
and has that big a
You
percentage.
ain't done fighting, but
Compared
I
to
had
a
sling you in the
Superior,
boat.
the biggest lake of them
Because
all.
you're not worth nothing when you're in the water to me.
What a bad one there with Jay.
3.3. The number we're looking to beat.
It's going to be close, I think.
I think this one's a little bigger. He's fatter than that. That one with that 3.3 was a skinny fish.
Then you ask, what do they fish for there, Davey, besides smallmouth, which 100,000 are caught every year, 90% released. Yellow perch is the number one, 750,000 caught a year.
Fish. This comes in at 3.
Those are some good little nuggets, too.
Ooh, they're tasty.
3.72. That's officially 3 3/4, and he's in the help. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord.
Corey hooked up again.
Yeah, it's got a good little stringer going on. Smallest one, 3 3/4.
Little guy, little 3-pounder. I think 3.5. I don't know. Get in here.
No, his last fish was at 412. It's up to 22.6 on the day and 65 plus. Pound and a quarter lead.
That is a good fish, too, man. Anybody would love to catch that fish. One of about a couple of dozen that he's caught of that size today. Our leader, Corey Johnston, now got the edge over John Cox, who's making a move to hit one more spot before it's time to point the nose of the boat toward Metro Park and start making his way back to the weigh-in, which starts at 3 p.m. Might want to think about hooking up with the Bassmasters online and enjoying that weigh-in after that. Lots of reasons to stick around, though. More fishing to come.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
Born in Japan, Sunline has over a 40-year history of making the best fishing lines. With 10% of the company's employees focusing on research and development, Sunline is driven to offer the widest selection of bass fishing lines in the U.S. market. Sunline's fluorocarbon, nylon, and braided lines are made to the strictest Japanese tolerances, incorporating exclusive patented technology like plasma rise. Sunline provides the strength to guarantee your confidence.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Well, tonight, it's another UFC fight night from Las Vegas. This one is finally going down. Pedro Munoz takes on former lightweight champ Frankie Edgar in the bantamweight main event. Main card starting at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific on ESPN, with the prelims at 6 and 3 Pacific on ESPN+. Get ESPN Plus, go to ESPNplus.com or download the ESPN app. Sports just keep coming today. We got plenty more coming your way, another hour's worth of fishing. Probably a little less than that for a lot of our anglers we're covering today, because it's going to take a while with all that boat traffic and the resultant waves for them to make their way back to Metro Park. They do check in at the top of the canal there. You don't have to wait for them to motor all the way through to make their check-in time, so they can fish a little bit longer. Man on the bubble right now, just above it, Paul Mueller. Taku Ito right below. So, and look at those 60-pounders, some of whom are not going to be able to fish.
That'd be so frustrating.
Mind-boggling.
Well, we catch over 20 pounds a day and not be able to make the top 10. And those weights have tightened up. 5 pounds between first and 11th. This morning at one point it was 11 pounds in that same. And I bet they're even closer than that. Probably only 4 pounds separating
4 pounds,
first
10
and 10.
ounces.
Oh, is it? Okay.
John Cox having made his run.
He needs one more good one here to give him a chance. He's got a 3-pounder there, so he can make up some ground with a 4-pounder. Doesn't have to have that 5 or 6 like maybe a Corey Johnston has.
A little perspective, the St. Lawrence River, the one that took 97 pounds at the top end of the leaderboard, the top 2 guys at close to 100. Great weights throughout the field, though. 9th place going into the final day had 60 pounds eclipsed. We could have 15, maybe 16 guys do that today. So like you said, 5 or 6 are going to go home.
Wow.
That's going to be big time. And some lakes have that ability to have that 100-pound potential or 90 to 100 pounds. And then there are some lakes that may not have that top end weight, but through the field it's much better. Lake Champlain was last week. That's why the standings were so tight in the top 10. That's why the cut weight was even better than the St. Lawrence, and same with this week.
Time of year that we fish these places makes a big difference. We've talked about that each and every day. But get a little farther out, late summer, early fall, these fish will be heavier. The exact same fish that they're catching today will be 1/4 pound to maybe even a 1/2 pound heavier.
Well, the doc talk before the event, though, 21 pounds a day would have been good enough to win. Now it looks like it may take 6 pounds more than that. We're on pace for almost 90.
John Cox said right before he made his move, I need one more good one. He seems to know where he stands with regard to the top spot at all times. He's a lot of fishermen have that uncanny ability.
So I'll drop this on you, Davey. Just thinking about it, different time of the year. Last year at St. Clair, it was only a 3-day event, but this is apples to apples on 3-day events. 12 anglers eclipsed 60 pounds after the 3-day event at St. Clair we had last year, where the weights were so great, and we're comparing it's not as good as it was before. We could have 15 or 16 do it after 3 days this week. And that's with people probably managing fish today for tomorrow. They still eclipsed it knowing there's another day. Right. Last year on day 3, everyone caught what they could catch because that was the last day of the season.
I believe we saw a good one come off of this little spot yesterday with John
I think
Cox.
this is where he caught his last 2 fish that helped him cull yesterday afternoon, Tommy. You're exactly right.
Yeah, you hit the spot on the way in and on the way out.
Now, Davey, how much spot hitting planning goes into a day? Like he's come down the river to get closer to make a shorter run to the check-in point.
It all depends on your catches. Like the first day, he caught that 24 pound and didn't even hit his quote-unquote spot, all of his spots.
Gotcha.
Today, he's really trying to get rid of that smallest fish, the 3-pounder. He's going to hit everything that he's got in that St. Clair River on the way up, like Tommy said, and on the way back.
He's got to maximize his time, though,
Yes.
and hitting more.
Through practice, I think he had found about, he's hooked up. I don't know what size. Very small.
The big old perch moved in.
Look at Corey getting bounced around out there. That is, oh, that's rough.
It looks good.
Driving a boat through those waves is the most frustrating, because if you've got experience driving in bigger waves, you find a way to angle and not be as rough on you and your partner, but there's no way to keep that from just
You can get
jarring
blindsided half the time, don't you?
We didn't tell the miracle story of Lake Champlain when Brandon Palaniuk had a guy who met him at the 2011 Classic say, "Hey, did you lose some hummingbird units?" He says, "No, but I know who did."
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they were found on an island and returned to Seth Fighter.
I remember that. I read that story.
Nice to know they float a little bit.
Well, to be honest with you, I could have helped him out a little bit. I know they float because I've seen other people lose them. I was on Lake Champlain, as a matter of fact, on the way to Ticonderoga. I've seen a few graphs floating.
We had a college angler in a national championship hit a boat wake. Graph came undone, lost it, came running back to weigh in because he was going to be late. Told the whole story, was bummed about it, said, "I'm just going to go out fishing tomorrow." They were in contention to win. Rolled up to their first spot and it was sitting on the bank. Shook it off, cleaned it off, plugged it in, and used the graph the rest of the day. They're like, "Hey, I found my own graph."
Corey Johnston hooked up.
Little guy.
As long as he's been without a fish in the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
Big ones aren't done biting. Ray Hanselman Jr. just landed a 5-pounder. He had a great first day with 22 plus. Wow, and Cody Holland caught a 4-pounder. He's up to 20 pounds, 8 ounces, back into 6th place.
So these waves obviously make it difficult physically to stay on the front of that boat, but the transducer on their trolling motors that they're using to try to graph and locate these fish, when it's out of the water as much as it's in the water, it obviously makes it difficult.
Interrupted data that way, don't you?
Yes.
The 4-day elites that we've had here, 2013, 2015, and 2017, it took 82, 84, and 88 pounds. Obviously, we don't know what the day 3 leader is going to be. We'll talk about that in the morning and be able to figure it out. But at this point, unofficially, I mean, looking at what Bass Track says and whatnot, you're going to be around that 66-pound mark. I mean, you think 88's going to break? We're going to have the highest Elite Series weight ever at St. Clair.
Corey Johnson's
closer to that than 82.
It could be 90. We could break 90. If he's a little low today, he would only need his one of his smallest bags of the week to break 90. And then we'll finally learn our lesson about trusting anglers after practice.
So here's a little tip, and I see Corey's doing this. You want to keep that transducer in the water. If you've got power to your trolling motor, if it's moving the boat forward, it stays down in the water better. If you just try to drift, then that front of that boat's going to come out of the water a lot more than if you've got it under power and it moving forward. It keeps it down in the water a lot better, which is so important for what these guys are trying to do.
That's a good tip.
I'd be like, "Hey, cameraman, you want to come up here and hang on the front deck, get some close-ups of me?"
Our cameramen aren't liking this. They've invested in some Dramamine
Can't do
because
that.
they've had some bad experiences the last couple of events.
Oh, what a day it's been for Corey Johnston. My goodness. He's our poster child for nonstop fish catching today. I think him and Chris have been battling for that title all day long.
Ronnie Supes, do y'all have the numbers of fish that he has landed today?
We don't think it's accurate, though. It says 10 on his thing. Those maybe 10 fish that he weighed.
Right, okay.
It's got to be double that. Easy.
So, yeah, we're betting at least double that, maybe triple that.
Oh, my
I would say. But there's no doubt Corey Johnston has caught a lot of quality smallmouth bass. And I mentioned it earlier, but I can't stop thinking about it. It's not like he's catching a lot of 1.5 pound to 2 pounders. Most of these fish are 3 pound plus. Corey Johnston has caught, I'm guessing 35 or 40 smallmouth bass, 3 pounds or more today, which is so many people, good fishermen would never do that in a lifetime.
Oh, right, yeah.
Is that just eyeballing his electronics and targeting the bigger fish that he can see?
You can do that somewhat, but that's not, those electronics are very good, but maybe not quite that good. You can, you know, if a fish is 5, 6, 7 pounds, you can tell it's not one, but the difference between a 3.5 and a 4.5, not so much.
Can't tell on a graph.
Corey Johnston's got a set of eyes that's unbelievable. I've heard that about him even before he landed out here. Look at some of John Cox's action from today. That's the way his day played out. Very slow start, small and not very early did he get started today, but it just kept getting better and getting better and better, and capped it off with that 5 pound. Well, he may not be capped off yet.
Still some time. But here's the thing, 18-12 is below average to make that top 10. That first day, that 24-12 set him up to have a chance to win on Championship Sunday. That 24-pound stringer that he caught on day one, it obviously gave him the lead, but you can, I hate to even say 18-12 slipping a little bit, but compared to 22 or 24, it is. But he'll be there right in contention tomorrow.
We saw that with our top 2 anglers at Lake Champlain on day 3. They had their worst day, dropped back just slightly. The leader stayed the same. Allowed that door to be open.
John Cox, your day 1 leader, day 2 leader. Like nothing better to be the day 3 leader when it's all said and done. Get a chance to go wire to wire, which is not a rare thing, but always a wonderful thing on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Here's a guy who's won in many different places, and he knows when to take advice, even if it's from your family.
20 pounds, 10 ounces. Once again, John Cox is leading the YETI Bassmaster Elite on Lake St. Clair.
You know, I gotta thank my wife and kids. We had a week off in between all these tournaments, and they were like, "Dad, you did pretty rough in the New York, so you need to, practice." So we went out and we fished hard for a week while they were here, and it feels good to catch them.
Dad, you need to work harder. Every dad loves hearing that.
Oh, yeah.
Good thing for John Cox, though. He took that to heart and put it into practice, and obviously reaping the rewards of that in a big way here. Just a little bit behind Corey Johnston, a little bit ahead of Chris Johnston, in a perfect position. He's a lock for the top 10, fishing on Championship Sunday tomorrow, but we got more fishing coming here on St. Clair when we get back.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Oh, what a great place to showcase your fishing skills. Every pro angler is looking to do that. Some of them have done it much better than others this time, but the ones who done it right, the ones who appear on that screen right there, your top 10 have done an exceptional job of it. It's been a great showcase for our Bass Nation, reigning Bass Nation champion, defending champion, although he won't be defending now that he's fishing for the Elite Series. Number 6 there, Cody Holland. Cody Holland looking okay to make it into the top 10. There's a few unknowns out there. There always are. Who's going to show up with what at the weigh-in? Nothing's official until we get that weigh-in wrapped up, and that starts not too long from now. Let's go out on the water, pick up Cody Holland. Saw him catch some good ones during the course of this day.
It's worth noting, if there is a tie for 10th to get into Championship Sunday, it's based on your biggest single day weight this week.
I got confidence in a few different crankbaits and, colors and stuff like that. And I came here thinking, okay, well, they'll eat this color and this color and this color. Well, the color that I've been throwing, I didn't own any until we came here. So, I mean, granted, yeah, I did own chartreuse crankbaits, but not that color. And I don't know if it's a color thing or it's a speed thing or what. Oh my goodness. Mid-conversation, we're briefly interrupted. I mean, I wasn't really trying to catch another one, but we'll take it. And now I don't know if this one's even gonna help. It might, but we will see. I didn't really get a good glimpse of how big it was. Oh, where are you going? Do not go that way. I do not want to land you on that side of the boat. Come on. Come back out. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Come on. Oh, I guess we're going to this side. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know how big that one is, but I mean, my smallest fish in there is just under 4, so it's got to be a good one for it to help. So, man, these things just dig and dig and dig. They don't jump as much as some of the other fish that, the smallmouth that we've been to. The Champlain fish they'll come up and jump 4 feet in the air. They'll jump in your boat if they're close enough. And that was the reason why I felt so. How big that one is. Are you ready? Ow, that hurt. I did that yesterday. Something in my seat. Gouged my... Come on.
Don't know if this one's going to help.
All right, hang in there a little bit, Cody. Hang in there with that signal. We want to.
You are, but
curious too is the size of that one.
Hey, I don't think that one's going to help at all.
That's a 4-pounder.
Weigh it just to see. Hell, stabbed myself in the knee again. Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be over 4 to help. Try not to get blood on your bag. There's something in the seat that...
Difficult to hold the scales.
Yeah.
That boat's rocking and rolling. It's hard to hold those scales
See
steady.
if we can let you in on whether it was any help to him or not. We're going to have to move on right now.
He's really helped himself a lot this week. He started 54th in Angler of the Year points. He's right at the bubble now, 41st.
Chris
So good little jump.
Chris been in third for a pretty good spell now, behind Corey, his brother, and John Cox.
I don't know if this one's gonna help. I think he's about 3.5. Mark 2 down there. Oh, he was 4. Darn it.
Jumped off right beside the boat.
He's better than I thought.
Let's see if we think that's a 4.
It
hard to
does
tell.
look like it. It's
Yeah.
hard to say. But
He was thick. He had some little bit of meat on him.
It looked like.
That's the problem with catching so many fish, 3.5 to 4-ish, and you get where you just try to rush them because you think, it's another 3.5, probably not going to do any good. And then you get up beside the boat and make a mistake, or they just happen to come off. And you
Then you wonder, might he have
could
been
have helped me
4
4 ounces.
Here's one of our
David
guys
Mullins.
that has 60 pounds below the cut line, though. David Mullins trying to get up in there.
How
That'll
about that
help.
for last second, huh? Come on.
That might be the fish he needed to fish tomorrow.
No doubt.
It's just, I'll be all right. Let's see what we got here. Make this quick. I'll put him on yellow.
3-pounders,
Do both
smallest.
yellows.
2 of them.
His problem is he has nothing over 4 pounds.
3-pounder. Yeah.
Four and a half pounds, top to bottom of the top 10 right now. So if you don't think there's any doubt you need to check an ounce or two, you might want to check an ounce or two before you head in if you got time to do that.
Exactly.
Easily come down a matter of ounces tomorrow.
And it's so interesting to see, we just saw Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston. There we go. Catch him on drop shot, and then Jay Yelas on a chatterbait, 5 feet deep.
Ugh.
Those
Good
river,
one. Pretty good fish, but not big enough, I don't think.
no one is in the river anymore. All those guys have made it back to at least Anchor Bay, those outputs right there.
Let's see what that one weighs. skinny. Probably like that 3-3 that I have in there.
Jay's smart. He knows to check them all.
Absolutely.
If he can gain an ounce, it was worth his while to do so.
Absolutely. It's going to come down to an ounce or two.
Oh.
Making the top 10 or holding that trophy over your head tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I think both ways. You're absolutely right about that, Davey High. John Cox, the leader day one, day two, sitting in second place by what could be a rounding error or could be switched around when we get the real weights, the official weights in. That's coming up at weigh-in time, about half an hour away. Definitely want to check that out.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
For over 70 years and 19 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And now, through October 19th, you can fall into savings with rebates of up to $1,500 on the FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX250. Fall into savings now through October 19th. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com and fall into savings on the Skeeter boat of your dreams.
Want to know the difference between power bait and other soft plastics? Ask the fish. Berkeley scientists have thousands of flavors tested on thousands of fish. Natural, man-made, every bait that's ever hit the water. No matter the shape, size, or color, power bait is the only one that is scientifically proven. Fish bite and will not let go.
You're watching the YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, being brought to you live by Carhartt.
Less than 30 minutes fishing for most of our anglers here, the 40 anglers out here. The third day, Saturday. Sunday is Championship Sunday, only 10 anglers. Got to hammer that home to you. The weigh-in, all important today, determines whether you get to fish for the championship or not. Coverage starts 8 a.m. streaming. 8 a.m. Eastern Time and noon Eastern, right here on ESPN2, and going all the way to 3 p.m. As today, start time for the weigh-in. We make all the weights official. These are unofficial weights, according to Bass Track right now, and they have Corey Johnston on top, a shade ahead of John Cox, who's had the lead to start days 2 and this day. Chris Johnston, though they're all right in here. I mean, it's 4 pounds and change between 1 and 10. Right below the cut line still. The last time we checked it, it was Taku Ito. He's still right there. David Mullins, we just saw him catch another one that may or may not have helped him. Try to figure that out for you. And of course, it will all be figured out officially at weigh-in time. So we'll know the full story when that is all said and done. Back out to the legend, Jay Yelas.
MC Dave Mercer's going to be hyped up for another Canadian up there vying for a title.
Oh, don't you know it?
There's only one angler from our bottom 20, the second flight of anglers, that has a shot to make the final day. That's Destin DeMarion. Otherwise, everyone that's listed on that top 15 leaderboard will be checked in by 3 o'clock Eastern time.
Okay. Jay's hooked up again.
That one might help.
Jay currently standing in 5th place.
Come here. Quit going under the boat, you little dork.
I think that'll help him.
That's a good one.
That one's chubby, so he might go better than 3-3.
Chubby dork.
Chubby little dork.
Yeah.
Right at it.
He's right at it.
Right at it.
Yep.
Sucker's got some shoulders.
He does. He's had some good fight to him.
Three, 4.
All right. 3-6.
3.24.
Oh.
2-4.
Not gonna help.
I didn't hear you right.
Which, hey, if it's 3.24,
Thought I had a helper there.
that is 3 pounds 4 ounces. So you're 3.4 by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate you trying to cover for him, but that's
Now it can mean
You were going
talking for real.
3.4, dang.
Yeah.
Dang. Conversion, we were going to get the conversion there.
Throwing a lamprey eel, we'll call it even.
Yeah.
And look here, Corey Johnston with another one on.
What, hooked up?
Jeez,
No.
he is catching them. I don't know how you can catch as many fish as he's caught today on Lake St. Clair, not catching 5-pounder. He is due.
Yeah, you'd think that the numbers would catch up with him at some point here.
I think he's got a big fence sunk underneath there that's corralling all these fish so they can't get out.
It's a pretty good one.
That's not bad right there. I don't think that's 5, but.
Oh, I agree. That might help him.
Yeah.
If he'll help or not. I don't think he will.
Be 4-5 or better. 4-5 or better. We're going to put him on the bar, on the beam.
Gonna help a little up there. Oh, so close.
I'm gonna say slightly.
Like the beam was indicating that's some help right there.
Just a little bit, but
Got
yeah.
20 minutes
Could
of
be an ounce.
chicken. Got 2 under me right now. I'll have to trick one of these up before we go in here. They're being stubborn. What's that? We got a decent weight, just no kickers. Caught lots of fish this morning. This afternoon was a little tougher, but lost probably 4 or 5 in the last hour and a half. One would have helped for sure. Overall, good day. Hopefully it's enough to go fishing tomorrow, and hopefully the guys at top faltered a bit. And I'd love to be within 2 pounds going in the final day to have a shot at winning it.
Well, didn't have many falter today, but he's got a shot at winning.
No, yeah, he's done well enough. Chris Johnston taking a look, doing a little speculating as we're 20 minutes away from the time when he needs to check on in there at Metro Park. Chris Johnston, good position right there. Third place behind John Cox and his brother Corey Johnston, Clark Wendlandt. Did so much good work early this morning. He hasn't had the onus on him to catch a bunch of fish this afternoon. Jay Yelas. A little bit of an upgrade, just well, not quite an up.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is being brought to you live by Carhartt.
When I'm on the road for work or for fun, I always like to have a reliable generator around. This open frame inverter from Champion is ideal because it's lighter than a standard open frame generator and more affordable than a traditional inverter. The remote start helps me start up the generator or shut it off without having to leave my camper. It provides essential power for things like charging my boat batteries, also makes life a lot more comfortable for myself and my family.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
The YETI Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is brought to you by Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Nitro Boats, and by Ranger Boats.
Full day of fishing for our 40 anglers. Those minutes are dwindling down to the final few. Many of them are, all of them, in fact, are pretty much on the run right now. Headed back to Metro Park. Fantastic Lake St. Clair. Our TH Marine forecast for tomorrow. Now this is of interest. Going to be warmer still, predicted to be. I don't think it ever got as warm today as they said it would, though. With 68, just wonderful late summer weather, partly cloudy. Wind southwest at 6 miles an hour, so pretty much status quo.
Perfect forecast there. The only negative part is that high of 90 on a Sunday. Be a little boat traffic out there, a little recreational traffic.
Yeah, everybody want to get a little bit of time on the lake. We spent some time on the lake today, and man, it has paid off.
It certainly has. Got a little bonus coverage here with Taku, and having a good day today. Yesterday was just, you don't have those days every single day. He started off with a crankbait yesterday morning and just started smashing them. Switched up to the drop shot and just kept on smashing them. But here's a real good fish for him today. Helped him out quite a bit. Much different conditions for him. I think his
calmer,
crankbait area needed that wind this morning. It just didn't happen. But he's had a solid day. And
He's just outside our top 10 cut, but boy, he's making some fans. People are really responding to him on social media.
A lot of that.
They like him.
Yeah.
We saw it yesterday, and Mark Zona watched him a lot just in person today, and he said he's a special kind of angler.
Leading in the Rookie of the Year race, Bassmaster Elite Series 2020. Actually, yesterday he started with the lead in the Angler of the Year race. Passed by Clark Wendlandt. He's still very much in the conversation. I imagine he's going to be in that race till the very last event of the year.
Absolutely. And when you see, for the last what, 5 years, when you see somebody lead, and we got a lot of fishing ahead of us, but when you see somebody lead Rookie of the Year, they don't go away.
That's right. That's right.
It's not an easy feat.
They've got something special if they could do that.
Come here, baby. Please,
Especially
Lord,
when
let it
every single rookie that's coming in through the league is very skilled, coming from either professional tours elsewhere or the opens, which is a mixture of all kinds of pros, all kinds of locals. Great anglers.
And here's an angler, Bill Weidler, that is not catching the numbers of fish that probably the majority of our top 10 have caught. But look at the size. The quality has definitely been there. And we talked about it a little bit earlier if you're just tuning in.
Look at that beauty.
These fish that Bill Weidler and a couple other of our anglers are catching are just filled out better. They're back in those bays more. I think they spawned earlier and they have put weight back on, and that's a big key to him having over 20 pounds today.
We had a magic 90 minutes. Cody Holland, we had some magic moments with our Bass Nation reigning champion today as well.
Yeah, good to have a camera with Cody today. I think this is the first time we've been able to spend the whole day with him. Start out this morning, will look like a GT10 with definitely a crankbait, and then once the sun got up, he told me when I was talking to him last night that about 8:30, 9 o'clock, I got to change up, go farther in to Anchor Bay, throw a drop shot for the most part the rest of the day, and there again, maybe not the numbers, or definitely not the numbers of Corey and Chris Johnston, but quality has really been there for Cody. Would not be surprised if he has more than what we think he has in bass track. Once again, you just see the thickness in those fish that are caught in this section of Lake St. Clair.
Cody Holland, one of our anglers who has actually improved his position in the top 10 today, started in 8th place, and as it stands right now, unofficially, still, he's in 6th place. So looking pretty good to make the top 10. Again, nothing's a lock, except maybe the top 3 or 4 spots until we get them all officially weighed in.
Yeah, I would say 5th through 14th or so, or it's just too close to call. He's going to make that top 10.
Yeah, don't.
Man, what a day.
What a day for Cody Holland. What a day for the veteran Jay Yelas. He started early. He started catching them early today.
He did. Jay has caught a decent amount of numbers. There he is with the only fish I think we saw him catch on spinning rod, and that was a follow-up bait. We heard him talking earlier this morning that before the sun comes up, and obviously it wasn't very high here, before that sun gets high in the sky, if I have a fish swipe at or miss my chatterbait, then I can throw a soft plastic bait in there, a Cinco, or I think he said a shad-shaped worm. But once the sun gets up, it's hard to trick those fish to bite again. So most of his fish definitely come on a chatterbait with a Yamamoto Zako trailer. Looks like all white on the trailer and the chatterbait itself. And Mark Zona knows, Tommy, you know, back in the day, that's the way a lot of us fish, shallow with spinner baits, moving baits, that sort of thing. So it's great to see the legendary Jay Yelas doing what he loves to do and being in contention for the win. I mean, he's right there. Tomorrow it's going to come down whether Jay Yelas or whoever it may be catches 2 5-pounders or 1 6-pounder to distance himself.
Yeah, it ain't just nostalgia, folks. He's gunning for the win here.
Yes.
And we like to see that, that's for sure.
Speaking of gunning for the win,
oh man,
I think Clark's going to be doing that tomorrow also. He's got a magical starting spot. It wasn't quite as good for him today, but still, that's not too bad right there. And Clark caught some good ones early this morning. Left that area. He stayed there a little longer today than he has the last 2 days, but I really think he probably got a spot or two that he's been saving, knowing Clark like I do. He's probably, because he's been able to get that good limit early on each day and then fish comfortably, do a little scouting around and not have to pressure any other places. So it means a lot, but it's going to come down. Clark's one of those guys, he's going to have to catch a couple 5-pounders tomorrow to have a chance.
Super versatile guy, great fisherman, low these many years, and always from the Texas Hill Country, always does pretty good up here at Lake St. Clair and smallmouth fishing in general.
He's had a phenomenal start to this season. If you look at his record running, was showing us 46, I think, the worst finish he's had this year. And, well, he thought he was going to win several of the tournaments. You follow was one of them. I mean, I would have bet after day 3 he was the man to beat.
Only 1 cut missed during the course of this year and just missed that one barely. 46. Chris Johnston. What can you say about this guy in smallmouth? He's just He is the complete smallmouth angler. There's no doubt about that.
He is, and if you've been watching us today, this, well, I don't even have to say this, but if you're just tuning in, Chris Johnston has put a beat down on some numbers of smallmouth today. A lot of them that size and close to it, and not 2-pounders, but a lot of 3, 3.5, 3 3/4 pound smallmouth. They have just caught them, and I'm shocked so far today. They still got a little fishing time, but I'm shocked that Chris or Corey Johnson one have not caught a 5+ pounder. But according to Bass Track, they have not.
Chris started the day in 7th place and steadily moved up that leaderboard, and he's never been knocked out of the top 3 since, well, late morning.
Got a win just a few weeks ago on the St. Lawrence River. It would be phenomenal for him to get another win in that short of a time span.
Dave Mercer would be out of his mind.
Oh, yes.
If were to happen. John Cox, though, the guy who has aspirations and of winning this thing wire to wire, your day 1 leader.
So if you're a fan of the St. Clair River, more so than the lake, I know a lot of these local fishermen, including Mark Zona, they kind of favor one or the other. They think the river holds bigger fish or the lake. Well, here's the guy, if you're a fan of the river and think that the river's going to win, here's your guy, John Cox, who caught a few fish on day 1 out in the lake, went into the river, and I think culled everything, had 24 pounds, 12 ounces. Yesterday, it was a little tougher for him, but still ended up with several good fish and to maintain the lead. Today, it was even a little slower than that, but there again, I'm not so sure John Cox isn't kind of conserving his fish for the final day.
You think he's
a proven winner, and he's a guy that likes to have an ace in the hole, so to speak. Especially since I heard that his son told him he needed to start working harder.
Yeah, Dad, you need to work harder. Every pop loves those words. There's his big fish of the day right there.
That's the fish that made his stringer today and will give him a chance to win tomorrow. Other than that, his average size was just not what he wanted it to be. But solid 5-pounder there kept him in contention.
I'm surprised he just moved into classic contention in the AOI points. He was 51st. Now he's first place spot. He's 31st, I believe.
How about that music, Davey?
Corey Johnson, he's got to be our power pole replay of the day. He just happens to be a leader of our tournament too, right?
Well, yeah, sometimes it goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
And sponsored by Power Pole. That's perfect.
Oh, well.
Kind of a no-brainer.
It's a natural.
That's what on the side of his boat says Power Pole, so he's definitely got to be top 5 nominee for Power Pole replay today. Even if he didn't catch like 482 smallmouth today, unbelievable the number of fish that he has caught today. There again, I cannot believe that it's just showing 4.9, 4.5, 4.4, 4.8, 4.12, and he probably caught 20 more 4-pounders.
Oh, no
Has
kidding.
not caught a 5-pounder unofficially. We'll see, but Corey Johnson with just what a great day. 7 top 10s in his short career as a Bassmaster Elite angler. He's one of the guys that has only been around 2 years, but he's going to probably be around for 22 more years.
Oh my gosh, at the very least.
And when I say around, I mean on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, the Elite Series Trail. He's been around. He's been a tournament angler for quite a few years, even at his young age.
All the skill set, and of course him and his brother both have a pair of eyes. They can spot him halfway across the lake. They're phenomenal anglers.
Wow, look at that. Those are fish he's culling.
There's the leaderboard, unofficial, as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time. Corey Johnston, 65.6. John Cox, 64 and change. Corey and Chris right up there, 1 and 3. Clark Wendlandt, super competitive guy, loves to win, and he would love to win right here, take a big win. Taku Ito, boy, it's going to be a nail-biter. See if he makes it into the top 10 or not. As Such said, he's gained a lot of fans who spent a lot of time with him. On day number 2, David Mullins, boy, he has had a great northern swing here, and he'll be awful disappointed. Any of these guys, as you pointed out, and there'll probably be more of them who have 60 pounds who do not make it into that top 10, David.
I bet there will be, and if you're not familiar with tournament bass fishing, to have 60-plus pounds, which is only 15 fish in 3 days.
4-pound average minimum.
4-pound average, and you get cut, have to go home.
Oh.
That's unusual, and it'd be very sad to be one of those guys. I don't care who it is.
Didn't sting. Would have thought probably a higher finish for Seth Feider at the end of it all. Couldn't quite get it dialed in. What was actually
Had a slow
Super
practice,
big
though,
fish
for
area.
Seth.
That's right.
He was
That's
honest
right.
with us. He said, I've had a slow practice, but he thought it was slow overall, but it was just, he had a slower practice. It's such a big lake, part of the Detroit River, all of the St. Clair River, access to all the U.S. side of Lake Huron. I mean, you can, in 2.5 days, you can miss them. There's a lot of area.
See a lot of veterans in that list in the top 40 who've been out there fishing today, including Bill Lowen, Brian Snowden, Bernie Schultz, who's probably fished about 20 tournaments here on Lake St. Clair. Yes. Congratulations to Bernie, picking up a check this week.
Bernie got 5th here at 1994, the highest one who's still fishing to this day on the Elite Series.
How about that?
5th in that 94 event.
And his bass track is off, not working right now, so who knows?
Hey, we might see him tomorrow.
Wrapping up day 3, St. Clair. Didn't go as planned like we wanted it to, but man, still an awesome fishery. I don't know how much we've got in there. I don't know if we'll make the top 10 for tomorrow, but you know, I bounced around and looked for those big fish that I caught the first day and just never could relocate them. And, you know, it's easy to miss them here. They can be in such a small area, and this place is so big. But, you know, happy to be out here, happy to make the 3rd day. And we had some great fishing looking at that Garmin this week. I'm telling you, it was so fun. But weigh them in and see where that ends us up.
David Mullins, hopeful. And it's going to be a nail biter for him and Taku Ito and a few others there. Our guys
I mean, I think I only got 9 bites today, maybe 10. We had one real small one at the beginning that I definitely didn't want to weigh in, and then I had another one that I was pushing 3 probably. Definitely didn't want to weigh that one in either, and we managed to pull up on my secondary spot and catch 3 or 4 good ones, and then I ran back down kind of to where I had started the day, but kind of off it a little bit, and I pulled up and dropped the trolling motor, and I saw one. So I dropped down to it, caught it, and it was, you know, 4.5 or bigger. I mean, I don't know. My eyeball of these fish is way off, so I mean, it could be 5, it could be 4.25. I really don't know, but we had to keep our head in it today. We lost a couple fish. We lost a couple fish this morning. I know one of them was a good one. It was probably 3.5. I don't know that it necessarily would have helped, but I think the one on the swim bait was a good one, because I set into it and it didn't move and it just came right off. But you know, that's part of fishing, and I just kept my head in it and kept my head down and kept fishing. That's what you got to do out here, and I do the same thing at home when I'm, you know, even fishing local stuff. It's part of the grind. I'm not getting a ton of bites. I have no idea what I'm going to do tomorrow. I have no idea if I'll catch a bass tomorrow, honestly.
Well, Cody Holland, the Bass Nation rookie, proving he can run with the big dogs here on a big dog lake for sure. Lake St. Clair, what it has given us today. And anglers we have watched all day long have just performed terrifically. Can't tell you how much we're anticipating tomorrow. Championship Sunday. We start at 8 a.m. Eastern Time with the streaming, noon, right here on ESPN2. We will see you then.